Hey guys, welcome back. This is What If Deku Had the Quirk of a Reaper, half heal and half destroy. Full movie. Like and sub if you haven't already. It really means a lot, guys. Let's begin now. Izuku's POV, unless said otherwise. I had a great family, a loving home, and a quirk my mother loved. Everything was perfect until my father decided to leave us. It was not his fault or anything. He was simple at the wrong place at the wrong time. No one could have predicted it. He wasn't even my real dad. I later found out that my mother met him after I was 1 year old. My real father left her pregnant. What an asshole. My mom sent my father to get us some milk, and on his way back, he was involved into a villain attack. He was just unfortunate to even be there. Some villains tried to escape the heroes with a car. Thanks to a firewall made by Endeavor himself, the villains turned their car and hit the pedestrians, including my father. This was how he died. That time I was 6 years old, and I was at home with my mother. It was also the time my quirk acted up, and I killed her. Flashback brought to you by an angel sent to Earth. Third POV, at the doctor's appointment. Nurse, the Midoriyas, please? Inko, that would be us. Nurse, please follow me. The little greenette followed his mother to the doctor's room, and although he was scared of what they would do to him to find out his quirk, he was too curious to mind anything that will happen. He mentally prepared himself before they stepped foot into the room. Doctor, hello there, little fella. You must be Izuku, right? Izuku nodded in response. The doctor then explained to him what they would do, basically just some simple tests to see and what the little boy's quirk would be. After an hour of testing, they concluded that Izuku's quirk was something they never have seen. They couldn't find out the exact effects of his quirk, as it was the first time such a quirk come to existence. It was already past his 4th birthday, and the green bean's quirk still hasn't manifested itself. It was not uncommon that it took a few months after their birthday, but as of recently, Izuku's back was hurting him a lot. This was also the reason they went to a doctor, and since he was so young, the doctor sends them to a quirk examination. Doctos, may I ask what his parents' quirks are? Izuku didn't even listen to what the grown-ups were talking about. He was simply currently lost and thought of the possibilities of his quirk. He was thinking about all the different quirks out there and how he loved to have each and every one, especially his mother's. He didn't care what type of quirk he would have. He was sure he would love it and become one of the best heroes there is. Inko, mine is a weak telekinesis, and his father had a unique quirk that let him see what quirk the other has, and it's also like an analyzing quirk. Doctor, okay, and what about your parents and his parents? Inko, his parents had some kind of healing and enhancer type quirk, and my father has a mental quirk, and my mother has a stronger version of mine. Why are you asking this? Doctor, you see your son has a mutation type of quirks. From what the scan is showing us, is that he will have some wings, but other than that, he also shows sign of a regeneration quirk. Inko was shocked to hear that her son's quirk was like an angel's gift. She was more than happy for him that he had such a nice quirk. She always knew that he was her little angel, and his quirk has proven it. What is my quirk? Doctor, you will have some wings, little man, and you will also be able to heal others. Izuku, that's so cool. Doctor, yes, it is. And do you know what is better? Izuku, no? What is it? Izuku tilted his head in confusion. What can be better than this? He was overjoyed to have a quirk so hero-like. He was sure that he could save a lot of lives with it. Doctor, you will be able to do a lot of good deeds in the future, young man. Izuku, yes, and I will be one of the best heroes out there. Doctor, I am sure you will. Inko, my little angel, I am so happy right now. I always knew that you are one. Doctor, now it is the first time we saw such a quirk, and we need a name to register it in the database. What would you like to call it, Izuku? Izuku, wings and healing? Doctor, that's what we think it is. Izuku, angel's gift. Doctor, let's see if the name is available. And it is. I'll put it down in the database. Now congrats on your quirk, Izuku. Now off you go. I have a lot to do, and you don't want to waste your day here in my office. Izuku, okay, bye. Inko, goodbye, doctor. End of flashback brought to you by a happy angel. If only the doctor knew the complete ability of my quirk. The day me and my mother were watching the TV, and we saw how my father got killed. That moment I began crying so hard. My wings were still too small to let me fly, but they were soft and warm. A snow-white color, and the tip of them had a golden shimmer when the sun was showing right at them. All in all, they were beautiful. My mom came to me and hugged me from behind. Neither she or I saw the color of my wings changing into a pitch black. The moment they were completely black and my mother was still touching them. I could feel how cold she was getting. I was so in shock back then and didn't know what was happening, but now I knew better. I had an ability to heal, regenerate, and take the life force of any living being. An angel and a reaper at the same time. My quirk was not a gift, but a curse itself. Fallen angel. I was running away from home. After 10 years of being tortured, I just couldn't take it anymore. My mother dead, father dead. I had literally no one else besides my grandparents, and they hated my wings for the same reason I hated them. It was a stormy night when I decided to run. I had the ability to shrink my wings and hug myself with them. It was painful if they stayed this way too long, but it needed to be done. Normally, I wouldn't be able to do that, but after my grandmother cutting off my wings countless times, I just developed this skill in order to hiding them. It was still less painful than her cutting them of or them growing back. Even without them, I was still able to suck life force of everything that I touch. At first, I didn't know how to control it and I always wore gloves, but after a couple of years, I figured it out. Though after that night where I lost both of my parents, I was never able to heal anyone, only myself. 9322788178686804B17CAC6C.jpg. My wings became as black as the night, held me warm in the winter, and weird enough, I felt safe. Running away was no problem if you could fly. My wings were made for high speed, and I could fly very high with them. I was sure I was even faster than the number 3 hero Hawks. I was never really allowed to fly, but I still learned somehow. It just came naturally to me. It was already 4 years that I spent on the streets by myself. I had a big heart and took in any street kid older or younger than me. I found this abandoned school building and I liked it there. The kids that I took in and shared the place and loved it. It gave us shelter when it was raining and even hold us warm in the winter. The story of this place wasn't pretty though. I found this place 3 years ago, and they say that there was a boy with lilac hair that was bullied because of his quirk. He should be around my age too. The boy had a quirk that was deemed villainous and received countless suicide baiting until he couldn't take it anymore and jumped. They say an underground hero was walking past there and saw everything. Thankfully, he was saved by that man. The school, however, was then sued and never reopened. The kids and everyone on the streets who knew me calls me Fallen Angel. The origin of this name is my quirk. There was this one time when I saved some kids, quirkless kids, and took them in. They told me that my feathers began changing color to a warm white with a golden shimmer, and that I healed all their wounds. I personally never saw them do that before or after that ever again, and though I knew that it is my quirk's ability, I was never able to access it. The kids like the idea of calling me an angel, and seeing as my feathers are pitch black, they call me a fallen angel. Petwar deg now SCB, petwar huech we sait huech db, in dai tvi zero, ataidi we fuck, we zero with now with JPG. In this school, we call home, we were like a family. We would do anything for each other's. Since every one of us is a minor, we go around and steal in groups, or I would go flying around robbing some food truck. My feathers are sharper than any sanded sword or weapon. They could cut through anything like a butter. It made it easy to go and steal food or clothing while they were still transported in the middle of the night. However, this particular night, I was careless. I had 42 kids to take care of, and it was in the middle of December. It was freezing cold outside, and a lot of kids in the school building caught a fever, and I needed some medicine for them. Watching another kid die because of an illness was not an option. So I quickly grabbed my outfit, not like I had any other one beside the gym clothes I wear inside the school because they were comfy. I mostly used these pair of clothing while stealing or general when going out of the school in public. I also took the mask that the children gave me. It was a handmade gift from them. It was a snowy night, and I had no other choice but to go out and get the medicine. Once I was out, I unfolded my wings and quickly began flying through the night, not even bothering to hide my presence or be careful. I needed to be fast and make sure that these kids don't die. Unfortunately, for me, I was not the only person flying around in a snowstorm. Like, what the heck? It was hard flying, and the snow was beginning to build a small layer off ice on my wings. Once I found a pharmacy, I broke in and went through the shelf to find some medicine for children. It took me a good 10 minutes to find one that I was sure I could give them. As I was about to grab the medicine, a red feather slapped my hand away from them. Normally, I would have felt anyone's present in the room, but thanks to the small ice layer, I couldn't. Recognizing the feather, I knew exactly who this was. I didn't even need to turn around. SHITY, why the heck are you out here and not at home where it is warm and cozy? Hawks, what are you doing there, birdie? Me. What does it look like, chicken? Hawks, ouch. That hurt. Me. Want me calling you a chicken? Oh, please, you are obviously an overgrown rooster. Hawks, watch what you were saying, Raven. Me. And why should I? Hawks, you seriously asking that? Still refusing to turn around, I used my wings as a coat. I could feel the cold coming in through the broken window, and on top of that, my clothing were not made for cold weather or any kind of weather to be specific. Plus, with me not moving around, I could feel the chilly air and the wind going through my bones. Me. Look, I don't have time for this, chicken. So see ya. I quickly grabbed the medicine, jumped on the counter, and then yeeted myself through the broken window. Once I was outside, I opened my wings and flew high up in the sky. Red feathers tried to detain me, but the moment I saw him coming close, I closed my wings and let myself drop. This was a strategy one quickly learned in order to gain speed. He was quick to follow and do the same thing, but his wings were not made for such a stunt. Only 2 meters above the ground, I opened them and made a 90 degrees angle so that I was now flying with an extreme speed parallel to the ground. Making one quick glance behind me, I saw Hawks hitting the pavement hard. His wings made some scratch marks too. He couldn't do the same 90 degrees and needed to land and then jump up into the air again. However, it was too late. I was already gone. Too slow, chicken. Good luck next time. Once I arrived at the school, I closed my wings and entered. The room we all stayed in was an underground gym. Quickly walking to the sick kids, I took out the medicine from my pocket and gave it to them. Then we all snuggled up, and I used my wings to cover them. This was one hell of a winter, and I hoped everyone would survive it. I was also thankful that my quirk was under control and that I didn't kill them while cuddling. Burning terror. This winter, we were really lucky to survive and not lose anyone. It was getting a little bit warmer, and I needed to stock up some food since we didn't have any anymore. So I went outside, but before I could exit the school, one of the younger kids came running to me. Hikari. Izuka, wait. Me. What is it, Hikari? Hikari, can I come with you? She was such a sweet little 6-year-old girl. From all the kids, she was the most attached to me. Me, sure. Hikari, really? Me, yeah. Hikari, yes. Normally, I wouldn't bring anyone with me, but this time I had some money. A couple of nights ago, I managed to break into some rich guy's house and take some money. I was sure that he didn't need it that much since he had so many unnecessary luxury things in his house. We, on the other hand, needed every single bit of it, so I took it without second-guessing my decisions. We both went to the nearest mall, and there I began stocking up our food supplies after filling up one big sport bag with food. I was sure we could survive with this much at least for 1 week. I also had some money left, and seeing as my little sweet girl Hikari needed some new shoes and clothing, I decided to spoil her a little bit. Me, Hikari, what do you say if we go and look for some new cloths for you? Hikari, really? Me, yes. Hikari, yay. We then went to the clothing store, and I picked up the cutest outfit I could find for her that was still in the budget. I bought it for her. Then we went to a shoe store, and I got her some cute little white shoes with white wings on the side. She loved them so much and only wanted them, so I had no other choice than to get her these. Hikari said that the wings reminded her of mine and that we were now closer than before. After that, we both went home, or we tried to. The street that was going to our home was blocked by some police cars, and I could smell the strong scent of something burnt. A heavy feeling started to overcome me, and I dreaded what could have happened here. Not wanting to speculate and drive myself crazy with it, I stopped thinking. I didn't want to panic beside Hikari. I went to the closest police officer and began asking him since I was too curious and I couldn't simply ignore that feeling. In order to not lose Hikari, I put the bag around my shoulder and picked her up and began carrying her in my hands. Me? Excuse? Can you tell me what is going on? Police officer, I am sorry, but I am not allowed to. Me? That's okay. I was just asking because I live a little bit down the street. I pointed to the direction of the blockade. Police officer, you are lucky that you were not at home, sir. Now I had an even worse feeling. Me? What do you mean? Police officer, I can't say for sure, but all I know is Endeavor is chasing down a villain in this part right now. Me? Thank you, have a good day, sir. I left the officer and tried to get to the school through another route. Hikari must have felt my uneasiness and saw me panicking because she began crying a little bit. Hikari? Izuku? Me? Everything will be fine. After getting to the second route, I was met with another blockade. This isn't good. I have a bad feeling, and I don't like it. I then left and went to the nearest playground and put Hikari down. Me, sweetheart, can you stay put? Hikari, where are you going? Me, I'm gonna fly up real quick. Okay. Hikari, why? Me, I want to make sure that nothing is wrong with our home and I can see it from up there. Hikari, okay. I could hear how sad she was. Tears were beginning to wheel up in her eyes. I knew that she would feel lonely and that she experienced a lot of bad things since her parents just left her in a forest alone. She was one of the kids that was born quirkless. No one wanted her, not even her parents. I found her nearly dead and took her in. Since then, she was always by my side and waiting for my return when I was out. Me, good girl. You will be able to see me okay. I won't fly away. I am only going straight up. Hikari, okay. Putting the bag down beside her. I make my wings go full size and open them. Then with a strong push, I was up in the sky. Once I was up, I looked in the direction of the school building and saw that it was on fire. Oh no, 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 no. This can't be happening. This is only a dream. No, please. This must be a dream. I want to wake up. Please, someone wake me up. I saw red feathers in the distance and some ambulance. There were a lot of heroes there. I couldn't see one opening to just quickly fly in and check the situation. Even if I did, I wouldn't let Hikari be alone right now. As I was flying down and landed safely beside Hikari, I started crying. My only hope would be that the heroes saved all the kids that I saved from the street. All the childrens that were casted out would be saved by heroes and maybe get a better home. However, deep down inside me, I felt like that they were all gone. Once my feet touched the ground, I collapsed to my knees and my wings shrank again. Hikari was quick to hug me, but in the end, we were both crying our eyes out. Hikari, Aizu? I couldn't bring myself to tell her that every other one was gone. Hikari, Zuko, MH, Hikari, are they okay? I don't know. Hikari, they are right. Me, yes. They are now in a better place, not wanting to attract any more attention than we already have. I stood up, picked her up, and began walking down the street with our food supplies. I found an abandoned building where we both took shelter for the moment. It was getting late, and once we entered the building and in a rather empty room, I let my wings out and was laying with Hikari in my hand on the floor, covering her while she was sleeping. Then out of nowhere, I could feel someone walking in the building. Huh? No one should be in here. I checked the whole building from top to bottom. No one lives here, not even a homeless person. Deciding to check it up, I slowly got up. Trying my best not to wake Hikari up, I slowly shracked my wings and went to the source of the sound. Someone was in the staircase. The person was getting up. Why would someone come here in the middle of the night? I don't think you can watch the stars from here. Nah. It's even cloudy. Don't tell me they are here for that reason. I made my way up to the roof and went out. There I found a boy with painted black hair and some visible scars walking towards the edge. I could smell the paint. Oh God, what happened to you? Me, you don't have to do this. He jumped at my sudden voice and turned around. It was clear to me that I just scared him. Way to go, Aizu. But this makes it so much easier. Me, if you don't have a place to stay, then stay with me. I don't judge you for who you are or what you have done. For all I care, you could be a murderer and I would still offer you a hand. You sure about this? Me, yes. You don't look like a hero. Me, I am not. Vigilante? Me, no. Then why are you here? Me, I decided to stay in this building and you woke me up. Homeless, huh? Me, pretty much. I lived in the abandoned school building that was burned down. Oh, I am sorry for disturbing you. I saw him turn around from the edge and walking towards me. He looked ready to leave the building and try it somewhere else. That was at least the expression that I got from him. If I am right that this in front of me is Tuya Todoroki, but why would he fake his death? No, that's not a concern right now. He might have suffered and run away just like me. I could see him trying to hide some small blue flames, and that's when I started remembering that there was indeed one big incident with such a boy. Enji Todoroki, otherwise known as Endeavor, was searching for him for years until they declared him dead. Looking into his eyes, I could see the same much of pain as I had years ago when I was on my own. I can't let him go on his own. He doesn't deserve it. There was only one way that could make him stay, and that would be to reveal my identity, and to be quite honest, I didn't care much about it. If he decided to kill me, then the only thing I would regret is leaving my sweet little sister alone. Me. People in the streets call me Angel or Fallen Angel, so you don't need to be scared of me. I wouldn't even hurt a fly, not that I actually could, well, not intentionally at least. So you are the fallen angel I have heard about that helps lost kids. Me. Believe me, I am no angel. I'm more like the devil, which was true giving the ability of my quirk. I could take the life force from people. No angel can do that. This is the work of a demon and a devil. Why are they calling you like that anyways? I let my wings slowly grow to their full size and stretch them. It was still too dark to have a better look at them since they are black. Oh, they are beautiful. Me, no, they are a curse. Why would you say that? Me, reasons? So why are you here? Reasons. Me. And here I thought my day was terrible. What happened? Me. You might have heard about the school building that went up in flames because of the trash can of a hero. BFFF. Me. It's true he is. Never heard anyone referring to him like that. Me. Well, for me, he is a fucking villain, not a hero. I can't understand what people see in him. Like, really? Did they ever look at the damages he does? The people he kills? I guess not. A moment of silence hung heavy around us. Was that your home? Me, yes. It was the place I called home, and in there were 41 children. The media didn't tell the public every details, but I know that they all died there. I felt angry again. If I could, I would have murdered the hero that killed 41 children. Just to get his hands on one villain. I could feel my quirk acting up and my wings as black and fluffy as they became sharp and had a small glimmer to it. I could then hear some saping, and I knew that I was so close on shortening his life. Now I felt bad, and I stopped immediately. Me, I am sorry. I can't control my quirk very well when I get angry. I am sorry too. Me, for what? For your loss? Me? Don't be silly. You had nothing to do with it. I have nowhere to go. My old man threw me out, and I tried living on the street for the past couple of years. I don't feel like there is anything worth living anymore. Me? Then come with me. You sure about this kid? Me, yep. How should I call you? Dobby. Me, okay. Dobby, then let's get down to the roof and to the room we will be staying in for tonight. Oh, and by the way, I am Izuku. I then walked to him, grabbed his hand, and basically forced him to come with me to the room where Hikari was still sleeping. Dobby, who is that? Me. Her name is Hikari. She is quirkless. Her parents left her in a forest all alone, and she is the only kid that was not involved in the fire. Dobby, are you not angry at the hero? Me. I am more than that. I could literally slaughter and torture him for that. One day, I will make sure to make that piece of shit suffer. My feathers puffed up and were looking intimidating as I could see Dobby stepping away from me, and I immediately let them shrink again and apologized before we made our self-confer table and called it a night. I went to Hikari, since she would freak out if I wasn't close to her and Dobby was on the ground and leaning against the wall. I will remember this day. A month passed since I found Dobby on the roof, and we were getting along pretty well. The three of us made a good team and shared nearly everything together. I would even go so far and say we became a family. He felt like a big brother that I never had. From the way he acted, I knew that he had sibling and younger ones too. Me and Dobby would go out when we run out of something and steal it in the night, or buy it together with Hikari when we had some stolen money. When it's broad daylight, we both play with Hikari or teach her some stuffs. It was always fun being with her. She is such a pure little innocent girl. Clumsy sometimes, but sweet. Today was Hikari's birthday, and we wanted to surprise her, even collected some money in order to go with her to the mall and to the one cafe she always wanted to go. It was a small angel-themed cafe, and I knew I would feel out of place there. Me and Dobby were up and ready while Hikari was still sleeping. It was only 8 a.m., and since we don't get to school, we stay up nearly every night and go to bed when we wanted. Dobby, should I wake her? Me, no. Why do you ask that? Dobby, cause today is her birthday. Me. And that allows you automatically to wake her up from a sweet dream? Not on my watch, mister. I puff my wings and cross my arms. Dobby. All right. I get it. Me good. Hikari. Morning, Zuzu Dabs. We both looked at her, completely surprised that she was up, and I began feeling guilty because we might have woken her up with our arguing. Me. I'm sorry. Did we wake you up? Hikari, no. Me. I am so glad to hear that. Dobby. Happy birthday, Hikari. Me. Happy birthday. Dobby. We have a surprise planned out for you. Hikari, what is it? What is it? What is it? Me. It wouldn't be a surprise if we tell you. Hikari. But I want to know. Dobby. How about we tell her? Me. Let me think about it. No. Now come on and get ready. Hikari, why? Me. Cause today we both will be spoiling you. Dobby. What that dark angel means is that we are going out. Hikari, where? Me. That's a secret now, come on. I then took out some clothing for her. After she was done changing, we all went out. By the time we arrived at the mall, it was already 10 a.m. First thing we did was getting some breakfast, and then we went on and bought everything she wanted. We bought her everything she wanted since Dobby stole someone's card, and we found out that we could use it. I was sure since it was a golden card that only heroes have that this was his dad's card, but that pile of thrash deserved to go bankrupt, so I didn't care much about it. At around 2 p.m. we were done. It was so much fun because not only did we bought her anything, but we also played hide and seek in the cloth department until they threw us out of the store. We began walking to the cafe, and were about to enter it when all of a sudden, we could hear some gunshots. I had my wings tucked while we were in the mall. The reason was simple. First, there were way too much people, and second, there was still a chance a pro hero recognizing my black wings as me and Dobby got ourselves on the #1 spot of the most wanted thieves list. My black wings and his blue flames were a dead giveaway. Once we heard them, the scream could be heard. We knew that something was wrong and that some low-ranked villains just attacked the mall. Me. Hikari, listen to me carefully. Do you know your way back to our home? She nodded at me. Me. Good. Once Dobby gives you the signal, run. Do you understand? Run and don't turn back. She knew that I was serious and she was scared, so she nodded. Me, good girl. We then walked carefully to the front entrance. We were on the first floor, and we only wanted to check the situation out. For people were there, so this is some kind of organized attack. After not seeing a single chance to get past them, we decided to go to the back entrance. Once we were there, we saw that there were even more there. I counted 8 people standing there. Our best chance was to hide somewhere, and so we went into the next clothing store since it was very easy to hide there. I found the ultimate hiding place for Hikari. Me, whispering, Dobby, do you think she will be safe here? Dobby whispering, yes, it looks like a solid hiding place. It was a deep shelf, and it was kind of costume store since the shelf had some feathery costumes. Me, Hikari, sweetheart, can you stay hiding in these? Don't cry and don't make a sound, okay? Everything will be over soon, I promise. I opened my wings and plugged a small black feather out. It hurt, but I was happy to bear the pain. Next, I shrunk them back and placed them around my torso. Then I gave her the feather I just plucked for reassurance. Me here. Be brave, Hikari. Me and Dobby then watched her go behind all the costumes, and we even put some more there from another shelf, hiding her complete. Next, we ran out of the store, leaving her. It was too dangerous. If anyone found us hiding there, everyone could get the idea of another child hiding in there, and we didn't want to endanger our sweet little sister. As we were running on the first floor, we heard a gunshot behind us. Stop right there. We turned around and saw that he was in front of the costume shop where we left Hikari. Then it happened. My worst nightmare. A hero came and rammed the person into the shop. The shop then caught fire. It was the same shop where we left her. I couldn't control my emotion the moment I saw what was happening and opened my wings to the fullest. The very own hero that did this was also responsible for all the deaths of 41 children. The flaming piece of garbage, the #2 villain in my opinion, Endeavor. As soon as I saw the shop lit on fire, I was about to run in, but I found myself wrapped in wood. Me, Hikari, I began crying. I saw Dobby run for the shop, but he was quickly wrapped up in wood too. Kamui Woods had us in his clutches, and we both began straggling. Me, let us go. My quirk activated itself, and I began to take the life out of the wood until it was easy to break through. Next, I jumped into the air and flew to the shop, ignoring everyone's gazes. I could hear Dobby shouting for Hikari too, and from the corner of my eyes, I saw him using blue flames. Dobby, I am dealing with them. Go get Hikari. I knew he was telling this to me, and so I trusted in his words that he would have my back. Once I was in front of the flames, I could feel their heat. I knew that I needed to do something, but the flames could easily hurt my feathers. Then it hit me. Everything around me had a life force, even flames do. Since my quirk allows me to suck that away, I could theoretically put the flames down. With this in mind, I went into the flames and stood there with open wings, sucking in every life force I felt that did not belong to a human, since I didn't want to hurt my dear Hikari. After that was done, I could see Endeavor fighting the villain with more flames. I quickly went to where I put Hikari in and took her out. She was unconscious, but I could still feel the life force in her, meaning she was still alive, even if it was a matter of time. Me, Hikari, I took her in my arms and began to carry her out of the shop, leaving Endeavor alone. If I had the time, I would have killed the pile of trash right there, but Hikari's life was more important to me right now, and she needed a medic. Me, Dabs. I got her. I saw him fighting the R-rated hero Midnight and the Wood hero. One flap with my wings, and I was by his side. I could see the violet gas coming towards us, and another flap with my wings, and the hero put the other heroes behind her to sleep. Blue flames were in between us and the R-rated hero. Midnight, surrender right now. Dabs, how as if we didn't even do anything. Me. I looked at Hikari and then to the hero. There was no chance that we could save her, but Midnight could. I knew for a fact that she worked for UA and they had Recover Girl on their side, so this was the safest bet I had. I started to walk towards the hero. If she could save her life, then I would gladly give her away for now. Dobby, what are you doing? Me. They can save her. Dobby, you sure? Me. We don't have a choice. She is barely alive. I don't want to lose her. Dobby. I went and walked through the flames and laid her in front of the hero with a safe distance in between us. Me, please save her. She doesn't have a family or a quirk. We can't save her, but you can. The hero looked at me for a moment, and then at the kid I just put down. I used that moment and flapped my wings, getting into the air, turning around and grabbing Dobby by his hands. We did this multiple times now. For us, it was the fastest way to get out of a situation, and so I pulled him up with me into the air and towards the glass ceiling. Me, till we see each other again, Hikari. Dobby, we will come and get you back once you are better. With that, I broke the glass, and we both went out. Luckily for me, there was no chicken around, or we would be in even more trouble right now. After that, I flew us back to our home, but it didn't feel much of a home without Hikari. Dabs, you think she will be okay? Me, I don't know. Dabs, I will get back at him for this one day. Me, don't worry, we will. Dabs, how could he be so careless? Me, they call us a villain, but he is the true one. I have learned two things in life so far. First, I needed to get stronger and faster. If only I was faster and stronger, I could have easily brought her back to life. If only I could have changed the attitude of my wings. But that was not the only thing. No good deed goes unpunished. Good deeds have been met with betrayal. Give and take. I would never put my own life on the line for someone else besides my family and the kids that needed it. After all, wasn't one's own life the most important thing? The heroes were supposed to save them all, but they were selfish. A hero only entitled to get the money for the job, nothing more, nothing less. I have led Endeavor life, and what I got was him nearly killing my dear little Hikari. Next time we met, I would not be that kind anymore. I would not spare one's life anymore. Lost Soul, Recovery Girl's POV. I was currently in my office, the infirmary in UA, getting to count and rearrange all the medicine I had on my shelf. Today was rather the quiet day. Normally, I would get enough patients. I guess I should be happy that Aizawa dispelled all his students. Out of every class, Aizawa's students were every time, no matter which generation, the most popular patients I have. Normally, it would be the support course since they blow up a couple of things on a daily basis or even electrocute them. Sometimes they poison themselves, what I still don't get, but I am not going to dodge, and I don't care anymore. Well, everything was fine, and I was currently sitting in my office with a cup of tea in my hands and talking with Nizu. It was not a rare sight of us both sitting together and sipping on some fine tea. The rat's tea leaves are simply the best, and the tea he makes is especially good. It was his specialty after all. Nizu, I see you don't have a lot of patience today. Me, I scolded Power Loader yesterday, so of course I don't have his students here today. In reality, I went after him with my cane in order to whack some sense into it. Kids should not be left alone in a room full of explosives. Neither should he give them the okay to make some poisonous support weapons that can kill their enemy if not handled carefully. However, it is rather unusual for him to stay quiet. Me, I suppose he learned his lesson. Nizu, that will be most likely the case. Me, how are the preparations going on? Nizu, not as fast as I would have hoped. I knew that Nizu took up a job. He normally was not the one to catch criminals and don't even bother with the police. However, this time it was different. He took a personal interest into the villain duo Dobby and the Reaper. As far as I knew, they were only targeting the rich people and never even injured a person that didn't attack them first or didn't deserve it. The detective on the case was Takachi, and he asked Nizu for help since the villain duo somehow outsmarted them every time. They would purposely lead them in a different direction or trick them, so that all they ever found was either thin air or their fellow policemen. So this time, Nizu wanted to make a trap for them, but the duo hasn't picked up the bait. Me, can it be possible that they know? It was a rather good bait on top of it. We were talking about a good sum of money and rough diamonds kept in check by hawks in a penthouse that was registered under a fake name. Nizu also spread some nasty rumors about the owner of the place, so that he was sure that the duo would definitely try and get the money and the man to pay for what he has done. The rumors went according like this. The owner of the place had a family and abused them and made the own wife suffer until she committed suicide. The daughter was then abandoned and left on the street to survive on her own. Not only that, but he was also involved in some illegal dealing. Well, all in all, it was a good plan in my opinion, and I could see Nizu's interest in the duo grow with each and every day. Nizu, I still don't get why they haven't made their move. We were about to talk about it further, if not the door to my office slammed open, and Midnight rushed inside with a small and fragile girl that had too much burned skin on her. Midnight, CHIYL, me oh my. Lay her down here. I quickly pointed to the next empty bed before taking my equipment and going straight to the girl. Nizu, do you mind explaining what happened? Midnight, we were called because of a villain attack in the mall. As would be lying if I said I was not curious and listening to their talk, but what was more important right now was the girl's life in front of me. From the looks of it, she was very weak, and not only that, but I would not be able to use my quirk on her. She also had one too many burns on her, and I wasn't so sure if she would make it in the first place. All I could do for now was remove the burned clothes from her, clean the wounds, and then carefully put some ointment on it and bandage her. Even if she survives, the girl would need to live her life scared. Furthermore, her burned skin was the least of my problems right now, as she inhaled too many smoke and was not properly able to breathe. On top of that, she was running a high fever. I was doing all I could in order to lower it down. Midnight, how is she doing? Me, I can't say for sure she will make it, but I will try my best. The poor soul must be in a lot of pain right now. I quickly gathered all the medicaments that I needed and gave it to her. I also needed to put her on the Mashein we luckily had for urgent matters. All in all, it took me 1 to 2 hours to do my job and try and save her life, but I don't want to lie. The situation was looking grim for her. All the time I was working on saving her life, Nizu and Midnight didn't even make a single noise, but look at the girl with pity in their eyes. After I was finished, we moved back to the table with tea, and Nizu poured some more for us. Me, so dear, what happened to her? Midnight, well, I was called rather late, and I was told that Endeavor was already in the mall chasing down and apprehending the villain, but we encountered some problems. Nizu, problems? Midnight, Reaper and Dobby. Mio, Midnight. What's strange was that they didn't attack us first, but looked rather troubled. Nizu, tell me more. Midnight, after Kamui would stop them and know that they would be part of the villain's team, both of them attacked him. Dobby was the one holding us in place while Reaper went somewhere, and in the next moment Reaper came back with her in his arm. Nizu, we knew Dobby's face, but Reaper was always wearing a mask with some feathers on the side of his eyes and had a voice changer. No one ever saw his face, only his pitch black wings. Me, that means you saw Reaper's face? Midnight, yes. He was a lot younger than what I expected. I would say around 11 to 14 years. Dobby is clearly the older person. Nizu, and you say Reaper was holding her? Midnight, yes, as if he was scared to break her. You should have seen him. He was crying before they left. Nizu, so that means she knows them. Me, that sounds more like family to me. Nizu, that is a possible reason. Midnight, well, either way we lost them, and before he left, he told me to take care of her. They also said they would see her and that she should get bed. All of a sudden, we could hear some beeping from the heart monitor. I immediately jumped to my feet and rushed to the girl's side. I tried to get her back, but nothing worked. Me, this was too much for the poor girl's body. Nizu, that is unfortunate. Me, do you perhaps know her name? Midnight, they called her Hikari. Nizu, I will let Sakachi know and let him search for a girl that looks similar to her. We should get her a funeral. Me, that might help them to deal with their loss. Nizu, I will be arranging it personally. Midnight, poor baby. If only that idiot didn't put the shop on fire. Me, that pyromaniac doesn't even deserve a hero license. Nizu, unfortunately, there is nothing we can do about it. The public loves him too much. Me, I hope Reaper and Dobby won't do something stupid. Midnight, why would they do that? Nizu, they might take Endeavor's action as a declaration of war, and since we were not able to save her life, they might get back at us heroes. Me, they might seek revenge for losing a family member. Nizu, I will let every hero know that they should be on the lookout. After what happened, I went back to our home. I was restless, Not knowing what was about to happen to Hikari made me really nervous and anxious. There was this good probability that she wouldn't even make it. Although I hated to think about it, this was the most likely outcome. I saw her wounds and I saw how weak she was. If only I knew how to control my quirk, I could have saved her. I could have. Tears began to fall down my cheek. I couldn't feel anything but the anger and sadness welling up in me. My fists were tightly shut and my nails were also digging into my skin, but I didn't even feel anything. Not did I realize that I was doing that. Just the thought of losing her made feel like I could go mad and insane. It was as if I was losing a piece of myself. She was everything I had left from my family besides Dobby. Hikari was one of the first people I saved, and I loved her so much. Personally, for me, she felt more like a daughter to me than my sister. I thought her everything she knew, and we were always together. Now, without her being here, something was simply missing. Dobby, she will be alright. Me. You don't know that. Dobby, isu till. Me. I can't. Dobby. Then go to UA and watch over her. Just promise me you would be careful. Don't let them see you. I can't lose anyone more today. Me too. Dobby. Do you want me to go with you? Me. No. I am fine, but more importantly, why don't you want to go with me? Dobby. They will see us if we both go. Me. I see. Dobby. Just go Izuku. I'll be alright here, and I will be waiting for your return. Me thanks, Dabs. I quickly hugged him before going outside and flying towards UA. It didn't take me long to get into the school ground and sit on a branch of a rather thick tree. I knew thanks to that tree and all the leaves, it would be her to find me up here, and I also had a perfect view into the infirmary. There I could see her. She was laying there as if she was close to dying. I hated seeing her like that, me whispering, please be okay. However, as I said that I saw the heroes in the room panic, and in the next instance I could tell that they were all sad. No, Hikari, no, that damn hero. I will let him pay for this for sure. I won't forget about this. Thanks for always sticking with me, Hikari. I love you, my dear Hikari. I hope you will be in a better place now. Just like that, I began to leave the UA grounds, not knowing how to face Dobby in the moment or how to deal with my own sadness. I began to fly around the city while also being way up in the sky, making it impossible for hawks or any hero to find me. It was already getting dark until I saw a girl with blonde hair robbing a food store and some police chasing after her. Are they for real? How can they chase a homeless-looking girl like that? It's only food. It's not even like would keep it. They throw every food out once it's expired, but by that time they would even chase after one only because of the fact that one is taking that expired food. This is so messed up. I quickly began flying down and into the next alley. Since I didn't want them to know that I was the Reaper and one of the top most wanted on the list, I tucked my wings in and decided to help the girl out. The moment I saw her run past me, I grabbed her hand and pulled her into the alley and started leading her away from them. H-E-H-E-Y, me. Follow me if you want to lose them. After I said that, I let go and she began running beside me. Since I was up in the air a moment ago, I knew exactly where the police was stationed. Me. If you would have run down the road you were earlier, you would have met another 3 policemen on patrol. Why are you even helping me? Me. You don't have a home, do you? No, but what does it matter? Me, I know how it feels like to hunger, so I can understand you stealing some food. It's not even that you stole a lot. All you have is some sandwiches. Wait, are you also homeless? Me, yep. And we homeless people stick together, right? Yes. You are now my new bestie. Me. That's nice to hear. Now turn right and run down the alley until you see a rundown story unit. If you head inside there, you should be able to find a guy with black hair. Tell him Izuku sent you, and he will know. Wait, what about you? Me? Don't worry about me. The moment I said that, I opened my wings up and let them grow. Look, gasp, oh, you are Angel Sama, the fallen angel. Me, yep, now go. I will distract them. Oh, and tell the guy in the building I will be late. On it. After I told her to go, I quickly turned around and jumped into the air, flapping my wings until I was moving towards the cops in a rather high speed. Once I flew past them, I made sure to take one police officer's hat and grab the other one by the shoulder in order to send him flying off to the next lap post, where I put him down before flying off, or more like trying to fly off if not for one of them to manage and taser me. Yes, I was stupid, and yes, I didn't see the guy that I was holding on to bringing out some new kind of taser that didn't look like one. I was out cold faster than I could think. However, the moment I fell, my wings protected me from the impact, and after I was on the ground, all I could see was black dots that were growing. With the last bit of my conscience slipping away, I quickly shrank them and hid them in my clothes before passing out. Oh well, I deserve this. I couldn't save Hikari after all. Shit, I am sorry, Dobby. Please don't kill me for this. I will find a way out of a police station somehow. Or at least I hope I will. Take care for that girl for me. She needs us. I am sure of it. Reaper. I woke up into a bright light. Where am I? I was in a plain gray room, sitting all alone. Where the heck am I? This looks like no, this can't be. Why the fuck am I in an interrogation room? I quickly looked around me and found myself cuffed to the table. Me shit. I remember what happened. I looked around and saw a two-sided mirror. I hope someone is there and will come in because I sure want to be free. Me you. Is someone there? I am bored. As soon as I said that, the door to the room opened. For me, it was clear that he was a detective. I knew my stuff after all, and it also helped that he was the only one in charge of street rats like myself and vigilante or very young villains. The only question was in which category would he put me in. Me hello, sir. Detective? Ailu. He took the chair across me and sat down there. The entire time, he was watching me carefully. Detective. I only have some quick questions. Me. Okay. I will try to answer them as best as I could. Detective. That would help, and I would like to inform you that lying won't help you at all. I possess a truth-telling quirk and know immediately when someone is doing so. So this is the famous truth-telling Detective Sakachi. I need to be careful how I phrase my sentences. Me okay. Detective. Why were you attacking the police officer? Me. Why was I doing this? I don't know, to be honest. It looked like fun in that moment, which is not a complete lie, but also not the truth. Knowing that it was neither a lie nor the truth, his quirk couldn't be able to pick anything up. Detective. Not a lie. Me. So, when do you plan on releasing me? Detective. I will be honest here. Are you the famous Reaper? Me. Do I look like the famous Reaper? Detective. As of our new information from Nizu, you actually do. Me. Well then I guess I am Reaper. There was no need to hide or lie to him. I knew I was in trouble here, but I still could easily escape. My wings could break the chain holding me to the table, and once that is done, I could use my quirk and end this whole thing. However, I was still going to try and find out what happened to Endeavor after the event in the mall. Me. I have a question if you don't mind me. Detective. You cooperate up until now, so go ahead. Me. What happened to Endeavor after the mall incident? Detective. Nothing. Were you involved in it? Me. How involved in it, he says. Detective. So you were not? Me, I wish I was. He killed my sister early this day. He is a murderer. There were hundreds of people in that building, and yet he didn't care and threw his fireballs around like a pyromaniac. You seriously telling me that he was not punished at all? Detective. I am sorry to hear that. I felt the anger inside me morph into burning rage. I wanted to see that hero, no, every hero fall. They didn't help her. They didn't save her. We could have gotten her out of the mall if not for all the hero to appear and corner the villains. Detective. So you were there? Me. Of fucking course I was there, and I would have killed the hero if I was not alone. Detective. Can you tell us how many villains were there? I didn't want to answer him anymore. Why should I? They never did anything good to us. So why should I help them? Why are you even asking me that? Shouldn't you punish the ones that kill and go against the laws and not protect them? Hero or not, he killed a little girl. There were countless other people there too that he injured because of the fire he made. Detective. We need no and check the numbers of people that were inside, including the villains. Please cooperate one more time, and I will see that your punishment will be lowered myself. And then I realized it. Me and Dobby were the only survivor from that incident. I knew I saw a bomb the moment I got us out, but I didn't think that they would have actually used that one. At that time, I was focused on getting Dobby and myself out of there without getting caught. However, thinking about it now, it all made sense. Only the heroes survived. No one knew the truth. The truth that the number 2 hero Endeavor was the one activating the bomb via his flames. No one knew that there was no villain around the bomb at that time. Me. It exploded, didn't it? Detective. Unfortunately, yes. As soon as Midnight got out with a little kid in her arms, the building was blown up. We had some survivors, but they unfortunately didn't make it. Me. And the heroes? Detective. Most of them luckily didn't sustain any major injuries. Me. I see. How could they? They left countless civilians die in there. These are no heroes. They are villains in disguise. I could hear the detective asking me some more question, but I couldn't bring myself to tell him any further information. The pure fact that that bitch burned down a mall, or that he was responsible for the bomb to go off and getting out nearly unscathed was too much for me. I was furious. The heroes failed us. They don't deserve to be alive. This society doesn't need them. Not even paying attention to the detective or how he went out of the room, I was brought back to my senses by someone tapping my shoulder. It was Dobby. Dobby, you missed me. Me, Dobby. Looking behind him, I saw a mist like portal and another person. He was also completely covered in mist too. Mist guy. My name is Kurojiri, and my master has sent me to pick you up after Toga called us. I looked at Dobby, clearly confused as I didn't know who this Toga was. Dobby. Remember the girl you sent to me? Me. The one with cute vampire fangs? Dobby. Yes, that blood-crazy girl. She knows then. Mio. Dobby. Now get yourself free, will ya? You didn't need to tell me that twice. And so I let my wings grow larger and used them to cut the cuffs I was in, getting myself out. Me, let's go. I didn't care who this was. What was important is that he looked like a villain, and we knew that he wasn't a part of the police department staff members, or he would have used the door, and no hero would make such an entrance. Not only that, but he was with Dobby, which meant that he was probably safe to follow. Knowing this, I went with him through the mist. Once we stepped through the portal, we were meet with a guy and the same girl I helped earlier. The guy had pale and really dry skin. Finally, it was about time for you to bring me these NPCs. NPCs? Excuse me? I am no NPC. Not wanted to be a villain of any low level. I faced him. Me. Who do you call NPC? You NPC. I opened my wings and let them complete open. They were in their full glory. I was threatening him, and I was sure to let him feel it. My eyes were a brilliant blood red, and I was sure to at least intimidate him, if not scare him, after letting out a thick blood lust aura that could rival Stain. We will see about this. And for your information, I am an end boss. Me. All right, what do I have to do for you to recognize my strength? Toga. Izakuin, your eyes are so pretty. Ignoring her and Dobby, I faced him and only him alone. He was a threat until I knew what was going on here. The guy was now smiling from ear to ear. It looked like I have awoken his interest. However, I didn't care about it at all. All I wanted was to make a point to let them know that no one is picking a fight with me and go unscathed. I had the feeling I needed to show them my true strength. Beat one of my sensei's creations. Me. Is that all? Yes. Me. Show it to me. Kurojiri then made a portal, and the crispy guy made a motion to follow him. We all did. We ended up in some kind of abandoned warehouse, and there in the middle of it was a monster. So I need to beat this thing? Dobby, let me do this. I already defeated one before. Haha, very well, but let me tell you one thing. This boss in front of you is nothing in compared what I made you face earlier. This one was made to even withstand all might. Me, wait. Why were you facing one earlier? Toga. Oh. I want to explain that. Me, go on. Toga. You sent me to the Hades over there, and I told him what happened after that. He wanted to bust you out of the police department and burn that one down. So I told him I knew a guy that could help us, but he would want something in return. And this is it. Me, what? Dobby. I told you I have everything under control. Dobby. Just tell that yourself. Me. Fine. And what does he want in return? Dobby. He wants us to join his club or whatever in return if we beat that thing, or we would get transformed in one of that things. Me. For fuck's sake, Dobby. Dobby, it was a good deal. Me, ARG. Bring it on. I will kill that thing. Nothing can withstand my quirk, Dobby. Haha, it might withstand All Might's pure strength, but nothing can get in the way of my flames. Aizu, he is mine. He walked in front of me and charged at the creature. His hand made contact with the monster's chest, and in an instant the whole monster was covered in flames. I was so sure that he was done, but my feathers told me otherwise. I could feel some kind of movement, and in the next moment I quickly flew across the warehouse and picked Dobby up and got us out of the way. Toga, so pretty. They are all black. I could hear Toga talking all high about my feathers and wings. Not only that, but I could feel a couple of eyes glued on me. The punch that creature delivered could have killed Dobby easily. It made a crater where he was standing only seconds ago. No one, and I mean no one, is hurting my family. The moment that creature attacked my family, he sealed its fate. Once I made sure Dobby was out of range, I came flying back at the creature with an extreme speed. While I was flying, I made sure that the tip of my feathers graced the creature, making some deep-cut wounds. To my surprise, he immediately healed up. Regeneration and super strength. I began circling the creature. While I was doing that, I was scanning him from the top to the bottom, and I could tell that he couldn't follow my movements. I was simply too fast for him. All right then, let's see how you like being beheaded. I came flying from high back and cut through his neck like it was some kind of jelly. His head immediately fell down and the creature was beaten. I flew up to the stranger and only stopped 2 meters before him. My quirk activated and sucking a little bit of his life force. It was nothing really threatening, but I knew that the feeling alone was enough to scare a living person. Thanks to my sudden stop, I made an enormous wind come right at him, and he backed away. He looked impressed, and at the same time, I could see hints of fear in his eyes. I was happy that nothing happened to either of us. I like him. Good job in finding new recruits, Toga. Miha? Dobby. You fucking knew them all along? Toga. Well, you see, I worked for them once and then left them because I was not allowed to go stabby. What's your name? Toga. Angel Sama. I am no angel, not even a fallen one. An angel is a graceful creature, but I am not such thing. I lost everyone, and now I will be a bird of prey. I will be a hunter. My quirk can save a life, but it could also take one. If I am not an angel, then I will be me Reaper, an angel of death. I am Tamura Shigaraki. Hey, you mini-boss over there, what should I call you? Dobby. I go by Dobby. Shiggy. Welcome to the LOV Reaper, Dobby. Toga. Yay, I am so happy. I got a new younger brother and an older brother on top of that. 1 + 1 free. This family is now complete. Meet my new life as LOV member. It's been some months since me and Dobby officially joined the LOV, and Shiggy became something to me like a second brother. We would play some video games together or talk about some strategic planning. It was fun being around him. However, sometimes he just reminded me of a kid in a body of an adult. I knew he had a rough past like every member, and I didn't want to reopen old wounds, so I never asked about it. In our talks, we would always make some hypothetical attack on some kind of hero or the hero school itself. It was a lot of fun. In addition, I knew that these plans were meant for the future, even though he didn't want to tell me that in order to nor freak me out. We were talking so much about taking the #1 hero down that at some point I told him I wanted to take revenge on the #2 hero, and what better way than to get back at him through his own child. It was no secret that he was the devil in person. He hated and abused his family if they were not good enough for him. His youngest son Shoto had the same age as me, and I was sure to ruin him to the point of mental breakdown, which wasn't far from where he was currently. Then there was Dobby or Tuya. He didn't need to tell me who he was. I wasn't blind, and I certainly wasn't dumb. I could see the connection. He hated the man so deep that I knew something was wrong, and after hearing that he run away and knowing his quirk, I automatically knew who he was. Not everyone had a fire quirk like him, and the same eyes like his brother, or same eyes since his brother had 2 different eye colors. If he didn't want to talk about it, that's fine. I too didn't want to talk about my past, or my real name. All he knew was that Hikari used to call me Izuku. He didn't know about my abusive past, or that I killed my own mother with my quirk, and I was happy about that. I was sure that my past was a lot crueler than his. Me and Shiggy once even made a plan on attack USG, and get Shoto Todoroki as a hostage, and even make a splendid Nomu out of him and gift it as a pet for Dobby. I wanted to destroy the whole Todoroki family like what he did with mine. Only exception was Dobby. These, however, were only talks we made to spend some time together. Kurajiri was like a mother to us. He would always see to it that we would have everything we need, and in return we would get him all the alcohol he wanted. To be honest, it is alluring how much he loves his red wine. The Nomus were also getting a lot stronger since the new goal was beating me and not All Might anymore. It was still child's play to destroy them with the help of my quirk. However, they were getting stronger, and it now takes me some minutes to get to them instead of seconds. Toga was apparently working part-times for the LOV. She used to do some jobs for them, but not more. However, since I joined the LOV, she was one of the members too now. She is such a good friend and older sister. We love to annoy the heck out of a certain loud-ass hero. I mean, if a hero has own radio show, then why not? Flashback brought to you by Izuku enjoying his new life and family. Mike, good day to you all my listeners. Today we will start off with some questions you guys have for me. Now, let's see who will be the lucky one to get through. Oop, and here they are, me. Oh my god, this is such a honor for me. I feel so happy. Mike, wait a moment. Blackwing? Me. The one and only. Mike, not again. Me, oh yes, again. I am back to annoy you and hunt your loud as fuck cockatoo's ass. Mike, so now I know why my beloved is always sighing. Me. Oh, you mean Eraserhead? Say hey to him for me and tell him. He can stop looking for me. Mike, what? Wait, you are Reaper? Me. Reaper, Blackwing, Angel of Death. Call me whatever you want. Mike, don't you have like better things to do than call a hero? Me, no. I am bored. Mike, I guess I should be lucky that you're not doing something illegal right now. Me. If you mean giving out some personal information, then yeah, let's do that. Mike and oh, me. So today's lesson will be about Ursairhead. Mike, no. Stop that. Meow, why? Mike, no one should know as much information as you know about every hero. Me. But he is an underground hero and a teacher at UA. It's interesting on top of that. Mike, I don't even want to know how you got that information. Me. The same way Nizu gets his blackmail material. Mike, you are definitely scary. Me, giving my best. End of flashback brought to you by Dobby burning down the game controller because he is a sore loser. It was funny prank calling them and leave a prepaid phone somewhere on the edge of a building or mostly on the same building. Sometimes we would pretend to be some suicidal kids only to freak him out and get some heroes to one end of the city while the rest of Dobby and Shiggy would rob a store or the bank again. Kurogiri would always get us safely out of any situation. Flashback brought to you by Izuku being on a roof and enjoying the wind. Mike, good day to you all my listeners. Today we will start off with some questions you guys have for me. Now, let's see who will be the lucky one to get through. Oop, and here they are, me. AHM, I am happy that I got picked, but I am not worth it. Mike, what do you mean, little listener? Me. This will be the last breath of mine, and I just wanted to tell you that you are my favorite hero. Mike, are you currently outside? Me. The sky is so pretty. I am glad it will be the last thing I will see. Do you think falling of a boiling hurts? Mike, gasp, whatever brought you to this point in life is not worth it. Please reconsider. Me. I already made my mind up. Thanks for trying to save me. Mike, kid. Me. Mike, kid. End of flashback brought to you by Droping of the Roof, and let the prepaid handy Scather on the ground, freaking out Mike even more. I could tell that we were getting a good team, and I was always the one behind, actually planning our mission and be the distraction. Thanks to that, I made a name out there as Reaper, and the LOV was also getting stronger in my shadow. My part of our mission was always the same. Find the heroes before they find us, and get them to chance me around half of the city to the opposite end. Then use my high speed that I usually don't use because no one could keep up with me and just escape. First thing I would always do in order to get a hero's attention was attack them, when not even kill them or wound them terrible. It was not long that the media started calling me the bird of prey or the hero hunter. I got as popular as Stain the hero killer himself. I also found him a couple of times and stopped in front of him. We talked for a while, and he told me all about his beliefs. In my opinion, he was right with some points like getting rid of the pests. What I wasn't agreeing on was All Might being a good hero, and all the other ones fakes. I saw how All Might didn't do anything to save 41 children in a burning school, so I didn't have much of a good opinion on him. Stain was impressed by my skills, and even offered me to train me some more, and I accepted. He wanted to teach me some stealth techniques, and I was happy to learn them. We soon got so close that we became somewhat buddies and even sworn brothers. It was exactly 1 month before the UA exam starts, and the LOV built a name for its own in the underground. Everyone knew about Toga, Dobby, Shiggy, and even Kurogiri being a member of them, but not me since I made a debut way earlier, and no one ever saw me with them on an actual mission. We made some big shot plans where we would get good money from it, and we did manage to succeed. It was thanks to all of us that it went well without any complication. Kurogiri's part is kind of obvious, getting us in and out of the building without being seen or triggering some kind of alarm. Shiggy would always disintegrate the door or walls or basically anything that was in the way to our objective. Dobby and Toga would always team up and be the lookout. If needed, they would use their quirk and kill the people that saw them or the police officer or hero. Just anyone in their way, really. Then there was me. Once Kurogiri sets me free, my mission was to find a hero and get him back alive in order for us to make some more nomas. I was also their plan B in getting them out since I was the fastest, and I could easily dive into the fight and bail them all out. In contrary to the other, my kill count was basically 0, if not for the fact that I killed my mother with my own quirk. Besides that, I never kill anyone besides nomas, and I don't consider that thing to be human, so I don't count these kills as kill counts. Besides, we had another ranking list in the LOV where we would count our Noma kills. It was one of these nights where we would be at our base and we're recruiting some new members. Since Shiggy and the others thought it was too dangerous for them to realize that I was also a part of the LOV, I was never with them interviewing, only seeing them later in action. However, today was different. They told me to be at the beach at midnight. I was sure to be early and watch them from above in a safe distance. I am curious who the new member is. Then I saw them. It was about time they arrived. First, the rest of the LOV arrived, and then I saw it, black feathers. Someone just flew up to them and landed in front of them. Is this the new member they were talking about? Black wings? I didn't know there was someone with similar wings to myself, but I need to say, these wings look suspiciously like Hawk's, and his hair too. Wait a moment, that there is that goddamn overgrown chicken. What the fuck are you doing there? Can't they see him? Don't they realize it's him? Please tell me this is all a bad joke. Falcon. Hawk's POV. The LOV was an organization that was getting bigger every minute, and it was a threat to the Hero Commission. They sent me to go undercover and be an active member of them, while also leaking information to the heroes. It was my first day meeting all the members. Shigaraki Tamura, the head of the LOV, called me to get to the beach at a rather unusual hour. For a villain, however, this time made sense. I do wonder why they wanted me to come to this location. Since I was undercover, I let my feathers be painted pitch black. It was a color that would easily go off with water, since I needed to appear with red wings in the public. The Hero Commission made it also easy for me and gave me a villain alias and a costume to go by. As a villain, I used the name Falcon, and as a hero, I would be Hawks. It is a wonder that no one made the connection so far. I came to the exact time they told me to come and saw them come to me through a warp portal. So, they have a guy with a teleportation quirk. Better find out their weaknesses. I then saw my contact man, Dobby. He was the only person I had ever contact with in the past couple of months. He was also the person that got me in. Hey, what's up, Dobby? I told you he would be here. Toga. I wonder where Ange is. Ange? Another member? That can't be right. From what I know, there are only 4 people in the LOV, while more like 5 with that warp guy. I knew about Toga. She was one of our top wanted lists. She together with Dobby, Shigaraki, and Reaper. That bird of prey was a mystery to me. I knew that that person was fast, but their speed is ridiculous. I once tried to keep up with that person, but I failed. Can you believe that the number 3 and the fastest hero failed to catch up to a bird? I not only took that personal, but also as a challenge to capture Reaper. Shigaraki. I am sure that Titan is here somewhere like always. A Titan? Who are you talking about? Maybe someone with an enlarging quirk or super strength. So basically, I am being watched? There is no way that that is possible. I would have felt anyone in my surroundings with my feathers. There is no one here besides us. Me. Who are we waiting for? Dobby. Oh, you will see, and I am sure he will like you. A boy? Who is that? Why don't we have any information about another member of the LOV? Were the information wrong or just incomplete? Then all of a sudden, I was grabbed and thrown right into the ocean. Shit, the paint. They're hovering slightly above the water. Some feet away was Reaper. Me, Reaper? Reaper. What is that chicken doing here? Toga. And Relaxi is on our side. I needed to get out of the water before the paint was coming off. Wait, that's Angie. Dobby. Aizu, he won't hurt us. I checked him thoroughly. Aizu, is that part of your real name? Reaper. Then tell me, Dobby, are you fucking blind? Toga. You are being mean, Ange. He flew over to them, and I quickly got out of the water, joining them. I was glad that the paint didn't came off. Reaper, no, I am not. That's Hawks right there. Well, congrats on recognizing me. Can't say that to the others. Shigaraki, we know. Wait, what? If you knew that, then why am I still here? Are you guys stupid? Reaper. Then why? He is a fucking hero. At least someone has some brains. Shigaraki. We now have a spy in their midst. Reaper. If anything, he is a spy in our midst. So very true. Me. You don't know that birdie. Maybe I am sick of being a hero. Reaper. Sure, chicken. And I am sick of being a villain. Me. I am not a chicken. Reaper. Oh, sorry, my bad, Rooster. Me. WHA. Dobby. Inafizu. He goes by the name of Falcon. Reaper. I don't care what he is called. If he is here, then I am out. Toga. But Ange, we need you. Reaper. HM. With that, he took off in an incredible speed. Dobby. Sigh, this will be problematic. Me, how come? Shigaraki. If the Titan doesn't approve of you, then so won't we. With that, he turned around and a portal appeared and he left. Miso, what now? Dobby. If you really want to join us, then you need to find a way and change his mind. Me, some advice? Dobby, figure that out on your own. Just be honest with him. He can't stand liars. Toga. Maybe he would like some new knives. Dobby. No. That's only you. Besides that, he doesn't need them. He doesn't need knives? Are his feathers sharp like mine? Me. How do I find him? Toga. Oh, you don't he finds you. That's how he found Dobby and me anyways. Dobby. You might want to keep an eye out in the darkness. He is always out there somewhere. Me. So, you don't know either. Toga. We don't need to. Mia? Toga. He is our brother. He knows when we are in danger, and he is always there for us. Meow. Dobby. Well, good luck, Falcon. With that, both of them left me alone. Me. Sigh, what a nightmare. This makes completing my mission a lot harder now. I need some chicken right now. With that, I began flying to my favorite restaurant in order to get some good chicken. As I was flying, there's something caught my eyes. It was a kid on a roof, and on second glance, I saw that the child was on the edge of the building. There was no railing, nothing that could hinder him from jumping. What the no, kid? Not on my watch. The moment I realized what was going on, something black came from the opposite direction from where I was standing. It came in fast. I was flying at full speed towards the kid. This child was already in free fall, and I realized that I would be too slow. Damn it, no. Then the black thing caught the child and landed safely in a park nearby. I followed it from a safe distance. The moment it landed, I realized whose feathers that are. Reaper. I saw the boy put the little kid down and hugging him. Getting a little closer, I could hear the child sobbing and crying. Then the next word that came out of his mouth surprised me the most. Kid. Thanks, Angel-sama. I know they call you Fallen Angel, but you are more like an angel to me. I'm sorry I troubled you. Reaper. Don't be. I know life isn't easy, and I want you to remember that quirkless doesn't mean useless at all. Listen, I want you to go to that building you just tried to commit and lay there watching the stars and think about our conversation whenever you feel like you can't take it anymore. I will come to you when I see you there. You are never alone. Remember that. Is that the reason why there are more kids laying down on abandoned roof buildings? Kid. Thanks, Angel-sama. With that, the kid turned around and began leaving his side, but not without one last turn and waving him a goodbye. Reaper. You can come out now, Hawks. I couldn't believe it. A villain just saved a kid, and if he really was that angel, the very own fallen angel that only existed in rumors then, that would mean that he wasn't a villain by heart at all. Why? What happened to you? I still didn't know how old he was, or his name, or even his face. Why are you a villain? And more important, how did you know that I was here? Me. Oh, you got me. Reaper. You couldn't have saved him, no matter how fast you would have been. Even if you have caught that kid, he wouldn't have believed any single word of yours and only tried it again on another day. Not to mention how angry he would be at you. Society is really messed up. Me. Why did you save him? Reaper. Because I know how it feels like to be an outcast. I know how they feel. I've been there, and I was lucky I managed to pull myself out of it. These kids don't have any hope left in the heroes, but they deserve someone that is willing to help them. Me, why you? Reaper. Oh no. I just feel like I need to do something about it. Me. Reaper. Me. You want some chicken? I was about to go and grab some. Want to come with me? Reaper. No thanks. The night is still young, and there are kids out there looking for a ray of hope up in the sky. With that, I watched him take off. As he flew off, one of his smaller feathers fell slowly down to earth. I picked it up, and its color changed from a pure black to a white feather with a black tip, and it also had a golden shine to it. I never saw a feather do something like that before. Who are you really? The villain Reaper or the hero, like person fallen angel? Obvious trap. Why the heck is this happening to me? Did I rob a bank? No. Did I attack people? Heck no. All I ever wanted was to enjoy a freaking fly through the night sky. It was way past sundown, and for some reason, every goddamn hero was after me. Not only that, but the chicken was on my tail too. I flew up into the sky way above the clouds and waited there for the chicken to come. Me. Why the fuck are you following me? Hawks. Cause you're not a bad kid. Me. You don't know me. Hawks. I saw you save a kid, Birdie. Me, so what? Hawks. Kid. I can see that you are not a villain by heart. Me. I knew that you were a spy for the heroes. You never wanted to be a villain and a part of the LOV. Hawks. I'm giving you a second chance, kid. Me. And I never asked for it. With that, I let myself drop down. Who does he think he is? I never asked him for a second chance. I never wanted it. What did the hero ever do to me? They are only a disaster. They need to all disappear. How did this even happen? Flashback. 1 week ago, I saved this kid, and from then on, I meet Hawks every day on my tours around. I always fly around the whole night. After saving a child from throwing their lives away, I didn't intend on just abandon them. No, I always tell them to go to a rooftop and watch the stars if they need me. This is why I am always up the whole night. I fly around till I see the first ray of sun coming out and then fly back to the LOV's villain lair. It was the same day Hawks saw me rescue that kid. I was tired of flying around the whole night and went back after not finding a single soul. These days were really rare. Normally, I would find 5 to 10 kids on different roofs waiting for me. All they needed is someone to listen to them, and some of them are only there to give me some cookies they made as a thank you, and some others were there to meet me and hug me just to make sure that I was still okay. They all knew about the fallen angel of the city, and they knew that I couldn't stay for long, but I didn't care. I would take the time each of the kids needed and be there for them. They also understood that. Dobby, welcome back. Me? Hey, Dobby. I landed on the rooftop of the LOV building and quickly retrieved my wings. He was the one that would always be there first thing in the morning and wait for my return. Dobby, how many tried it this time? Me. 1 and Hawk saw me. Dobby, that's not bad, is it? He wants to be one of us. Me. You seriously don't believe that shit too, do you? Dobby, I do. I researched his past Aizu, and let me tell you, he was forced to be a hero. I can bet with you that he hates the hero commission as much as we do. Me. He might hate them, but he loves to be one. Dobby, you can't know that for sure. He might change. Me, he won't. His actions speak for themselves, Dobby. I am telling you, he will rat us out the moment he knows that we are going to do something. Dobby, you sure? Because you were doing some hero work too. Me. That's different. Dobby. How come, Aizu? Me. These kids don't have anyone dabs, and you know that. Heroes don't care about kids that were abandoned or don't have a quirk. Just look at us. They also didn't save Hikari when she needed them the most. I was the one saving her. No one wanted to even look at a quirkless, harmless girl. Dobby, he might be different seeing his past. Me. You want to bet on that? We were coming down to the bar area where everyone was. Toga. Bet on what? Oh, we're beating on who of you guys is faster. Because Zuzu, we know that no one is faster than you. Shiggy. Welcome back, Titan. Me? Hey, Toga, and I missed you too in Boss. Kirojiri. What were you talking about? Me, if I should hunt down a chicken or not. Shigaraki. Why not lay a trap for that wannabe weak boss? Me? I hate where this is going to go, but I am in. I want to show you guys that he is dangerous, and I don't want any one of you to get hurt because of him. Shigaraki. I understand, Titan. We all value your words. We trust you. Me, thanks, Shiggy. I went to his side and hugged him. Even if he didn't like me calling him that, because it reminded him of a Pokemon. /n, Shiggy equals Squirtle. I still couldn't help myself, but do. He did remind me of exactly that Pokemon with some glasses on. A proud and childish leader. But he was like a brother, and that was all it needed for me to be somewhat overprotective of the family I gained. Dobby, what is the plan? Shigaraki. You have something in mind, Aizu? Me. I do, and Kirojiri. I will need your help to get me out of the situation. Kirojiri. Of course, Shizuku. Me. Toga-chan. Dabs, can you guys spread the words of Reaper planning to attack in 1 week's time in the night? Toga. Everything you ask, Zuzu. Dobby on it? Shigaraki. What are you planning? Me. If he is on our side, then he should help me escape from them and not participate in the hunt. Falcon, or whatever he wants to call himself, should lead them astray. Shouldn't he? Kirojiri. A very straightforward way. Me. And it's obvious. We are testing him, and his already said actions speak way more than his words. Shigaraki. Just don't get hurt. Me, I won't. I have you guys to bail me out if something happens. Asterisk and flashback. Asterisk. Oh right, this was all my stupid plan. Gosh dang, it is Zuku. Greatest plan ever. I was quickly falling down and pulled up in the last minute, and I could look behind me and see that Hawks learned 1 or 2 things from the past couple of meetings we had. Shit, that dumb chicken isn't that dumb anymore. I then quickly began flying through the streets and turned every corner. My turns were sharp, and I was still flying in very high speed. Then out of nowhere, something wrapped itself around my ankle and pulled me by my leg. The moment I felt it, I closed my wings and made a turn, cutting the material and quickly flying up. Looking down at my ankle, I saw that it was some kind of scarf. Capture gear, Eraserhead. Damn it, how many are there? First Midnight trying to get me with her mist. Of course, this didn't work. Why should that work if I could flap my wings and make it go away? Then there is Snipe trying to hit me. Keyword trying. I was too fast for him. Kamui Woods that was making my ways around a lot harder. Mike and Gang Orca teamed up. One scream and the other using echoes. Both not helping at all. My ears were bleeding thanks to them, and I had a migraine. At least All Might isn't here. I was just about to make a turn when I felt something grabbing me by the leftover scarf around my foot and was catapulted right into the next building. Spoke too soon. Great way to jinx yourself. Then a fireball hit me and it hurt. While I was catapulted away, I tapped my earpiece. Me, Kirojiri now? It was way too dangerous to use my quirk to the fullest and go after a hero. If I was not careful, I could kill someone with it. There were too much innocent people and children around looking at the fight scene. The fireball hit my wings as I tried to protect myself, and in the next moment, I was in the LOV hideout. I collapsed in an instant. I was tired and luckily my feathers were not burned, but I had a broken wing thanks to All Might throwing me into a building while I was flying full speed. It was not only that, but I was very lucky to have used my quirk to suck the live force out of the flame before they could even harm me. Toga. Oh my gosh, Zuzu. Are you okay? I quickly shrank my wings. It hurt like hell, but they wouldn't at least take too much space up now, and I could put some cream against the pain on them a lot easier this way. Yeah, Dobby. I am gonna go and make burned chicken nuggets out of him. Shigaraki. How dare he plan an ambush for our beloved Titan? I will make a splendid Nomu out of him. Toga. I will skin him alive. Kirojiri. I will pluck his every feather and make a nice pillow out of it. Me? I am okay, guys. I was weak and couldn't stand up. The moment I tried, I immediately fell back down. Everything was spinning, and I knew what that meant. Kirojiri? A concussion? Mia. Dobby came to my side and picked me up gently and brought me back to my room. The rest was following him. Dobby, you stay here and rest. Me. But what about you guys? Shigaraki. We will make a break and wait for your return. Me. I am sorry. Toga. I don't be Zuzu. You are part of this family, and family takes care of each other. Dobby, rest for now. Me. But what about that deal? Shigaraki, it will have to wait, Titan. You are more important. Me, no, I know how important it is for the LOV. Let me plan it at least so you can proceed without me. They all looked at each other, nodded, and tackled me into a hug. It still hurts because of my wings, but I didn't care. This just felt nice. They are right. We are a family. We take care of each other, and nothing could stop us. Even if I might not be there to hold their back, I will still be with them. I will plan this so that they won't get caught. For the sake of my family, I will get better soon. The foolproof plan. The LOV had an important mission, and I was sure to assist them. My wing was still broken, meaning I was not able to fly at all, and the worst part was that my feathers began to shed. This meant that I needed to let my wings be at their full size for them to do that. If I didn't, I would scream from all the pain they cause. All in all, not funny. It was impossible for me to even shrink them while they do that. Now I had a broken wing and my feathers were falling off. Just fucking great. Why are they even shedding? I never had that before to this extent. Is this even normal? Why every single feather? Normally, it only would be just a sectin. So why my entire wings? It hurt so much. It wasn't harmful though, or at least I hope that it wasn't. The shedding doesn't hurt much, the regeneration part does. And this happened to me from time to time. This time it was probably triggered by the extreme flames of Endeavor. I had my wings out, and I was in my room writing down a plan for LOV. 1 week passed since we last saw that chicken, and I was happy about it. Unfortunately, it was also 1 week I wasn't flying around the town. I miss being up in the air, but more importantly, I couldn't stop worrying about all the kids. I wonder how all the kids are doing. I felt sad for them and I hoped that no one would jump or do anything stupid. I was even praying for that each and every night. The LOV had one important mission. There was this guy that scammed Shiggy and took our money without bringing us what we asked him to bring. He was supposed to give us some kind of liquid. It was a synthetic quirk. Can't believe that, right? Me neither. If I didn't see what it can do, nah, I wouldn't believe it too. Flashback brought to you by hawks flying in the night and trying to do fallen angel's job, rescuing the kids together with a tired, sleep-deprived cat. Shiggy. He is late. I was up in the air and watching them from above. I had very sharp eyes, and since we agreed that no one should associate Reaper with the Lav, I was only to stand back for the evening. We were all connected via a headpiece. This was how we could talk to each other. Me, I can't see him either. Dobby, are you sure he will come? Shiggy, yes. Me, wanting to go on a search? Kirojiri, please do. Me, all right. I will go and search for him. Shiggy, thanks, Titan. It took me only 3 minutes to spot the guy I was searching. Mio, there he is. He will probably take another 15 minutes until he arrives. Shiggy, bring him to us fast. Me, you sure? Dobby, What about him finding out that Reaper is on our side? Shiggy. You won't see him coming. Me? True that, Shiggy. Besides, it will be too late for him to realize what happened. Our Titan is faster than the fastest hero after all. Me? Guess I'm going for a hunt. With that, I flew up and passed the man only in the next moment to let myself drop down and gather more speed. Then I flew to the man and grabbed him. Everything went way too fast for the poor man. That much I could tell. In one moment, he was walking towards my fellow LOV members. Late, I need to add, and 1 minute later, he was thrown right before Shiggy's feet, kissing the dirt in front of his shoes. Wow, Shiggy late. I am sorry. Dobby, do you have what we want? The man then took out syringe out of his jacket. This is it, Dobby. How do we know that this will work? Do you need me to show you the effect of it? Shiggy, should we try this out on you, NPC? No, since we both knew that this person was not the seller, only the deliverer of the test product, there was no harm in testing it out on him. I also had no problem with it. This person right in front of them killed multiple people, even kids, and that was a no-go for me. In the next moment, the guy began running away. Toga, should we? Dobby, nah, let Isaac get him. Me? Understand, I was still up in the air and observing them. Then I went on a little bit of a hunt. It was more like a game of cat and mouse where I knew I would win, and so I let him have an advantage before I swooped him up into the air and flew back to the LOV, throwing him again in front of their feet. Shiggy, I'll see who's back. The poor guy quickly got on his feet and was about to ran away, but not with me. I quickly landed in front of him with one feather pointing at his neck. Me? I didn't have the pleasure on meeting you yet. The guy's eyes went wide once he saw my black wings, and I could hear him gulp. Me? Reaper? At your service. I dramatically saluted in front of him too. This was all it took for the guy to turn around and face Shiggy. The reason was simple. Every villain knew that there was no escape from me at all. Everyone would rather face someone else than me. I might not be the #1 villain, but I was the #2, and that meant a lot. Not to mention that I began sucking his life force a little bit for him to feel the sheer terror of just being close to a Death Reaper. This was the end of the guy because Dobby came to him and injected the thing into his neck, and in the next moment, he turned into a Nomu-like creature. It scared me so much that I jumped up in the air and was in a safe distance. There was no telling what the man would do. Meow, Shiggy, ha 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 ha, Toga. It worked. It worked. It worked. Unfortunately, once he turned into a beast, the man immediately began attacking Dobby, and I couldn't have that. I saw Dobby using his flames, but the man was still running at him. The flames didn't bother him at all. Then I saw Toga throwing her knives at him, but they just hit his skin and fell down on the ground. Me? Regeneration and hardening. This was all I needed to know. I was not only quick up in the air, but also on ground. I came flying towards him, landed, and used my wings as swords. They cut right through his neck, serving the connection between his head and the rest of his body. Dobby, exhale thanks Aizu. Me no problem. Toga, can I clean your feathers later? Dobby, no, I will do it. Shiggy, none of you mini-bosses will touch his feathers. If anyone, then it will be me. Funny how fast the situation changed. This was the discussion I always had with them when my feathers get drenched in blood. Once I let Dobby, Toga, and even Shiggy helped me wash them off since there were places where I couldn't clean them, and if the blood was not clean, they would be sticky, and I wouldn't have a good control up in the air. Me guys, no fighting. Kurogiri will help me this time. Toga. Oh, why? Shiggy. That damn extra boss. Dobby. You sure we can't change your mind? Me, yep. It's his turn, and I promised it to him. End of flashback brought to you by Kurogiri loving to touch Reaper's black fluffy feathers. It took me the whole week to come up with a good plan, and I was sure that they would not get caught even if that meant for me to go out there and distract them. I knew it would be bad if worst comes to worst I would go out and bust them out. Let's hope everything will go as I planned. My plan was easy and foolproof. I wanted Shiggy to be the distraction for once because he could disintegrate the doors and I was sure to get them the worst visit they ever had. I'll let Toga spread some rumors about each of them. In the end, both groups will face each other while Dobby, Toga, and Shiggy go inside and get the thing we were looking for. Apparently, both groups hated each other with passion. That's at least what our intel told us. I also had Kurogiri scout out the whole area and the building inside and outside. I wanted to make this mission a quick one. 1. Shiggy will put some more oil into the fire that Toga made in both groups. He will also mix himself into the group that should attack our main target group. 2. Shiggy will then lead them to our real destination and use his quirk to get them all in. 3. Kirojari will teleport him away, and also Dobby and Toga into the building. There were 2 places the liquid could be stored, and I needed both of them to split up and get to that exact room. For once they are inside these 2 rooms and found the liquid, even if they didn't find it, I was sure to have Kirojari teleport them back for us to regroup. The situation between those 2 groups will escalate very quickly. I knew that very well, and I also knew that we didn't have a lot of time for this, but it would make sure that the LOV was out of their sight, and we would be also saved from their wrath. Only problem was that they needed to be careful, and each of the steps needed to be flawless, or the heroes might catch them. A plain disaster. Today was the day the others were about to get through with my plan, and I hope that everything will go smooth. We were all in the LOV base by the counter, and I was reviewing the plan again with them. There was no place for a slip-up. Me. So are we good? Did everyone understand their jobs? Shiggy, yes. Titan, it's a brilliant plan. Dobby, you can count on us. Toga, I will stabby everyone that comes in my way and not stay by their side to have more fun with them, but go to that room. Me, yep. Kirojari, I will watch over them. Me, actually, can you teleport me to the closest and highest building? I would like to watch over you guys. Kirojari, sure can Izu. Shiggy, Kirojari, stay by his side at all cost. Don't let the heroes get to him. Kirojari, I understand. Me, I don't need a bodyguard. Dobby, yes you do. Toga, he is right, you need one. Shiggy, Titan, we know how strong you are, but you are still recovering, and he is here to make sure that no one is coming even close to you. Me fine, guys. We quickly hugged each other before Kirojari first teleported Shiggy out, and then the rest before coming back to me. Then we both went to the rooftop, where I could observe everything. Once we were on the roof, I went to the edge and sat down with my wings spread open. I loved the feeling of air that I got so high up. It felt refreshing, and it did relieve the small pain that I had from the broken wing. Korwari was standing beside me. Me, I sure hope nothing will go wrong. Kirojari, yeah. Me, look, step 1 is a success. Kirojari, you should teleport Dobby and Toga where they belong now. Kirojari, on it. I watched Shiggy lead the group inside of the other base from the other group, and this is when all things went horribly wrong. For some reason, both groups began working together and began circling Shiggy. Me, Kirojari, send a Nomu to Shiggy, please. Shiggy, yes, let them experience a mini-end boss. I could hear his voice over the earbud that was connecting us all together. After that, I watched a Noma come out close to Shiggy and him directing it while laughing. Well, at least one has some fun here. Then I heard the communication between Toga, Dobby, and Kirojari. This was bad. The situation was completely bad, and I needed to do something. Dobby, I am at the room, and there is nothing here, and there are 15 people blocking my exit. I put my fire in between us, but it won't take them for long to get to me. They have someone with a water quirk. Me, Kirojari, get him out. Kirojari, I am on it. Toga, I am also at the room where I belong, and here is nothing. Zu, I am also trapped. What should I do? Me, Kirojari, can you get Dobby to Toga and help her out? Dobby, roger that. Toga, I need help right now. Me, Kirojari, can you handle them? Get them out as fast as possible. I watched Shiggy fight, and I was relieved to see that he could handle himself pretty well with that Nomu at his side against 40 people. What Cha doing there, birdie? I did not just hear the chicken's voice. What's up with your wings? I did hear his voice. I quickly turned around, and there I saw Hawk standing behind me 2 meters away from me. What the hell? Why is he here? Me, oh, just watching over the night sky. Hawks, how did you come up here? Me, that is not important, is it? Hawks, yes it is. Your wings are bloody. What happened to you? Me, you and your heroes happened. Then I heard Shiggy's voice over the earbud I had on. It was not only him, they all needed some time to escape. Shiggy, how dare these NPC team up on me and kill a Nomu? Why are there some good damn hero here? Dobby, damn it. Kirojari, get us out. Toga, yep, this is way too hot. You overdid it, Dabs. Kirojari, I'm getting us out. Me, well, it was nice seeing you here. With that, I jumped down. I knew that I couldn't fly well in my state, but I needed to go there and help Shiggy. I needed to buy them some time. While I was dropping, I activated my earbud. Me, Hawks is on my tail. Shiggy, I'm buying you some time. Kirojari, get them all out of the building and back to the base. Do not come for me. I repeat, do not come for me. Leave me behind. Shiggy, Titan, Dobby, Isaac, Toga, Zuzu, Kirojari. I am not going to do that. Me, you must or else they will get us all. Shiggy, you heard our Titan, Dobby, but Shiggy, We will get you back. Me. Don't worry about me now. Dobby. Take care for now. Me. I will please be careful as well, all of you. I began falling very quickly, and I slowly opened my wings. There was no way I could make sharp turns now, or even be faster than Hawk. There was simply no way for that. My wings were carrying me, and it was bloody painful to say the least. I would have screamed in pain if I could, but I simply couldn't, and I wouldn't allow it. Hawks quickly caught up, and even with my injured wing and the feathers that were shedding, I was still fast enough for him to have some trouble catching up. Hawks, you are in no shape to fly around, birdie. Me. Who are you to tell me what to do, chicken? Hawks, a hero that wants to give you a second chance. Before I could even come close to Shiggy, my wing gave up on me, and I needed to land on the next roof. Hawks came right to my side and caught me from failing my crash landing. Hawks, you look terrible. Me. I could say the same for you, chicken. I was breathing very heavy by now. The pain got to me, and it was unbearable. I never flew in a condition like this. Normally, the process wouldn't be that extreme, and only a couple of feathers would shed, but this was different. It hurt a lot, and the pain was killing me. The moment he let go of me, I collapsed to my knees, and I was still breathing very heavily. He came to my side and kneeled in front of me. Hawks, Reaper, are you okay? Me. Do I look like I am okay? Was all I could say between my gritted teeth. I could tell that he was inspecting me, my wings, and then I felt his touch, and it hurt. It was a burning sensation, and I screamed in pain. He quickly stopped touching my very sensitive wings. Not only that, but I felt like I just sucked his life force for a little bit. Me don't. Touch them again. Hawks, what was that? Me. You dumb chicken, that was it. Hawks, no. I felt like my energy was getting absorbed. Me. Dumb as heck. Hawks, you now just getting me. Me, what do you think? I am in pain, and I have a hero in front of me, as well as a team in danger. So yeah, I am grumpy and mean. Hawks, I could hear all my team mates' worries over the earbud. Shiggy, Titan, Dobby, Aizu, Toga, Zuzu, Kirojiri, Izuku. I looked up at Hawks, and I was glaring at him before shrinking my wings and letting them hug myself under the cloths I had on. This time it was a slow process, and it hurt a lot again. I bit my lower lip in order to not scream again, but I didn't need him to touch them again. Hawks, I am sorry. Then I slowly stood up. Me. Why are you here, chicken? Hawks. As I said, I want to offer you a second chance. Me. And I told you I don't need one. With that, I went past him and began dashing toward the next roof and jumped towards it. My back was covered in blood, that much I could tell. I had a split second where he was not close to me, where I activated the earbud and began talking to the LOV. Me. I am okay. Kirojiri, did you get them all out? Kirojiri, no, I still need to get a Shiggy. Me. Then do it quick. Shiggy, can you hold on? Shiggy. I am an end boss, of course I can. Me good. I managed to run and jump from house to house until Hawks decided enough is enough and picked me up. Me, hey, Hawks. You are in no state to fight at all, birdie. Me. And what are you gonna do? The moment I asked him that, I let my wings grow to their full size very quickly again and managed to cut him. Hawks. HH. A small scream escaped his lips. I couldn't see where I hurt him, but I felt some blood dripping down, and it also could have been my own blood, but I felt that the feathers I still had touched and cut through something. Not only that, but I heard Hawks hiss and let me go shortly after. I was now in a free fall until I saw a kid walking on the street very close to the fight scene, and then I saw a car coming from the fight scene speeding up right at the little girl. I knew that the people in this car were gang members that were trying to escape the scene. Meh. No, I quickly closed my wings and reopened them in the nick of time and made a sharp turn while also gaining the speed I used to fly in. Not gonna lie, but I felt like I was losing strength, and all I wanted to do was getting that girl out of the way. Come on, please. She is too young to die. She doesn't deserve this. I felt the speed I was picking up each minute, and before I knew it, I was right at the girl's side, picking her up and swooping her off the ground. Then I covered us both in my bloody wings and crash landed in the next alley. I was still somewhat conscious and let the girl go. Me. Are you okay? Little girl. Fallen angel. Me. Yep, but more importantly, are you okay? You are not hurt, are you? She quickly backed away from me and gave me some space to stand up. The moment I did, I let my wings shrink again. However, thanks to the impact to the wall of the building, I had a concussion and I could see some black dots. It was only a matter of time until I blacked out. If that was not enough, I could feel my quirk activating, and so I stepped back in order to not hurt her. Little girl. No, I am okay, but you are. Me, it's okay. Where is your family? Little girl. In a shop right on the corner. Me. Then go to them. I'm sure they are very worried about you. The girl nodded to me and began running out of the alley. That's when I let myself drop down on my knees. Hawks, Reaper? Hawks came down to me and landed right beside me. All I could do was look up and remove the mask I had on. It was getting hard to breathe with that thing on. That was not the only thing. I began coughing up some blood, and I knew that I was in a shitty state to say the least. Hawks, why? Me, why what? Hawks, your wing is clearly broken. You're losing your feathers, and you are clearly in pain. These are no conditions to fly, and yet you speeded up and saved that girl. You even got injured even more in order to save her life. I want to know why. Me. She didn't deserve to die. Is this not enough of a reason? Hawks. That's what heroes do, but not villains. Me. Tell me what makes a hero and a villain a villain? This was the last thing I said before collapsing completely and blacking out. All I could hear was his scream and my quirk trying to get some energy and failing miserable. I still had it in control, and so I shut it up and just let myself drift into the darkness. Hawks, Birdie? Hawks, Reaper? Hawks. SHIT. Kid, wake up. Help is on the way. Hawks, POV. Reaper. Tell me what makes a hero and a villain a villain? A good question. I would say their action, but after meeting you, I don't know anymore. It was the first time I also got to see Reaper's face. Reaper is a teen. The person in front of me was a younger than I was, and the most shocking part for me was that the boy refuses any help from me. I watched him carefully and ready to catch him when he falls. I knew, judging from the head wound, that I could see that he had a concussion. More importantly, he was unsteady on his feet and fell down on his knees. It was only a matter of time until he would black out completely. Why? You still haven't answered my question. Why would someone like you save a kid with all the injuries you have and on top of that sacrifices himself for that child? Why? You're definitely not a villain. What brought you to this path? I saw him collapsing and blacking out, but before he could even hit the ground, I caught him with my largest feather. He looked so fragile that I was scared touching him and even carrying him in my arms. Hawks, Birdie? No respond. I went to his side and checked his pulse. Reaper looked more than terrible, and this was no place for him to just black out. Hawks, Reaper? Still no respond, and his pulse is over the top. Way too fast-paced. He also felt hot. A fewer? Why the heck were you outside? Hawks. SHIT. Kid, wake up. Nothing at all, and I was left with one question. What should I do with him? I can't bring him to the hero commissions. They will lock him up for the rest of his life. He doesn't deserve that. A hospital? No. They will ask too many questions, and they will find out who he just by the clothes he is wearing right now. UA? After I saw him saving a kid, I met Eraserhead the same night and told him why there are so many kids outside after he basically told a kid to go home. The kid refused to listen to him and wanted to stay on the rooftop. It was pure coincidence that I saw that, and I decided to help him out and told the kid on the roof that the person they were waiting for, Fallen Angel, just saved another kid. We both couldn't believe that that was all it took for the kid to go home. After that, Eraserhead began questioning me, because apparently Nizu wanted to meet the legendary Fallen Angel and told him to invite that person to come to UA. I told him the truth that Reaper and Fallen Angel are one and the same person. Next day, I was called to go meet all the UA staff member. This was the day Nizu began making a plan on capturing Reaper. He wanted him, and he also believed that he deserved a second chance. The only thing was that everyone thought that Reaper and I had the same age, and they wanted him to be a teacher there, but not after today. Not when he finds out that he clearly is a teen and that he was more fitted to be a student than a teacher. It would be a gamble to bring him there, and I was not prepared to give him up. I wanted Reaper to change and accept my help and not force him to be something he clearly doesn't want to be. Furthermore, he was not a real villain. I couldn't call a person saving so many kids each night a villain. Should I bring him to UA? No. Not for now at least. Left with no other choice, I took my coat off and wrapped it around him. After that, I quickly picked him up and felt the wetness of his back. Looking at my hand, it was covered completely in blood. He also looked so much in pain the moment I touched his back and his wings. Me? Sorry, kid. Please bear with it. It was rather easy carrying him while his wings were small and wrapped around him in a protective manner. What worried me was that he was way too light for his own good and as pale as a ghost. I guess you were coming with me, Birdie. Once I had him in my arms bridal style, I flew to my house as quick as I could and laid him down in the guest room bed. Now what? I don't know anything about medicine. Maybe this was a dumb idea, but I want him to trust me. Eraserhead, he has one adopted kid. He might know what to do with a fewer. I quickly got my phone and gave the hero a call. I didn't care what time it was or that he was currently in class. Although he probably already expelled his class completely. Come on, pick up. Why are you so slow? Pick up, old man. Eraserhead. Hello? Me? Eraserhead? I need help. Eraserhead? Hawks. Me, yeah. Eraserhead. Why are you calling me out of any people? How did you even get my number? Me, you have a kid, right? What do I do with an injured kid that also has a really high fewer? Eraserhead. Who's the kid? Me. That's not important. Eraserhead. It is, so who are we talking about? I can trust him, right? Me, Reaper. Eraserhead. What happened? Me. Look, I don't have time for this. He has a high fewer, a broken wing. His feathers are shedding. His back is completely covered in blood. A concussion, and he cough up blood. I'm worried about him. Eraserhead. Give me your address. Me, why? Erasherad. I will come with recovery girl. Me. You're not going to tell Nizu about it, will you? Eraserhead, no. Me. All right. I will send you my address. With that, our talk ended, and I messaged him my address. I hope they are getting here soon. Knocking on death's door. Recovery girl's POV. A kid, he said. Only a fever, he said. Maybe also a concussion and some broken bones, he said. Show to fucking Aizawa. I swear to God. If you pull another one of your famous I kidnap Vlad King's class and teach them some real lessons on me, I'm going to put you out cold for the next week. Flashback brought to you by Aizawa, ignoring all traffic signs and driving like a madman. It was only 1 hour after the school started, and I got a surprise visit by Aizawa. He quickly described me the situation of a kid that was in danger, and then ushered me out of the room into his car. Now here we were at 9:15 a.m. in his car driving around the city. Me. So tell me, who is this patient? Aizawa. Reaper. Me. You mean to tell me the person that cut your scarf and escaped Nizu's plan? That Reaper is in such a bad situation? Aizawa. Yeah, and apparently, we also guessed the age wrong. Me. Speaking of which, how bad is the situation? Aizawa. The kid has a fever. Me. And why am I here if Reaper only has a fever? Aizawa. Because the kid is also a concussion and probably some broken ribs too. Me. Shota Aizawa. How dare you not tell me this immediately? Aizawa. I don't know for certain if that is true. All Hawks told me was that the kid had a fever, coughed up some blood, had a broken wing, and a concussion. Me. Where is Reaper now? Aizawa. At Hawk's place. Me. Goodness gracious. Why is the kid there and not in a hospital? Is he completely out of his mind? Aizawa. That's why he called me, and that's why we are currently on the way to them. End of flashback brought to you by Recovery Girl Frozen. In place the moment she saw Reaper. I was at the boy's side and quickly made a quick overview of his injuries. For me, it was a wonder that he was still alive. Me. Hawks, get him into the bathroom. I will clean him up. The moment he heard my command, he immediately used his feathers to carry him to the bathroom. Hawks, my feathers will help you in anything you need. I will stay outside the room so I can hear what you say and let my feather help you in any way possible. With that, we all went to the bathroom and I watched Hawks lay him down carefully. Once I was inside with Reaper, I closed the door and let in some cool water. I needed to get rid of all the blood on his back in order to see the damage on his back. From the looks of it, I could already tell that he had a slightly broken rib. While I was cleaning his back, I heard a whimper coming from him and his breathing pace increased. Me. Everything is okay, dearie. I saw one of his feathers color change before some blood was covering it, and it began falling down and land on the water surface. I took the floating feather out of the water and inspected it a little bit. Hawks told me that he had a broken wing, and also that he could make them smaller, but this was for sure not normal. The feather was a little bit burned up, and the upper part immediately fell apart into dust. If I get Endeavor into my hands, I swear to God, I will send him 6 feet under immediately. I knew about the plan, and I heard what happened and how Reaper escaped. The moment I heard that flaming trash attacked him with his fire while he was on the ground, I could have snapped his neck right there in front of everyone. After I got rid of all the blood covering him, I told Hawks to bring me some clothes, and he did. They were big, but that wasn't necessarily a bad thing since I didn't know if his wings would stay small or if he would let them grow big again. The shirt he had on had 2 slices on the back for his wings. Once I managed to dress him up with the help of Hawk's feathers, we placed him back into the bed. Me. I wish I could use my quirk on him, but he is way too exhausted for that. Hawks. But is there nothing you could do to ease his pain? Me. I brought some painkiller with me. Feed here these every 4 hours, and he shouldn't be able to feel any pain. Hawks got it. Me. For his fever, you simply need to wipe his body off and keep his body temperature in check. For now, cool him down until it's down to normal. These are some medicine for fever, but I am not sure if it will help in his case. Aizawa, how come? Me. I believe the reason for his fever are his wings. Have a look at this feather. I gave Aizawa the half-burned feather. Aizawa, that trash can needs to be put out. Hawks then grabbed the feather and it pulverized immediately. Hawks, if I could, I would let him burn in his own fire to experience this himself. I will gladly join you. Me. He is lucky that his rip is not broken completely, and as far as I can tell, his quirk also has some healing abilities. Oh, and that reminds me. Be careful when you touch his feathers. I saw that it is taking the angry around him to let him self-recovery, so I wouldn't advise touching them directly at any cost. Hawks, I understand. Oh, and please don't tell Nizu about him. I want him to trust me and give up his old lifestyle freely. Aizawa, it won't be that simple. Something tells me that he won't accept it. As far as I know, Fallen Angel existed far longer than Reaper, indicating that he gave up that life. Me, I hate to agree, but I do also think that something must have happened to him in the past, otherwise he wouldn't be known as Reaper. Hawks, well, I can still hope and try. Aizawa, if this doesn't work, you will need to tell Nizu about him. Hawks, I will. I then gave Hawk some advice on how to treat him, and I could see that he was worried for the small boy. For me, it looked like he was attached to him more than in a hero saves a villain from the wrong path kind of way. It looked like he was looking at him like another family member, simply put, a smaller brother. Since I had to go back to UA, I ushered Aizawa out of the house and made him drive us back. Me. It surprises me that you were willing to agree to his plan to not tell Nizu. Aizawa, that kid saved Toshi. Me. Hitoshi encountered Fallen Angel? Aizawa, yes. It was right after I got Nizu to close down that school for good. Me. Is he okay now? Aizawa, yes. Ever since he encountered him, he would try to sneak out and go to the next abandoned building. I never got to know why he did that. I always thought that he would try again. Now I know better. Me. Did he told you about him? Aizawa? Yes and no. He told me about him and about their meeting, but only after I saw a golden white-winged person fly away from him a long time ago. Me? Golden white? Aizawa, yes. He told me that he saw a person with black feathers flying towards him and catching him. Toshi also told me that he was injured and that he watched his wings color change. He described me that he felt a warm feeling and that he immediately felt better. All I can say is that I saw a person fly away and found him without even a scratch on the roof. Me. A healing ability? Aizawa. From what he told me, yes. Me. Does he remember that night? Aizawa. Yes. And ever since he heard Mike talking about Nizu's plan on getting to know Fallen Angel, he would ask us every day if we found the person. Me. Are you going to tell him? Aizawa, no. Hawks want to get his trust first, and I would like to see him succeed, even though I think he won't. Me. Me too. Me too. A wingless bird. I woke up in a soft bed, and I was covered in an extreme fluffy blankets. The room had a slight smell of chicken. On top of that, I felt safe and secure. This bed made me want to just lay there and not get up or worry about anything. I still could not help myself, but wonder, where am I? I tried to move, but I was immediately greeted by pain. Shit, they are still shedding. I closed my eyes and concentrated on my wings that were still hugging myself in their small form. Only halfway through, I felt like a wingless bird. With my feathers halfway gone, there was no chance of me getting up in the air. Not only that, but I felt every single feather since they were a part of me. Damn it, it hurts so much. Why is it so freaking hot in here? Trying to move again, I managed to get the blanket off me and sit up. Now I had a much better view of the room I was currently in. One complete wall made out of glass, and there was a huge window that was perfect for taking off into the air and fly out of the room or come in here. Next, there were some drawers and a carpet, some other things that were typical for a bedroom. And then there were flowers on the night table. Not only that, but there was a red feather laying there too. Hawks, I knew I could smell some chicken. I reached out for the feather and took it from the table, but not without regretting moving. The wings that were around me didn't like the motion at all. Multiple feathers began shedding at the same time. The pain was too much for me. The moment I bent over to get the feather, the pain came to me, and I fell to the ground on my knees, hugging myself close to the ground. I can't take it anymore. I need to open my wings. With that, I let them grow to their full size while also biting my lower lip. It hurt so much that I would have loved to cry out. The red feather was in my hand, and I couldn't help it but holding it in my hands as if my dear life depended on it. I had literally a death grip on it. The door to the room busted open, and I couldn't bother to look up. There was only one person that it could be, and in my state, there was no chance of escaping him. Hawk's Reaper, me, Ard. He immediately came to my side and took me into a hug carefully, to say the least, since I had now my wings spread open too. Hawks, your wings. I would have loved to get out of this hug, but I had no power or the will in me to fight against it. All I could think of was my wings and the pain I felt. Hawks, can I clean them, Miha? The question took me by surprise, and I looked up to him. Hawks, they are bloody and you still have a very high fever. I sincerely want to help you. So can I clean them with a wet towel? A fever? No wonder it is so hot in here. This offer doesn't sound bad. I could need something cool to relieve some of the pain. Me? Okay. My voice came out only as a whisper. I was very weak, and I hated myself for being in this kind of situation only because I was careless. Memories of the past events came floating into my mind, and I remember the LOV getting in trouble because I didn't know that both groups we target somehow made up and forget all the bad blood between them. I found it very weird, to be honest. The worst part was that I felt guilty. It was my responsibility for getting them all in and out safely without any complications. Yet I was careless and didn't take the possibility in account that they would group up against us. As I was deep in thought, I didn't realize that Hawk sent his feathers to get him some towels before he let go of me and went into the bathroom. It took him only a couple of minutes to come back. Hawks, does it hurt much? What a stupid question. Are you blind? Of fucking course they hurt extremely. All I did was glare at him and respond. Hawks, all right, I get it was such a stupid question. He came close to me, but he did it in a careful and slow way so that I could see his every movement. Hawks, you can lay them down and spread them open if it is easier for you. My wings and the feathers I still had were hovering slightly above the ground. Although my feathers were shedding, some of them were still sharp, and I could have attacked Hawks with ease. This was the reason they were up in the air and not laying down on the ground. I had a feeling that the moment I would lay them down that I wouldn't be able to move them again because of all the pain. I'm not that stupid bird brain. Hawks, I will not attack you or get you behind bars. Me, why should I trust your words? He then dropped all of his feathers to the ground, maneuvering them right in front of me and piling them up. Hawks, see, I am unarmed now, as if they're still under your control. Are you freaking kidding me? Should this make me feel better? Like, did you even think this through? One command of you, and they can easily kill me. Me. If you want me to feel secure, then get them out of the room. Hawks, all right. With that, he put down the things he prepared for cleaning my wings and went to the door. He then opened it and let every single one of his feathers except the one I still had in my hand go out and close the door again. Hawks, better? I was stunned from what he just did. Why would he do that? Doesn't he know that I could kill him in an instant? I am a fucking villain. How can he trust me not to attack him? Not that I would, but still. Since he dispersed his feathers and was so kind as to get them out of the room, I decided to drop my wings and let them lay on the ground. Well, more like one half on the bed and the other on the ground. He came to me and carefully began cleaning them. Hawks, please tell me if I do something you don't like or if I hurt you even more. Me, it's fine for now. Thank you for doing this. Hawks, I hope this can at least relieve some of your pain. Me, it does. Hawks, I also have some pain meds if you want to take them. Me, no, I'm good. They wouldn't help either way. First, I was not so stupid to take some meds from him. Who knows what he was trying to give me? And second, it was true. No painkillers in this world could help cancel or relieve the pain once my feathers start shedding or regrowing. Tried it out from time to times when a feather really doesn't want to shed on its own, and I need to pluck it. It felt so good. The nice cold tower felt so good, and I could also relax a little bit. I was so thankful that he was cleaning them up, and while he was cleaning them, some of my feathers fell down. After he finished cleaning my wings, he backed away from me. Hawks, you hungry, birdie? Me, no. Hawks, you know you should eat something even if it is a little bit. I felt sick to my stomach, and I was sure if I ate something that I would throw up immediately. Me, no thank you. Hawks, so how about you get some rest then? You look exhausted. Me, okay. I felt tired and this bed was so comfy, so I gladly accepted the offer. After that, he helped me to stand up and lay down in the bed. Hawks, if you need anything, you can call me via the feather in your arm. This is when I realized that I still had his feather in my hand. Me, I am sorry. Hawks, it's okay. If it helps you relax, then be my guest and keep it close to you for now. Once I was in the bed, I couldn't stay awake any longer and so I fell back asleep with the feather in my hand. Fine fites. The next day I woke up, and I felt really refreshed. I was sure that my fever was gone. My feathers were still shedding, and they hurt, meaning I didn't want it to move at all. I wonder for how long I was out. How is the LOV doing? I hope they're all okay, especially Dobby. I hope that they didn't catch them too. Nah, they are safe. I know it. I feel it. The mission was a failure. Well, looks like there is no other way in creating a Nomu than with the help of Sensei. Still a synthetic quirk. It would have made a lot of things easier for us. I was about to try and sit up when all of a sudden a voice snapped me out of my thoughts. You look better now, Aizu. I immediately turned towards the voice, and the moment I saw the person, I couldn't help it but jump out of the bed and tackle him into a hug. Me, Dobby. How are you doing, brother? How is the LOV? Is everyone okay? No one did get hurt, right? Dobby, wow, slow down, Aizu. You are also hugging me way too much. I can't breathe. Me, oh sorry. Dobby. Nah, it's okay. I missed you too, little bro. Letting him go, I took 2 steps away from him. Me, why are you here? Dobby, to get you back. Me, I am ready to go. Dobby, are you sure you are feeling up to it? Cause if not, you can stay here for a little bit longer until you are feeling better. Me, Dabs, I am fine. Dobby, you had a really high fever, Aizu. Don't underestimate it. You still might be sick. Me, I am not. I feel a lot better. He then came to my side and laid his hand on my forehead. Dobby, you were right. You feel normal again. Me see. Dobby, how are your wings doing? Me, hurting like a bitch. Dobby, is there anything that I can do? Me, at this point, I would be happy if you could burn them all down. He began laughing at my joke because he thought it was one, when in reality, I was dead serious. Dobby, wait, that wasn't a joke, was it? Because I wasn't laughing with him. He soon stopped and looked at me questionable. Me no. He looked shocked about my answer, and Dobby immediately backed away from me even more. I could see how pale he looked at me. Dobby, you sure you feeling okay? Me, oh come on, Dobby. I'm not asking you to kill me. I'm just asking you to burn every single feather I still have down. They will regrow back. You are helping me big times, and the pain will end until they regrow. Please, Dabs. Dobby, but me, please. I can't stand the pain anymore. Dobby, are you sure? Me, yes, please. At this rate, it will take me another 1 to 2 weeks until they come off. Dobby, won't it hurt? Me, it won't. It 100% will, but I won't tell you that. I don't want you to feel guilty. Dobby, are you lying to me? Meh, no dups. I am in pain right now. Even if you burn, then I will still feel the same pain until they are gone. Dobby, me, please, Dabs. Dobby. Asterisco sigue asterisco fine. He then came to me and went behind my back. I could feel his hands on my wings. They were resting there. Dobby, you ready? On 3. Just get over it. This will at least help me be back up into the air a lot faster. Dobby 1. I felt his hand move along my feathers, and although I felt nothing else than sheer pain, I could still feel his hand, and they were currently shacking. His hands never shocked before. Dobby 2. It was only a matter of seconds now, and I prepared myself mentally for the next step. I knew that it would be hurt, but I also knew that I would feel relieved immediately after that. Dobby 3. As soon as he said that number, his hand went from one side to another, and I felt the heat coming on my wings, and in the next moment, I could feel the pain. I was not expecting it to be that much. Me, ARG. It was not long that I couldn't handle it anymore, and fell to my knees, closing my eyes and concentrating on the flames that were now burning every single feather of mine. I had trouble controlling my quirk as it began sucking at the life force of the fire. It really took me a lot to have it under control and not do that. Thanks to them shedding, they were easily to catch fire. What I didn't expect was what Dobby would say next. Dobby, black flames. Miha? I opened my eyes, and the moment I tried to see it for myself, the flame was already gone, and every feather fell down to ashes. I turned around and looked at Dobby. He looked at me with big teary eyes. I knew exactly why. I am so sorry. You needed to use your flames that way. Me, it's okay, Dabs. I asked you for it. I knew that he hated his flames, and the worst thing was that he never wanted to injure his family with his flames, and yet here I was asking him to burn down my feathers. Dobby, are you feeling better? I slowly stood up and went to him and hugged him. Me, thank you. With my feathers gone, I felt a lot less pain. The relief came nearly instantly. Dobby, thank good. I let him go and looked up to him. Me, can we go now? Dobby, yeah, everyone is waiting for you. Me, I missed you all too. He then tapped his earbud and called Kurojiri to teleport us back. The portal came almost instantly, and we both walked through it. I made sure that I wouldn't have Hawk's little feather with me before I went through. Once on the other side, I was tackled down to the ground by Toga. She was hugging me and also crying a little bit. Toga, hey Zuzu, I missed you. Me, I missed you too, Vamps. I had so many nicknames for her. Sometimes I would call her Vamps because of her fangs. Another time, I would call her Princess or Blood Queen or even Sis. Shiggy, get down of our Titan now. He is still hurt. Not a bit later, I saw her being dragged away from me, and Shiggy helped me up only for him to pull me into a hug. Kirojiri, are you feeling better? Me? Yeah, I do. Come to think of it, for how long was I gone? Kirojiri, 2 weeks. What? 2 weeks? I was out cold 2 weeks? That explains why my wing isn't broken anymore, or why I don't feel any broken bone nor the after effect of the concussion. Me? It feels so good to be back. Toga, we missed you. Me, I missed you guys too. Kirojiri, we tried to get you multiple times, but we decided against it. You looked so pale and hurt, and they were taking care of you in a way we couldn't do, and you looked like you needed it. Me, I am here now, and that's important, right? Shiggy, I told you we would get you back. Me, you guys didn't get hurt, did you? Dobby, no, no one besides you did. Me, exhale, I am so glad that you guys didn't get hurt. Shiggy, we will lay low until you recover completely. Me, it should take me only a week for my feathers to regrow back. You have any plans for next week? Shiggy, the entrance exams are coming up in this week, and we thought it would be fun if you would be there, but after them seeing your face, this won't be possible. Me, but we can still mess with the exam, right? Besides, wouldn't it be the perfect timing to see if the rumors are true about All Might being a teacher there? Shiggy, you truly are our Titan. UA entrance exam. 1 week has passed, and today was the day of the hero entrance exam from UA. Needless to say that I would not let this opportunity slip. Today was a day where we could get into UA without being noticed and spy on every single one of the candidates, not to mention teachers. Since they all knew my face, I was not allowed to participate as planned. The original plan was for me to go undercover and see which one of the students could be a potential threat to us in the future. However, thanks to our failed plan, and thanks to me being a very popular person, meaning everyone is after my head, I was not allowed to go. In addition, I was not so dumb to risk myself getting captured at all. Hawks might have helped me once, but who said that he truly meant it? He might have wanted to trick me. In the end, we decided to send Toga in disguise as one of the students' candidate. It was quite easy to find people that have sent a request to the school. People tend to brag about it, and all it took in the end were us all standing in front of different schools and acting as we were waiting for someone. We heard a lot of people saying that they would go to UA, and this was about 2 months ago. As for recently, we went to the mall and straight to the school supplies and lingered there the whole day. Here, and then we would hear people talking about how much they prepared themselves to enter UA. After that, all it took was to find out who of them was the weakest and kidnapped him for the day. Toga would then use her quirk and go in as a student while I would sneak in via the rooftop since I have my wings back. After they got all burned, they quickly regrew, and they were now in a shining black color and a lot softer than they used to be, but at the same time I could harden them and make them sharper as ever. So you might also say that Endeavor did me a favor in some kind of messed up way. It was the morning of the day, and I made sure that everything was ready for our departure. This time, I was not alone. Shiggy and Dobby both insisted that one of them needed to follow me, and in the end I gave up arguing and let them fight for the place. Needless to say that Dobby won, and so Kurogi teleported us all to the right place. Time skip brought to you by Reaper flying at full speed through the air and doing all kind of tricks. Toga, whispering this test is way too hard. Aiza, why don't you take the written part instead of me? Oh, Toga, you need to be careful. You are literally in the exam right now. How are you even communicating? I won't question her as long as she doesn't get caught. Me, just write 42 as answer everywhere. Toga, whispering thanks Aizu. Me and Dobby were on the roof of the physical exam portion. How do we know that? Easy. Why else should there be a huge building with basically an entire small city in UA's school ground? No, it's not for exercises since it's not even old. The building was newly made. Dobby looked at me very questionable. Dobby, 42. Seriously, Aizu? Me, what dabs? Never watched the movie? Dobby, I did, but don't you think this is a little bit ridiculous and suspicious? Me, you know what is? Her sitting there in the room and not writing anything as answer besides that I am sure that Nizu will be amused by this. Dobby, so you want them to find out that we were here, huh? Me, yep. Where would the fun be if not in the mockery? Dobby, that's Suyuizu. Toga, whispering there is an analysis part. What do I do? Me. Are you free to choose anyone? Toga, whispering yes, why? Me. Then listen carefully. Nizu is the rat Satan of UA, the most intelligent being of Earth 2. His quirk is called High Spec. Toga, me. Aizawa Shota, aka Caterpillar or Eraserhead. Quirk Erasure. He is able to erase someone's quirk just by looking at them. Very high pain tolerance and very observery. Additionally, Quirk sleeping everywhere in a sleeping bag and simply doesn't care. Looks like a hobo too. Toga, me. All Might or Tashinori Yagi. 8th successor of his Quirk 1 for all once quirkless. All for One is sending his best regards. Toga, whispering okay. Time is up. I had the most shit-eating grin on my face that I ever had. Dobby, on the other hand, was laughing his ass off beside me. Dobby, you really are dead serious about letting them know that we were here. Me, I already told you that it wouldn't be fun otherwise. Dobby, oh, this will be some much fun. Me, yep. Just imagine them finding out that the person who wrote that isn't even there. Dobby, did you hear that, Toga? Toga, whispering loud and clear. Dobby, then you know what to do. Me, huh? What are you guys planning? Dobby, exactly what you just said. Me, I still don't get it. Dobby, Toga will change into someone else's skin and do the physical exam as another person. This way the person who wrote that test never left UA and is one official ghost. Miha, a ghost that haunts their asses. Dobby, I knew you would like that. Toga, whispering mission accomplished. I am someone else now. Me, do you need help getting rid of the extra body? Toga, whispering nope, I tied the person up and locked him into the bathroom. Me, all right, that works too. Next up was the physical exam, and from our spot we could see everything. The roof had some windows, and thanks to that we could enjoy the show in 4K. Time skip brought to you by Nizu reading all the dangerous information and trying to find the person who wrote this by checking the security cam where he went and find one unconscious student in the bathroom. Dobby, there are not a lot of people that could be dangerous to us. Me, you are right, but we learned something new. Dobby, what? Me, All Might is a teacher here. The rumors were true. Dobby, oh, Shigaraki will be happy hearing this. With that, we called Kurogyri to teleport us back so that we could tell them the good news. However, before we left, I went in the center of the roof and began using my quirk on it. Dobby, Aizu, me, just let me let the roof collapse on them. Just like that, I took every single bit of energy out of it, and it began cracking until pieces began giving in, and I escaped through the portal with Dobby. Needless to say, I was happy about what I did. Now, they really knew that someone was watching them the whole time. The mistake. Me, Toga, and Dobby were so bored just sitting there and waiting for Shiggy to come up with a plan. Thanks to the UA entrance exam, we had a rough idea who would be accepted and which candidate went home empty-handed. Toga, I am so bored. We were now without a plan, without any mission, sitting in the LOV base, and we're debating about what to do. Dobby, let's rob a bank. Me, not gonna happen. It's broad daylight out there. Toga, how about a killing spree? Dobby, Toga and O. Toga, why? Dobby, it doesn't take a genius to know that this would be a bad idea. Me, he is right. Toga, AWWWWW, but I am so bored. Shiggy, then go and train a little bit. Shiggy just came into the bar area, and we all immediately turned around towards him. Kurogyri was behind the bar and preparing a drink for him and all of us. It wasn't alcoholic, but just some juice put into some wine and drinking glasses. Kurogyri, have a drink and let's talk about it rational. Shiggy no Nomu, it's hard to get our hands on homeless or criminal scums when we are laying low. Me, he is right, it's really hard to get my hands on heroes that can withstand the process or people that deserves it. Dobby, I am not letting you go on a mission alone, not with that chicken and every hero wanting to catch you. Me, oh come on. They only got me because I was injured. I am back and better than ever. Did you see me fly? I am faster than before. Toga, and your feathers are so soft. Kurogyri, they are magnificent. Me thanks. We all went to the bar and took our drinks. I was the only one to get my drink in a wine glass. Every other one used a normal glass. Toga, so what are we gonna do? Kurogyri, we need some food. Can you guys go buy some? Me, sure, Mamajiri. Dobby, I am going with you. Toga, me too, take me too. It's so boring here. Me, all right. Let's change our cloths in something more civilian, and let's get going. With that, we all went to our rooms and we all got changed. My choice was pretty easy. It was something plain black laying around, and I liked it very much. The important part was that I could easily let my wings grow to the full size and use them at any moment. There were 2 cuts for my wings on the back for this. After I changed, I went back down. All we had to do was wait for the toga. She would always take longer because she always wanted to have something cute on her. Once everyone was down, we all could finally go to the biggest mall in our surrounding. We were all lucky that no one recognized us, or better to say, that there were no heroes around. Then I got a brilliant idea. I began to run and tap Toga, who was right in front of me. Me tag, you're it. With it, I began running away from her. Dobby was also close to me. Toga, that's not fair. Dobby, ha 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 ha. We played and ran around until we were out of breath. The only problem was that we were not alone. At some point, we ran into Eraserhead and Mike and their civil from with their son. The moment I saw them, I stopped running and was gliding on the ground until I came to a stop right in front of Eraserhead. Shit, I immediately turned around and ran in the opposite direction, past Dobby and Toga. Me run, Toga. What's going on? Me, Eraserhead, and Mike. Not only did we ran into them, but we also managed to ran into Endeavor, and it was Dobby's turn to ran and slam into the man. After that, he quickly dipped it, and we ran in a completely third direction away from everyone. Dobby, shit, what is that trash can doing here? Me, I don't know. Toga, why are we running? Me, you're so not asking this right now. Dobby, heroes, you idiot. Toga, oh, can I stabby them? Me, no, not now. Now less talking and more running. We were now officially knee-deep in a situation we would probably not be able to escape at all. Behind us were Mike, Eraserhead, and Endeavor. That giant trash was even throwing some fireballs at us, and Dobby was countering them with his own. Me, the rooftop now. I didn't intend to create mass murder or get innocent people involved, so I immediately ordered them to go to the nearest fire exit and run up towards the roof. Once we were there, I double-tapped my earpiece in order to get us some help. Me, Kurogiri, we need a portal. Get Toga and Dobby out. Once we were up, I saw a portal open in front of Toga. She didn't have any choice than to run into the portal. Next was Dobby, but he managed to stop in front of it. Dobby, IZU. Me go. Dobby no izu. Not without you. I went to his side and hugged him. Me, everything will be fine. Don't worry about me. I know you guys will get me. Please forgive me. Dobby, I am sorry. I am so sorry. I feel better knowing that they are safe. Before he could react it, I let go of him and pushed him into the portal. Me, till we meet again. I watched the portal close, and I immediately started running towards the edge. Endeavor, stop running, you villain. Does he seriously believe that only because he is screaming that I will stop? Like, seriously, why should I? The moment I stop running, they either will tackle me to the ground or push me down and get me cuffed. Like, no way in hell. Once I was by the edge, I jumped and opened my wings and let myself drop until I was close to the ground. In the last second, I opened them and picked up speed and flew up towards the sky. Try and catch me now, bitches. Once I was up into the air, I could see some red feathers. Oh, heck no. Hawks, where is it going, birdie? Me, away from you, chicken. With it, I picked up more speed and went down slightly above the streetlights level. I made a sharp cut towards every corner and used every turn to my advantage. Here we go. My feathers were soft, but they were gliding UND, cutting through the air like butter. I picked up some more speed and was about to escape if not for All Might. As I was cutting one corner, I felt something. It was a net that was thrown at me, and it was one heck of a net. I tried to cut myself out while I was falling down and about to crash land. Shit, there was nothing I could do with my feathers alone, so I activated my quirk and made it weaker before cutting Thurfit. Right before I hit the ground, I somehow managed to get it off my wings and make a stong flap, sending me up again. Hawks Reaper, me. Bye-bye, bitches. Good cuck next time. Just like that, I began speeding up and saw the portal that would get me away from them. Lucky for me that they didn't manage to get me this time. They did, however, think of a good trap, but they didn't account my quirk in it. Too bad for them. Bad idea. Hawk's POV. After our failed attempt of catching Reaper, Nizu immediately wanted us back in a conference room. The plan was only for me to spot him and then tell All Might where he is so he could throw that special-made net over him. However, the way he just cut, though, was incredible. He was not supposed to be able to do that, and I should have coughed him and put him down close to midnight so that she could knock him out cold. A good plan if you ask me. No one was to get injured in this too. It didn't take long for all the UA staff member, including me, to be in the same room. Nizu, I'm sure you know why I called you here. Aizawa. He escaped again? Me? He just cut though like it was nothing. Power loader. That is not possible. It is made out of steel threads. Nizu. It is. I had a better look at it a couple of minutes ago, and it looked old. This makes me believe that his quirk is at fault here. Until now, we only could guess what quirk he had, but thanks to that we had some clues. Mid-ink. Does that mean he can actually make thing to get older? Aizawa. Not necessary. He might also just suck the energy out of it. Nizu. That is precisely what I was thinking about. All Might. How will anyone be able to catch that boy if no one can touch him? Nizu. I was thinking on something rather special. Recovery girl. I don't approve of that look. Me neither. You planning on killing him? Nizu no. Aizawa. Please tell me we are not going to shot him down. Power loader. I could try to make something, but his speed is surely something else. Nizu. No. That won't be it either. Mike, what then? Nizu. Thanks to your information, I know just the right plan to get him in our custody. Miha? Aizawa. Whatever it is, I am sure I won't like it. Mike. Why you haven't heard it yet? Aizawa. Just a bad feeling. Nizu. We will be using your son to get to him. Aizawa plus Mike. HUH. Recovery girl. You completely out of your mind now? Nizu no. I am pretty sane, thank you. Hound dog. That is questionable. Nizu. Since Reaper is fallen angel and he is flying around the town in the night rescuing suicidal kids, all we have to do is use that knowledge to our own advantage. Me. So you want their son to basically throw himself off a roof? Aizawa. Not gonna happen. Not after everything he went though. Nizu. Did he also meet fallen angel once? Aizawa. Yes. Nizu. Then he will be fine helping us get to him. Me. This is a bad idea. Aizawa agree. Mike. Over my dead body. We can't do that to our son. Nizu. He won't be alone, and it will be safe for him. Mike. How is jumping of a roof safe? Nizu. For starters, he won't be alone. I will have Hawks in the air in a distance where he could still save him. Aizawa will then be also in the building and have the chance to use a broken window to save his son with his capture gear. Aizawa, no. Me. What if I'm not fast enough? Nizu. I am sure Reaper will be there. Me. This is sure a bad idea. Aizawa. It sure is. All Might. Do we have another chance? I mean, we tried getting him off the sky with a steel net, and he escaped. Recovery girl. I hate to say this, but that might be our only chance in capturing him. Aizawa. You can't be serious, Chio. Recovery girl. As I said, I hate the idea, but I agree it is the only plan that is actually a chance. After hearing the healer of UA say that everyone went quiet, Nizu, Gret, then we will do this tonight. Here is the address, and please get your son to participate in this exercise. Midnight. Wait, but even if Reaper comes and saves him, how are we going to capture him? Nizu, a small injection that Shinso will have with him to knock him out. Me. Did I already say how bad this idea is? Midnight. Plenty of times. Aizawa. I agree with Hawks. Recovery girl. I will make the injection for him then. Nizu. Great, then you are all dismissed. Please be prepared for the worst. That was all he said before we all got ourselves prepared for what was about to happen. Failed attempt again. After the failed attempt of capturing me today, we sure had to hear an earful from Mamajiri, since we should have immediately asked him to teleport us and not run away like some scared ducklings one behind the others. Not only that, but he also made us go into our rooms and reflect on how dumb we were today after making sure that no one of US got hurt, especially me. Though I am sure that it was only an excuse to touch and pet my wings. I was in my room until the sun went down and went to the rooftop only to be meet with Shiggy and Mamajiro. Shiggy, you going out Titan? Miya, Kirojiri. There is nothing we could do to make you reconsider, is there? Me no. There are kids out there waiting for me. I have to go. Shiggy, I understand, Aizu. Shigaraki came to my side and began patting my head before going inside afterwards. Kirojiri, stay safe and call for help if you need it. Me? I will. Just like that, I ran towards the edge of the building and began flying up after jumping into the air. I quickly gathered speed and high and began gliding through the sky. It was calming being so high up. No one and nothing was in the night sky with me. It was late after all. Once the sun goes down, it is my time to shine. It didn't take me long to fly by multiple kids and waving my hands to them, telling them I was out there, and I know that they were too. A lot of them were only on the rooftop to give me something or see me fly around. They felt safe seeing me, or so I was said. However, after a while, I came to an abandoned building and saw this lilac-haired boy. He had really fluffy-looking hair, and he was sitting on the edge of the building. His shoes were folded beside him, and I could see a letter in his hand. "You are not dying on my watch." It didn't take me long to land behind him and walk towards him. My footing was very light, and so I knew that I was making nearly no sound. Once I was right next to him, I sat down there and let my legs hang over the edge in the same manners like him. "Me. The night is really beautiful today, don't you think?" I shrank my wings and closed them for once. After that, I leaned backwards and looked up at the stars. Yes. He did the same thing I did, and we both began watching the sky in silence. "I didn't came up here for what reason you think I did." "May I know?" "I saved you once, didn't I?" I remember saving a boy with that same exact hair a while back. I couldn't remember his face or what happened that day. All I did remember was his hair. I could see him sit up again the moment I said that, and I did too, looking towards him. He looked like he was about to cry, and the moment I reached out to whip his tears away, he began backing away from me. "I'm sorry, seren sob seren." "Me? You don't need to be." "I'm sorry, seren sob seren." I saw him quickly stand up, but as quickly as he did that, he slipped and began falling. The moment I saw him fall, I quickly jumped down and let my wings only grow to their full size the moment I had him in my hands. It was close call since the building wasn't that hard, and I managed to catch him, holding him bridal style while landing on the ground. My wings cut though the concrete because I so suddenly spread them open and coughed us trying to at least make a safe landing. The moment I was done on the ground, I quickly fly up into the sky again. He looked so broken to me that I wanted to show him the night sky some more. "Me. Hey, it's okay, I got you Toshi." The name just came into my mind. I didn't remember his full name, but the name came to me naturally, as if I used to call him that all the time. "Me. Come on, open your eyes and have a look." I wasn't flying around as I was more in an extreme high and just standing there. The boy in my hand slowly opened his eyes and looked at me before looking at the view. "Toshi. So beautiful." While I flew up, I could see some red feathers, and I immediately knew that Hawks was around. "Me. Listen, I don't know what happened for you to be on that roof, but if you ever need someone to talk to, just be there again, okay?" "Toshi. HM. Me. Hold on tight. I need to lose a chicken that is following me." "Toshi K." He wrapped his hand around my neck and buried his face in the crock of my neck too. The moment he did that, I knew that I was blushing. I could feel his breathing, and before I knew it, I let myself fall, gaining speed and cutting through the air while I was flying away. It didn't take me long to lose him and land in a park. "Me. You can open your eyes now." He was still clinging to me as if I was some kind of life support for him. I didn't have anything against it. Toshi was really cute being all scared, but I was sure that a happy expression was suiting him more. I let him down on the ground, and he backed away, giving me some space. "Toshi, thanks for Me. No problem, and if you ever want to fly again, just go to the next rooftop at night and ask me before you decided to jump." "Toshi, I will take you up on that one." "Me, just do that." "Toshi, you should go now." "Me, huh?" "Toshi, my dad is after you, and they wanted me to drug you, but I simply can't." I could see all the pain in his eyes. He was regretting doing this, and it was visible. "Me, it's okay. It was not your plan, right?" "Toshi, no. I didn't even want to participate in it. I could never hurt you. I love you too much for it." It was not the first time I heard someone say that, but this was the first time it moved my heart. "Me. Well, I'll meet you for sure again. See ya." With that, I jumped up into the sky and began flying back to the LOV. I had enough excitement for a night, and since the rooster was out for me, there was no way I would fly in the middle of the night again. It was harder to spot me, but still, now that I knew that they were even willing to do something like this, there was no way I was risking my freedom that easy again. New plan. As I came back from my patrol, I landed on the rooftop of the LOV villain base and quickly made my way down. I was pissed knowing that the heroes were okay using a Toshi to get to me. It was the worst. They were the worst. My wings were still in their full glory, only folded around my shoulder so that I could actually come in. I could feel my quirk, and I knew that it was activated just by the feeling I got from it. However, I was not the only one that felt it. "Dobby, wow, calm down, Aizu." "Me. I hate them." "Dobby, what happened?" I was only in the hallway and just past Dobby's room, and yet there he was coming out of it. "Me. They tried to use a suicidal case to get to me." As I said that, I felt my wings puff up and my quirk getting stronger. At the same time, I saw Dobby stepping a couple of steps backwards. "Dobby, you need to get your quirk under control." "Me, oh sorry." I was so angry that I began losing control over it. However, I couldn't have that and injure one of my family members, and so I began to let my wings shrink and also close my eyes and made some breathing exercise to calm down. "Dobby, better? Me, yes. Dobby, want to come into my room and talk about it? Me, I. Dobby, I can see that it is bothering you, and it either you talk to me or I call Shiggy and Mamajiri and you talk to them. Me, fine. I went to his side and we both entered his room. I then immediately sat on the ground and he tossed a pillow my way that I gladly accepted and began hugging. Dobby, you can let your wings out. Me, no. I might activate my quirk again and its effect is a lot stronger if my wings are large. Dobby, just saying. Me, I know, but I would rather not put you in danger. Dobby, so what happened? Me, these stupid heroes came up with a stupid plan. What else? Dobby, Me, I mean, they just asked a kid to throw himself off a roof just for me to save him. Dobby, I don't see how that is supposed to help. Me, the kid was supposed to drug me and knock me out. Dobby, oh, let me burn these heroes down one by one. Me, not only that, but that stupid chicken was close by too. Dobby, Hawks? Me, yeah. You still want to tell me he wants to join us? Dobby, no, not after how many times he went after you. Isa, tell me, what did you do to anger him? Me, nothing. Dobby, maybe he is just jealous. The fastest hero is not the fastest bird in the sky after all. Me, it's not only him. Niza, the principal of UA, is after me too. Dobby, you shouldn't have made that roof collapse on them. Me, oh come on, that was fun and payback at the same time. Dobby, what are you gonna do? Me, go on a chicken hunt? What else? Dobby, you sure that is a good idea? Me, well, you don't want to go on a hunt. After all what he did? Dobby, count me in. He will be a burned chicken after I am finished with him. Me, good. Dobby, when are we going and are we telling the others about it? Me, I don't want to bother them. So only you and me. How about tomorrow in broad daylight? Dobby, you crazy? Me, yes, most definitely. Dobby, just why do you want to be caught? Me, of course not. Dobby, then why? Me, because they had the audacity to hunt me in the night. I'll do the same favor and hunt them in their own area. Dobby, so you're gonna hunt them while they're saving some people? Sound like a plan? Me, yep. But Dabs, I really don't want you to get caught. You sure you want to do this? Dobby, you go, I go, and that's final. Someone needs to have your back, Izu. Me, K. After that, we began talking about how we wanted to not only hunt hawks, but also endeavor down. All in all, we spend the night together talking about how dumb heroes are. Peace of my mind. Today was the day me and Dobby decided to attack Hawks and the other heroes while they were doing some hero work. Serves them right. He should have never done something like that. A second chance, my ass. All they want is capturing me. What should I say? They will regret choosing to be my enemy. I will pluck every single feather out of him. I was angry, and it might not be a good thing, because I was sitting in the bar area and waiting for Dobby to come down. It was already non, and all I could do was try and control my quirk. Needless to say that my behavior was not picked up by the others, and so Shiggy, Toga, and Mamajiri were in the same room with me, trying to lift my mood. At some point, they gave up and just stayed there just to be there for me. Mamajiri, this is going on for a while now. Say, Izuku, what happened for you to be so angry? Me, nothing. That was an obvious lie, and they knew it too. Shiggy, says the one that is trying so hard to control his quirk. Just spill it, Titan. Me, fine. I was attacked yesterday night, or more like they tried to capture me while using someone as a bait. Toga, no way. Me, yes. They had someone that was about to throw themselves off a roof. Shiggy, we gonna go and get their heads. Now. Mamajiri, I agree. This will not go unpunished. Toga, I'm gonna stabby them until all the precious and pretty blood leaves their body. Me, guys, calm down. This was the moment Dobby entered into the room. Dobby, so you told them. Me, not everything. Dobby, this will make it easier. Me, don't you dare. Dobby, we are attacking the heroes while they do their hero work today. Want to join? Toga, yes. Shiggy, I'll get a Nomo. Mamajiri, I'll keep an eye on you all. Me, Dobby, I told you no. I don't want to risk you all to get hurt. Dobby, we are a family. Toga, if they go after you, then they go after us all. Shiggy, you want to fight? Then let's deliver a top boss level fight. Me, there is nothing I can say to make you all rethink, right? Mamajiri, nope. Me, okay, then can you guys just randomly attack all over the city? That chicken is mine, and I will get him on my own. LOV, understood. Just like that, I saw them getting ready and then quickly going through the portal that Kirojiri made. I, on the other hand, was the last one, and I also told Kirojiri to teleport me up in the sky. The moment I was up, I could see the attacks going on. From my right, I saw blue flames eating at a building. To my right, I could hear the screams of a Nomu. Then I could hear some panic screaming coming from in front of me, which must mean that Toga was on a killing spree. 3 different places were attacked simultaneously. It was only a question of time until that stupid bird would show up. The moment I began thinking about him, I let my quirk run loose and felt my wings getting shinier because of all the energy that they were sucking from the life force all around them. It really didn't take long for him to show up, and he went after Toga and her killing spree as I watched All Might appear right by Shiggy's side and Endeavor by Dobby's. Me? Let the chicken hunt begin. The moment I said that, I let myself drop down, picking up some speed and directly flying towards Hawks. After that, I began flying to the side in a parallel street and began cutting into the next street and saw that dumb chicken nearly flying past me. I used all the momentum I had and kicked Hawks to the side. He immediately went crashing into the next building. Hawks! HHH. A surprise scream escaped his lips. Me? Toga out. That was all I needed to say for her to make her call Kirojiri and get her out of there. Once I saw her leave, I began flying towards the building and hovering in the air, looking down at Hawks. With each flap, I began sucking the life force all around me. Red feathers quickly came out of the building flying towards me, but the moment they were close to me, began pulverizing. I sucked every little energy in them out. Hawks, Reaper! I could see him standing in the hole of the broken wall. Me! Chicken. I had no intention of killing him completely. Something inside me didn't want it. Maybe it was because I knew that he was a pawn, or maybe it was because I was sure I would feel guilt, the same guilt I felt because of killing my mother. It might also be that I was sure that this was not his idea. Who knows? Hawks. The heck are you doing? Me. The same stupid stuff you guys did disrupt your work. Hawks. Look, it wasn't my idea. I was against using him, and this was the confirmation I wanted to know. I didn't want to hurt someone who didn't plan this, but I did want to leave him a good piece of my mind and advice. Thanks to him using a lot of his feather towards me, I knew that he was now not able to fly around for the next hours until they would regrow. Dobby. Aizu, I need backup. Once I heard Dobby's voice through my earpiece, I immediately was on high alert. Just like that, I dropped down and picked up speed while still sucking the life force of my surrounding. If my brother needed backup, then who was I to ignore that? Thanks to all the energy I gathered, I became a lot faster. And not only that, but my wings became sharper and shinier. It didn't take me long to fly to the ground and see him surrounded by his own flames and his father's flame. Not only that, but I could also see Eraserhead with his quirk activated, and All Might, meaning that Shiggy managed to escape. I quickly came flying in and didn't even stop. Instead, I grabbed his hands and flew him out of there. Naturally, I deactivated my quirk, or I would have killed him. Dobby, sorry. I hope you still managed to give him a piece of your mind. Me? I did. I began flying through the city with Dobby in my hands. Me? I can't see a portal. Dobby. It should open close to us in any minute now. Just as I was flying around, I could see Gang Orca and Mike together on a rooftop, and I had a bad feeling. It was at this moment that I knew that either I wouldn't make it back or the both of us, and my choice was clear. A portal opened in front of us. Me, Dobby, I'm sorry. Dobby, huh? This was the moment I threw him up and towards the portal while I closed my wings and braces myself for the sound wave impact that only came seconds later. It was a close call. At least I knew that Dobby was safe. The sound attack hit me directly, making me hit the next wall of a building and crashing right through it. Not only that, but All Might was immediately there and injected something into my neck while I tried to get up and out. It went all so fast, and I felt the concussion I had. Before I knew it, I was completely out cold. However, I somehow managed to let my wings shrink before that. Playing dumb, I woke up in a rather dark room and found myself chained to a desk. A closer look to the cuffs that were used to chain me to the table, I realized they were cord-canceling cuffs. I then started to look around and saw a two-sided mirror. I could still feel my quirk, which meant that these cuffs were not doing their job at all. This won't keep me here for long, but I'll play with you for a little while. I do want to know why you wanted to capture me so badly after all. I am curious to know what you know about me too. Although I have quirk cancellation cuffs on, I could still feel the energy flowing around me, meaning I could use it to steal it. All the cuffs do is prevent me from moving around freely. It was not a problem for me to break them or escape, but I felt like they were watching me, and I am not that dumb to free myself and try to escape without knowing who and how many people were behind that glass. Me? You want to come and talk to me, or just stare at me like a caged animal? I may not look like it, but I sure felt like a caged bird, and I didn't like it one bit. This still doesn't make any sense. Why am I in this interrogation room? Why am I not in a cell or a prison? They can't know the specific connection I have with the LOV? Wait, they can. After I just yeeted Dobby, though a portal, and came to rescue. Okay. Let's breath and calm down. That's it, calm down. You'll only freak yourself out, and then your quirk will activate and I might kill everyone in a close range. Yep, just calm down, Aizu. The door opened and All Might came in. All Might. Okay, listen up, I have some questions for you. Me. Bold of you to assume I would simply listen to it. What did you expect my attitude to be like after basically shooting me down from the sky while I try to save one of my brothers? Did you really think I would be like, thank you for bringing me down? Thank you, my ass. And of fucking course I am angry. Hence my friendliness. You are very welcome to go, and fuck yourself. I didn't like being chained, and this whole situation was messed up. I was not the least bit nervous. Scared, yes, but nothing else. Hopefully this is all just a misunderstanding. I really hope they won't be trying to get information out of me. All Might, you little piece of... Me what? Shit? Did you look into the mirror? You look like diarrhea. All Might. That's it. I'm not playing nice anymore. Me. Well, that was playing nice? Wow, old man. I would applaud, but as you can see, I can't. On top of that, someone needs to get you an Oscar for that perfect act. All Might, are you dumb or just stupid? Me. I would go for crazy, since you currently are taking the top spots in both categories. All Might, enough. Do you know the LOV? Let's just play dumb and get him more angry. Me. LOV? Oh, you mean the land of the Vikings? Man, you are watching way too much TV. He then slammed his hand down on the table. I could feel the vibrations of the hit thanks to the cuffs. He was definitely angry. Would I stop with the nonsense? No, All Might. Don't you dare lie. I could see his facial expression changing, and I could only guess that someone just told him something over the earpiece he was wearing, something he does not like at all. All Might. Now tell me, are you a member of LOV? Me. Not shouting anymore? He was gritting his teeth and asked the same question again. All Might. Now tell me, are you a member of LOV? Let's see how long you can keep up that act. Me, a member of the Library of Virginity? Never was invited to this place, but do tell me, where is that place? You clearly know it. All Might. LOV, the villain group you are part of. Me. Are you sure it's nor a letter of vigilante? Haha. Fun fact, there is only one vigilante letting their prey know that he was on their trails. It's so stupid, but hey, if he likes that. Too bad it was also his death note. His expression was getting grimmer every second he was staying in the room with me, and he stopped shouting again, but his fists were traveling because of the sheer anger he was feeling right now. Me. Someone's angry. All Might. Let me then tell you what LOV stands for. I mean the League of Me Legends. But dude, are you not too old for that? Old geezer? All Might. You are one fucking idiot. I agree with you, but only because you were fucking shooting a damn bird out of the sky. Of fucking course I would be mad and up to no good the moment I wake up. Me. AWW thinks that's the nicest thing someone ever said to me. I was smiling from ear to ear. Never did I scream or flinch at all. All Might. Did you hear about the League of Villains? Me. Is that some kind of game? All Might. You are a lost cause. Me. I agree. So where can I buy that game? All Might. It's not a freaking game. It's an organization. And you are part of this organization. He is low, Zynga is cool again. Me? Okay. You sure you are not mistaken? All Might. Why did you join them? Was it because of the money? Why did you do it? Do you wanted to get some attention? Me, no, I didn't do anything like this. I would never do this. I'm not that cheap. You can't just buy my body. After I told him that, he slapped me with enough force to let me fall off the chair. It was hard to stand up with my hands still chained to the table. However, I didn't care at this moment and used my quirk to suck up his life force. He was close to me, and it was easy to focus on his energy and just consume it. All of a sudden, I could hear the man cough, and the coughing began to get worse. All Might. You little dash. He abruptly slammed his hands against the table and walked towards me after it. Not a second later, he pulled me up by my collar, and by this physical touch, I began using my quirk even more. Steam began coming out of his body, and I would have gone even further if not for the door to open. I watched Haas pulling All Might away from me with a couple of his feathers, but the moment they came close to me, they pulverized. Hawks, Reaper, That's enough. In the next second, I saw Hawks letting the man go and him being coughed up in some scarf-like thing that I immediately recognized as Eraserhead's capture gear. He was then dragged out of the room while Hawks slowly came towards me. Me. Stay away from me. Hawks, it's okay, Feather. Just calm down. He was careful to come over to me while also still giving me some space. It took me some time to get my quirk under control before the interrogation could continue. Choices? What freaking choice? Luckily, for me, after All Might was dragged out and left the room out of his not-so-free choice, Nizu walked in together with a detective, Eraserhead. Hawks was in the room with me and the first one to get that gorilla out of my sight. It was also that chicken that helped me back into my chair. Me. So not you again, chicken. You are bad luck. Hawks. I am not a chicken. Me. You smell like one. You eat that damn stuff every day, so you are one. Hawks, what? That doesn't even make sense. Me. Cannibalism. Hawks. I am not a good damn chicken. Nizu. I am sorry to interrupt this, but we have some question. Looking at the chimera, I could tell that he was amused by this. Me. I am hearing. Detective. Villain alias Reaper. Age unknown. Name unknown. Kill count 666. Is that true? Me. Never killed anyone on purpose. Especially not 666. I would be damned to kill exactly so many people like the devil's number. Detective. True, if you didn't kill them, then what did you do with them? Me. Skip. Detective. Huh? Me. I won't be answering this. Nizu. Then let me make an assumption, and you tell us how close I am. Me. Sure, go ahead. Nizu. You are capturing these heroes and villains for a bounty, or even self-justice. Me. Both completely wrong. Detective. Why did you decide to be villain? Me. Personal reasons. Eraserhead. Don't want to answer that? Me. No. Hawks. Nugget. I know that you are not villainous, so why? Me. Did you just call me Nugget? You overgrown rooster. Eraserhead. Sigh. Detective. Can we please go back to the question? Me. You don't know anything, and you wouldn't even understand. Eraserhead. Then help us understand, kid. I wonder who else is behind these glasses. Nizu. I believe you won't be telling us anything about the LOV, am I correct? Me. Why ask if you know the answer already? Nizu. Fine, then let's go to the part of why I am here. I want to establish a villain rehab program, and you are the first one to be in the program. You will be joining the Hero Courses Class 1A, which is Eraserhead's class. Me. NHHA. Just put me behind some bars. Detective. Unfortunately, we can't do that. Me, why not? You have enough evidence to know that I am Reaper, and since I used my quirk freely and stole some shit, I clearly broke the law. Detective. A kid like you doesn't belong there. We also think that the LOV will most likely try and get you out. Not to mention that we are not able to contain and cancel your quirk. Besides that, you don't have any other choice. Hawks. Oh. And you will be staying with me, Birdie. Me. Hicknell. With that, I open my wings and let them grow in size before cutting myself loose with one precise movement. Not only that, but I also made them crumble and weak thanks to my quirk. My wings were now opened and pointing threatening sharp around Nizu's neck. I was sure to also just a little bit nib at his energy. Hawks had some of his feathers up in the air, meaning he has just about 6 in the air since the rest were gone. Not only that, but Eraserhead had his quirk active and his capture weapon floating around his neck. Too bad that I was faster, and thanks to the hostage situation, no one was able to move. Me, why me? Nizu. Because you are a good kid, Angel. Me. Don't call me that. I am Reaper. Nizu. Not for all the kids you saved. They still call you Fallen Angel, even Heavenly Messenger. Me. I said don't call me that. Eraserhead. Okay, kid. Put your wing away. Me. Or else what? Detective. What do you want, kid? Me. What does it take for you to not get me into the villain rehab? Eraserhead. Kid, killing is not the answer for it. Me. Who said I would kill him? Detective. If not that, what else? Nizu. How about this? You will be staying in UA's property in a building sharing the floor with Hawks. Me. And that makes the situation better. How? Nizu. You are free to go wherever you like in bound of UA's ground. Me. Will I be able to fly around freely? Nizu, yes. Me. No restriction, no shot collar? Nizu, no. I will be trusting you. Me, why? Nizu. I think you won't be betraying my trust, besides that the whole ground is covered in motion sensors, so I will know exactly where you go and when you leave the property. Me. Will I be able to leave the property? Nizu. Not alone, but yes. Me. And all I have to do is go into his class? Why? What do you have out of this? Nizu, nothing. I looked at him, and I could see his smile changing into a Cheshire smile. Me, what if I escape? Nizu, I guarantee you that you wouldn't be able to do that. Me, how come? I am faster than the fastest hero. Nizu, we need you to wear a special bracelet in order for you to move so freely. It won't hurt you or shock you. All it does is send us your location constantly. Me, I still refuse. I think sitting behind bars is still better than dealing with other brats. No offense, Eraserhead. Eraserhead, none taken. Nizu, this is not to debate. Me, oh, but I'm not the one that is so close on getting killed. Nizu, you won't kill me. Me, you are right, I won't, but I can get out of here. Nizu, outside of this room are currently All Might, Endeavor, Midnight, Present Mike, Grand Torino, Recovery Girl, and Ectoplasm, not to mention every police officer. Me. With other words, no chance in escaping, right? Nizu. Exactly. Me. That's what you thought, but do you even know what my quirk can do? Nizu. If you wanted to kill us, you could have done that already. Me, true. I retrieved my wings back, but I was still standing and looking at them. Nizu, great. Glad to see we came to an agreement. With that, the heroes left the room and Midnight came in. Me. OH, hell no. I saw the smoke and knew what was about to come. Not wanting to fall down, I held my breath and laid down on the floor before breathing the gas in. Midnight, first time I see someone getting ready to be sent to sleep. Me. Well, I don't like falling to the ground very much. This room can't stop me. I woke up in a completely white room. It was way too bright, and it took me a couple of minutes to get my head straight. Where am I? I looked around the room, and to be honest, one couldn't call this room a room. This was one disgrace to a room. All there was is one queen-size bed, which I believe is only there because of my wings, otherwise I would get a normal one. Bed sheet and bed frame were white. Everything on this goddamn bed was white. Then there was only one drawer, but it was also painted completely white too, and a camera that was all there is in the room. Am I in some kind of mental asylum? What is going on with all this white? This is driving me nuts. Why the heck am I even here? All right, they caught me, and Midnight took me out. Well, I am thankful for the beauty sleep, but you couldn't get me a normal room? Now I want to escape even more. You really think that this room can handle me, Reaper? You are so wrong. Whoever thought that I would not try to escape as soon as I woke up was so wrong. This room had not much, but what it did had was a small window. It was not enough to climb out with my wings open or jumping out of it. However, it was also not impossible to not get out through the window. Yeeting was only not an option. Here we go. First attempt. Let's see how much they know about me. There was a door to the room, but I was not so dumb to even try open it. It could trigger an alarm, or worse, there could be someone sitting outside the door. Not to mention that the door might be even locked. Since I wanted to escape, I needed to make sure that the heroes would need a lot of time coming into the room, and so I used the drawer and moved it in front of the door, barricading myself in. Me. In no way in hell am I attempting this school out of my free will. With that said, I let my wings grow again, looked into the camera, and went towards it. My goal was to inspect that thing and see if I could take it down, and so once I was close enough to it, I began waving. In the next moment, I jumped and used my wing to cut it in half. I could have used my quirk here, but I simply didn't want to give them evidence on what exactly my quirk was. So much to surveillance, and I thought this would be much harder to accomplish. Looks like you don't know anything about my quirk. I then remember him saying something that I would have some kind of tracer. As far as I could tell, I had no collar on, which I was happy. Looking at my arms, I saw a bracelet. It was really light and well made. The craftsmanship was beautiful, and although I liked it very much, all I wanted was to get rid of it. How the fuck do I get this down? I looked at it and at my feathers. This might work. I opened my wings and plucked out the smallest one, while making them sharp as ever. It was handy having feathers that could be used as a knife, daggers, or even swords. Only problem was that my feathers were not like Hawks's one. I couldn't simply get them back. Once they're plugged, they will need to regrow, and plugging it out hurts too. So I had the feather in my hand now and slowly slid it between my skin and the bracelet. One smooth motion. You can do that. Don't hurt yourself. Once it was in, I quickly slid the feather to the side, breaking and cutting the side of the bracelet. However, this was not enough, as now I only had one cut and a tight bracelet. Not only that, but I cut myself too. You kidding me? And damn, these are sharp. I mean, I knew that they were, but still. That hurt. I then did the same thing to the other side, and the bracelet fell in half down to the floor. This time I didn't cut myself. Finally, last step out of the cursed room. Once I was at the window, I used my wings to destroy it. I could tell that it was not any glass. They used bulletproof glass, and on top of that, a triple layer too. Did this stop me? No. It might be enough to hold Hawks down, but as said, my wings are different. It didn't take me long to break all the glass, and once I was done, I quickly cleaned the frame from any glass piece still stuck and tucked my wings back. Finally, it's time to be free again. I could feel the wind coming through the window and couldn't help myself wanting to be free as soon as possible. The location of the window was a little bit higher than a window should be, but again, it was not made to look out or anything. All I needed to do was go to the wall, jump, and grab the frame, pulling myself up and out of the window. Third story, The moment I was falling, I waited for the last second and opened my wings again, soaring through the sky. When all of a sudden an alarm went off. Using my sharp eyes, I could see that a barrier was slowly built to shield UA into a dome, and my guess was that it would cut everyone from the outside. Not with me. I was fast, and this was nothing for me. However, there was one problem. I was not alone in the air. Hawks Reaper, oh, not that chicken again. I swear to God, you are bad luck. Me, nope, not dealing with you, chicken. Ignoring him, I let myself drop to the ground and picked up some more speed before slicing through the air and flying up in an incredible speed. I could tell that Hawks tried to catch up with me, but there was no chance he could do that. Then another alarm went off. Oh, what now? And in an instant I could hear and I could feel something coming at me with an incredible speed rivaling to mine. What the? You feeking devil innies you? You want to shoot a bird down so badly? Looking at the direction where I could tell the things are coming from, I could see some rockets coming flying straight at me. Me, you want to kill me? There were two options I had. One, try my luck and keep flying up in the hope that they would not catch up to me. Two, drop down and fight them. To be pretty honest with you, I would rather try my luck than to find out what was in these rockets. They had a support course after all. It might be only a net or sleeping gas, but it also might be explosives. I would for sure not want to risk my life on them. Let's hope this works. And so, I kept flying upwards. Free fall, just a little bit higher. I just need to. More speed. I felt my wings, my quirk, responding to my wish and beginning to gather the energy around me. My wish to be free was extreme. I could see the dome still building up, and behind me there were some rockets coming straight at me. Not to mention Hawks, who was still flying towards me. Please, I don't want to get hit by the rocket. I also need to get back. I closed my eyes and began concentrating to gain more speed. My only option was to get everything out of my quirk, meaning I was about to end the life of that rocket behind me. Please, I need to get back to my family, to the LOV. They're the only persons I love and value. I can't let them be alone. An image of us all in the LOV lair came into my mind, and I could feel tears forming into my eyes. I remembered a time when we were all together in the bar. Mamajiri sipping on some wine, me and Shiggy playing a game, and me beating him. Shiggy was pouting and asked for a rematch. Then there was Dobby and Toga. Dobby was trying to get Toga's nerves, but all she wants was some attention. Mamajiri trying to stop them and leaving his wine glass. Dobby, who was then shifting to annoy Mamajiri and taking his glass of wine, running around. Toga tripping him and Dobby spilling the wine on the TV, ruining mine and Shiggy's game. Then everyone looking at each other and start laughing like a maniac. I will definitely find a way back. Just you guys wait for me. Just wait for me. I am coming. Hawks Reaper. I could hear the rocket behind me exploding, but they were a safe distance away from me. Looking back at them, I saw some kind of powder that was released. Now I had some bad news, some even more bad news, and a good news. The good news was that the rocket was gone, and it was not chasing after me again. The bad news was that the dome was still building up. The even more bad news was that thanks to me letting the rocket explode, there was now a powder cloud coming my way thanks to the wind that was blowing it to me. What should I say, my luck was like always on point these couple of days. I simply hated it for now. Soon after I saw the cloud, I felt its effect. It was getting harder to breathe. I felt like suffocating, although nothing was wrong with me. Not now. I need to make it. They are waiting for me. I know that they will come and save me, but this opportunity is perfect. I just need to be a little bit faster. Just a little bit. Looking at the barrier in front of me, I saw a small gap, and not only that, but I also felt like I was flying a lot faster now. Once I was close to the barrier, only seconds away, I closed my wings and slipped through the small opening above me. Yeah, I felt dizzy, and everything was beginning to spin. The cloud got me a little bit. My wings were covered in that powder, and I felt its effect. Never did something like this happen ever to me. My wings began felling heavy. I was still in the air and flying upwards until I hit a high and closed my wings only to open them real fast. I felt as if my wings were on fire. Not only that, but I also felt like I was completely fine for a bit, as if that cloud never hit me. This feels off. Looking at my wings for the first time in a while, I saw that they were in a white color. Me white. They were white again. I had somehow managed to change the ability of my quirk from deadly to heavenly. It was healing me. That was the feeling I didn't recognize. I had gained my first ability back. I tried years to figure out how to activate that part of my quirk and never figured it out. Mom, if I only could have healed you back then. Memories of my past began floating into my mind, and all I could think of was how damn cursed I was with that kind of quirk. I only wish you could see them again like this. I felt all the energy leave my body. Tired, that was all I felt. There was no point in fighting it anymore. My quirk took all the energy from me that I had. I figured it was because of the sudden change. As I closed my eyes, I realized that I was falling, and I saw my wings turn black again. Once my eyes were closed, I remembered my dear mother and Hikari. I could have healed and saved them both if I only knew how to access this part of my quirk. I miss you. Flashback brought to you by Hawks, seeing the change in color, and calling out to Reaper, but no avail. I was flying around the town and went close to the forest for a break. Normally I wouldn't go there, but today was special. I wanted to have a little break from all the kids I saved. It was getting tiresome, and I also wanted some alone time, trying out some new moves up in the air without having someone report me for using my quirk. Okay, let's go. I know I can do this. I flew above the trees and began cutting some 90 degrees edges. The point of this was to get some feeling for it and try to even keep my speed up while doing that. It took me a couple of tries to get a 90 degree. I was sure that I would need that skill while flying through the city. Next, I began flying up and let myself drop down and then perform the 90 degree to fly parallel to the ground. First time I did that, I didn't manage that and hit the tree below me. Shit, that hurts a lot. Whose idea was this trying to learn this in a forest? Oh, right, it was mine. Well, better than hitting concrete, I guess. Okay, I need to act quicker. Another try and another fail. I did this a couple of times until I got sick and tired of flying into trees, so I moved to a lake inside the forest and tried it again. It might have been a bad idea, since the lake was surrounded by trees. Once I let myself drop, I realized my mistake way too late. I am so dumb. There is no way I can stop in front of the trees. I could try to cut on their highs just to make sure. Or not. Never mind, I just passed that point. I better get ready. This will hurt for sure. As I was getting closer, I also realized that the lake was not deep, and I would hit the ground and probably hurt myself even more. Tree it is. Once I was at the right high, I opened my wings rather quick and somehow even managed to fly in a 90 degree angle and even get a little high on top of that. As I managed to get the 90 degree angle, I split the water into two and flew extremely fast parallel to it and very close to it too. I need to get higher. Now, don't fail me, wings. Closing my eyes because I was too scared of the impact, I concentrated to get some high while also getting ready for an impact. To my surprise, the impact never came. I only felt something hitting my wings, but nothing else. After confirming that I was still in air, since I felt the air flow, I opened my eyes. Me? YHHHHH. I finally made it. I can't believe it. I made it, and I didn't get hurt again. I was happy with my succeed and began flying around, even twirling in the air until I caught an out-of-place color. Neon pink it was. What is that? Looks like fabric. That deep in the forest? Being the curious bird I am, I flew to the object only to realize that it was a kid. Me? Oh gosh. I immediately picked the person up in my hands. Me, hey, wake up. Can you even hear me? I will get you to a hospital. The kid slowly opened her eyes the moment I picked her up, and I immediately jumped into the air. Me? Please hold on. As I was flying through the sky, all I could think of being fast enough to save the kid, and at some point I felt my wings stinging and getting hot, but all I thought was that I at some point hurt myself while always flying into the trees in order to get cutting edges in a 90 degree right. That time I didn't see or realize that I was using the energy around me to heal her, and that my wings were a brilliant white. End of flashback brought to you by Hikari, being saved by Reaper, and only remembering seeing his bright, white, golden wings, and a warm and welcoming feeling while she gets healed. As I was falling down with closed eyes, I could feel someone catching me. Hawks, Reaper? Oh, it's just the dumb chicken. Hawks, come on, kid, wake up. Let me sleep. I am fucking tired. Oh, I know something better. Get me back to my family. You traitor? Hawks, Hang in there, birdie. That was all I got before blacking out completely. Something is wrong. Hawks POW. I was after a certain birdie the whole time since he escaped, and I need to say his tempo is straight up unbelievable. My speed was nothing in compare to his, and then these wings. His were a pitch black color, but deadly nothing the least. However, in this moment while he was trying to escape, they were completely white with a golden shine. He looked like an angel. The moment his wings changed color, I could see how much faster he became. Not only that, but they began radiating some kind of energy too. I felt the sudden warmness coming from them and couldn't nearly believe that he was the same Reaper kid as only seconds ago. Something is wrong. I saw his flight style changing. The flaps of his wings were beginning to get weaker and weaker. Reaper, but I got no response from him. It began worrying me. Something was clearly off. I could see it, and I knew that he wouldn't be able to keep up for long. Reaper, again no response. This time I was sure that he was either ignoring me or he couldn't hear me. I was putting all my money on the second option. I had an earpiece connecting me with the UA staff. Since he was flying with such an amazing speed, I was sure that he would manage to escape the dome. In addition to that, I needed to go after him, but that would not be possible if the dome was still up. I double-tapped my earpiece in order to activate it and called out to the principal. Nizu. Nizu, yes? Me. Deactivate the dome. Nizu. Me. He will manage to escape. He is faster now than the dome can build up. Nizu. I understand. Me. I am going after him, and get your healer ready. Nizu. She's already on standby. Me. So you see it too? It's not just my imagination. Nizu, I assure you, I was watching your whole cat and mouse chase and enjoyed it to the fullest. Me, URG. With that, I served the connection between us and concentrate on him. The pure white wings he now had made him look like an angel. For the first time, I knew why they were calling him Fallen Angel. Up until now, I never really got why they used to call him Fallen Angel, but if one of the kids saw his white wings, then everything made sense. He was like the legendary Lucifer, the angel that has fallen from the sky. However, I could tell just by his reaction and the way he flew that he didn't realize the change in the behavior of his wings. Reaper. I still tries to reach out to him until I saw him pass the barrier that was currently still in place. The moment he did, Niza turned it off and I was able to follow. However, I saw him dropping at the highest point. He looked lifeless the way he dropped. It was probably the doing of this mist that was in the rockets that exploded minutes ago and caught up to him. Reaper. I didn't let it pass and picked up some more speed. His wings changed back to black, and I could see how pale he was. I was afraid of what is wrong with him. It didn't take me long to catch him, and the moment I did, I felt him burn up. Not only that, I felt his quirk trying to get energy out of the environment. Birdie, wake up. I caught him in the nick of time and had him in my arms. His wings began to shrink. Reaper Art. He looked in pain, and all of a sudden I could see why. The power that was on his wings somehow was injuring him, bringing through his skin below the feathers. The smell and the touch of the blood made me sick. I hated blood with passion. It was nevertheless unavoidable in the hero work. To be quite honest, the smell and the feeling of touching blood never really bothered me until now. I didn't know what it was, but it bothered me seeing him hurt. Everything will be all right. I got you, baby bird. He began shivering in my hands, and his temperature changed from being extremely hot to extremely cold. He now looked like a corpse to me. Hey, come on, kid, wake up. No response. Shit. Hang on, kid. I quickly flew down and landed right in front of Eraserhead. Eraserhead. Did one of the rockets hit him? Kinda. They just exploded close to him, so that whatever was in them was covered his wings. Did you ease his quirk? Eraserhead, no. Weird. Why was his quirk acting up? Was it even acting up? Or was this his quirk and he doesn't know it himself? That doesn't sound very much like it, but it could be true. You might not know about this. Where's the infirmary? Eraserhead, this way. We were already speed walking into the building, but I still wanted to make sure that he knew that I wanted Reaper to get checked up. Once we arrived at the infirmary, I put him down and the healer, Recovery Girl, immediately went to work. Recovery Girl. Did he get hit by a rocket? Kinda. What's up with everyone asking that? Eraserhead. You don't know? Know what? Eraserhead. Power Loader put an extreme tranquilizer into that rocket. Recovery Girl. One of the side effects would explain his pale skin and the sudden change in temperature, as well as the blood on his wings. But he didn't get hit directly. though he had this stuff on his wings. The moment I said that, she immediately went and got a bucket filled with water and 2 clothes, tossing me one over. Recovery girl, clean the powder up of his wing or it will get worse. I will do the other wing. I immediately did as she asked, and once we were finished, she began checking him up even more. Recovery girl, did something happen before he got covered with the powder? Me, his wings' behavior and color changed. Eraserhead, explain. Me, well, his wings became a brilliant white and they had this golden shine too. He was also a lot faster than usual. It seemed to me as if he was radiating some kind of energy off him. Recovery girl, then this only means that his condition is linked to his quirk too. Might be quirk drawback. Either way, I will be having him here until he wakes up again. Me, you're not going to chain him, will you? Recovery girl, no. I also won't be stopping him if he wants to escape again. Me, I hope he won't. Eraserhead, I need to go back to Nizu and tell him about this before he comes to any more stupid ideas like that room. He woke up. Recovery girl, good idea. You do that. Me, can I stay here? Recovery girl, oh dearie, I will be having my eyes on him. There is no need for you to be here as well. Me, I know, but I can't help but worry. Recovery girl, say, do you know his real name? Me, no. They all called him Aizu, and one time I heard them call him Izuku, but I don't know more than that. I wish I knew the reason for him to be a villain when he clearly is not one of them. Recovery girl, something tells me that his past has driven him to believe that there is no other place for him. Not to mention that he might also take the death of that little girl as a failure from the heroes. Me, what girl? They then told me about a little girl Midnight came in not so long ago, and I couldn't help but feel sad about it. Recovery girl, if you want to know his past, then why not ask him? Me, I tried to ask him why he was a villain, but it didn't make any sense to me. Recovery girl, give him time, dearie. Me, do you think he has family? They might be worried about him. He might also miss them. I want to surprise him. You think that would be a good idea? Recovery girl, I don't know. His parents could also be part of the reason he is a villain. Me, you are right. Recovery girl, how about telling him your real name? I know you are forbidden to share it, but he might also in return tell you his. Besides, there is no telling if you or him didn't lie on their names. Me, I might try that when he wakes up again. Recovery girl, well, since you are here, I'll be going now. I'll be back later, but for now I need to whack some sense in a power loader. What the heck did he even think about putting that stuff in a rocket? I explicit told him that that thing was experimental and he was not to use it on living things. The kid could have gotten seriously injured. With that, I watched the healer go and leave him alone with me in the room. I could only wonder about his reasons for wanting to go back and be a villain. Nothing about him made sense to me, not even my feelings for him. It was not love that was sure, but he felt familiar, like family in some way. I felt the urge to protect him like a big brother would. Maybe it was my quirk that was connecting us since we were both bird, or it was just me wishing to have a family again. I knew my parents never wanted to see me again after all. Welcome back. It feels so peacefully just laying here on a comfy bed in a hospital room. Wait, comfy bed? Hospital room? This smell? Arg. I hate it. There is no way they would put me in a hospital room. This can only mean that I am in UA's infirmary room. My eyes were still closed as I was thinking that. However, once I wrapped my mind around everything, I shoot up out of the bed and even tried to get out only to find that I was chained to it. Me, the FUCK. Looking at my arms and legs, I could tell that these were no normally quirk suppression cuffs either. I would have used my wings to escape them, but the bed had a railing on the side of it, and if I would let my wings grow big then, that would only mean pain. Since I didn't want to feel any more pain after what I had experienced, and thinking that even if I managed to get them loose, there was no way of knowing my way out. One look at the windows told me that they were bulletproof, and it was not the best idea to jump into the air after what just happened. Hawks, Birdie, calm down. I was beginning to panic. I hated being chained to something. It reminded me of my past and my parents so much that I began fighting against it. However, the cuffs were only cutting into my skin even more. Me, get them off me. Hawks, calm down first. Me, how about you being in my position and then try to calm down? We are birds. I hated being changed down. Hawks, I get it. Let me get RG for you. Me, just take all the time you need. Hawks, I get it. You hate it. Stop looking at me like that. I watched him turn around and go to the door, only for the door to be opened, and an elderly woman with a rat thing came in. Me, oh, long time no see, Nizu. Now get me out of these. Nizu, if you would be so kind as to calm down first. Me, How about getting me out of these before I destroy the bed and the whole room with it? Recovery girl? Oh dear. I told you not to chain him in the first place. I watched Niza come over to me and getting the cuffs of me. After that, I immediately began rubbing my sore wrist and ignoring the wounds. It was not the first time, and from my behavior, that was very clear to them as well. Recovery girl, this is not the first time you were chained? Is it, dearie? Me. And why do you care? Recovery girl, so let me have a look at your wrist. Me. Not gonna happen, Granny. Once the cuffs were down and I could sit up, I released my wings and had them open in a threatening manner, telling her if she would come closer, I would attack. Hawks realizes that immediately, and from what I could tell Niza too, because he was now backing away from me. Hawks, no need for violence here. Me. Oh, and waking up in a looked-up room is completely fine? Nizu, that was some bad planning on my part. I apologize. Me. HMPF. I momentarily closed my wings, but I was still looking at them, and I was ready to strike. Recovery girl. Dearie, can I check your temperature? Me, why? Hawks, because when I caught you falling down, you had a high fever. Me, I did? Hawks, yeah. What happened? You wings were white for a moment. Me. My quirk. Nizu. Your quirk? Me, yes. My wings were snow white at the beginning. Their ability changed the moment they became black. Since then, I was never able to access the healing part of my quirk. Recovery girl? A trauma maybe? Me, I don't know. But Hikari saw me use it once on her. Hawks, I also saw it once just for a second. Me, you did? Hawks, yeah. You were saving that kid before I found you. Me, oh. Nizu, you never realized that yourself? Have you? Me, no. Oof. Well, since you are here, we might as well help you learn to control every part of your quirk. Me, recovery girl, I will go on and check you up now. I just nodded at her and let her make a full body check on me. After that, she told me to open my wings for her so that she could get a better look on them too. I did as she asked, and after she was finished, they told me that I was free to wander around UA's ground. Nizu. Oh, and the protective barrier around UA is intact, just a reminder if you would want to escape again. Me. I would have gotten away with it. Nizu. That is true. Hawks, come on, birdie. I will show you around. Just like that, I was dragged by my hand out of the room by a giant rooster. He began showing me round like where the first year classes, where the different departments of the school, the teacher's room, as well as the principal's office. I was sure that I would visit that room the most. Next, we went out and began flying around the school's ground, which was huge. It had its own forest part too. Me. Are you sure this is a school? Hawks. Yeah, why? Me. This area is just so huge. Hawks. Yep, it is. But there are different quirks, and UA is prepared for every quirk. Now come on. Let me show you the house you broke out of, the dorms we will be staying. Nizu already made arrangements to rebuild that room, so for now you are staying in another room. Me. Let me guess, it is completely white again? Hawks. Unfortunately, yes. Me. Say, do you think I can get some paint? Hawks. I think so. Why? Me. A plain white room. Doesn't it click? I guess you really are a chicken. Hawks. Stop calling me a chicken, kid. Me. And you don't call me kid. Hawks. Well, I can go and ask Nizu. Me. No need for that. I will ask him myself, but before that. Tag, you're it. I made a roll over him, touching his back before letting myself drop to the ground and picking up speed. The wind was feeling so nice, and after what happened, I just needed some change, and what better way than to annoy a chicken? Hawks. Oh, I see. He quickly began chasing me, and I was not going to let him touch me at any cost. This was the reason we spent 3 whole hours up in the air. He was chasing me the whole time, but didn't even manage to touch me even once until he gave up. We both then landed on the rooftop of the dorm. Hawks, there is seriously no way I can keep up with you. Me, I know. Hawks, you know? Me. Yeah, I mean, look at you. You are all out of breath by just flying around for a short while. Hawks, chasing you at full speed for 3 hours. Me. As I said, just a short while, and it wasn't even an exercise. Hawks, kid, what are you even doing for exercise? Me. Oh, just working on my cutting of edges when I fly around the corner real quick and trying to fly higher than I can and also get some more speed. Hawks, birdie, you are not normal. Me. I know, but I didn't have another chance. They're counting on me, and I give it my all to be there at any time. Hawks, you do care for the kids a lot. Me, of course I do. As I said before, the kids that were abandoned by every hero and lost all hope to life. Say, is it possible to fly around the city with you in the night? I get it that you are not letting me go alone, but they need me. Hawks, I will speak to Nizu. Now go and rest for a while. I'll get you some food and be right back. Just like that, he took off again. I then went to the rooftops door and tried to get in, but it was locked. Me, great. Since the door was locked, I needed to fly down and enter the dorms like a normal student. I also hoped that no one would see me. To my luck, there was one person in the hallway of the dorms. I only saw him after I got into the hallway and was about to walk to the staircase. The boy had some lilac hair, and I could immediately tell that this was Toshi. He was someone I saved a long time ago, and the one that didn't want to help capture me. I was happy to see that he was safe again, but what happened next was something I didn't expect. Toshi, Angel. Upon seeing me, the boy started running at me and tackled me to the ground into a hug. I haven't realized that I still had my wings open, which was a dead giveaway who I was, but once we were on the ground, I quickly made them shrink. Me? AHM, hey. After a moment of hesitation, I hugged him back, and we stayed like this for a while. I could hear him sniffing a little bit, and I was sure that he was a little bit crying. Is he that happy to see me? Toshi, I am so sorry. I should have never let them use me to capture you. No, he was still regretting it. A nice fly through the sky. We were still on the ground, and he didn't want to let me go at all. Me? Hey there, it's okay. He was sniffing a little bit, and it took us a good while until he was ready to let go of me. Me? Better? Yes. Me? How about we go somewhere else and talk? Toshio, sorry. He immediately went off me and helped me up. That was the moment that my stomach began grumbling. I was hungry, and I couldn't deny the fact. I haven't eaten in a while too. Toshi, how about we go to the kitchen and I make you something? Nah, it's okay. Besides, I need to be at the upper floor. Hawks will be waiting for me. Toshi Hawks? Me, yep. That dumb chicken is my caretaker. Toshio, so they got you? I'm sorry. Me? Don't be. It's not your fault. That chicken captured and brought me here against my will. It had nothing to do with you. Toshi, I see. Me? On second though, can I still take you up on the offer? I am sure that chicken will get us some chicken. What cannibalism? Toshi, it's still up. Me? Oh great. Toshi, follow me. I will lead you to the kitchen. I didn't question him, but for some reason, I couldn't remember his full name. Normally, I could remember them all, but with him, I don't know. It was different though. I knew that I saved him once, but after that, nothing. I was spacing out the whole time until we arrived at the kitchen. We were alone, and I began watching him taking out a couple of ingredients. That's when I realized I never asked him if he knew how to cook. Me? AHM Toshi? Toshi, yeah? Me? I don't want to be rude, but do you know how to cook? Toshi, I do. Me, oh, that's awesome. Otherwise, I could make us something too, you know? Toshi, no. You're not doing such a thing. You're my angel now. Just sit there and relax. Me? AHM, okay. Did he just call me his angel? For some reason, I began blushing the moment he called me his angel. It made me so happy hearing it from him too. He did, didn't he? Oh my god. Why am I so happy about it? Me? Oh, and Toshi. Amazuku, please call me Aizu. I was happy at that moment that he was busy making something and not looking at me, or I was for sure that I would have used my wings to hide. After a while, I could smell something really delicious, and only a couple of minutes later, he put a plate with some pancakes in between us and had 2 plates in his hand. Me, this smells so good. Toshi, they're my specialty. Me, really? I haven't had pancakes in ages. Toshi, do you like them? Me, love them. I took a bite out of the one he just made, and it was heavenly. Me, MHHHH, they are so good. Toshi, help yourself. He took a couple of pancakes for himself before giving the rest to me. They were so good that I start questioning what he put inside. Me, thanks. Toshi, no problem. Every piece I ate, I enjoyed and flavored it. It was really rare for us in the LOV base to get something like a cake or pancakes. They were hard to get your hands on, especially if they were this good. So, I smiled the whole time while I ate them. Toshi, Aizu, if you ever want to eat them again, you can count on me. I will make them for you again. Me, really? Toshi, yeah. Your smile was the best. This was enough for me to open my wings and let it grow big in order to try and hide myself in them. I knew I was beet red and embarrassed that he was watching me eat the whole time. Toshi, hey, no need to hide. It was so cute. Me, AHM. Toshi, say, can I touch your feathers? They look so soft. I slowly opened them up again and went over to the other side of the table before slowly rising one of my wings toward him. Me, go ahead, but be careful. They might be soft, but the edges are still sharp. Oh, please don't touch them for too long, or my quirk could harm you. Toshi, your quirk? Me, yeah. If they are this black, I can absorb and suck the angry of anything. More precisely, I would take the life energy out of it. But when they're white, I can give that very energy to anything. It basically is like a healing and killing quirk. I felt his hand go over my feathers, and I could tell that he was touching them with a lot of care. Toshi, Sue soft, me. Say, do you want to fly? Toshi, me. You just made some pancakes for me. I want to return the favor, but I am not allowed to do much. So, how about a fly around the UA ground? Toshi, sounds perfect. Me. You aren't scared of the heights, right? Toshi, no, not with you. Me, okay. Just like that, I grabbed his hand and walked outside with him before picking him up and flying through the sky with him. I was holding him around his chest so that he could feel as if he was flying around. I also kept my speed in check and flew over the whole school ground. I saw how wide and sparkly his eyes were when he looked to the side. It was just for a brief moment, but he was enjoying the flight. After a while, I began to return with him and landed safely in front of the dorm before retrieving my wings back. Toshi, that was awesome. Thank you so much, Isaac. Me, no. Thank you for the meal. Before we could even go inside, Hawks came flying down to us. I knew that he was watching and following me the whole time. Hawks, Reaper. Me. Sigh, and here comes the chicken. Toshi. PFFF. Me, he smells like it too. Toshi. Huh? Hawks, what's so funny, kid? Mio. Hawks, Reaper. Me, what? Hawks, where were you? Me. You know where I was? You were following us. Toshi. He was? Me. Yeah, from a safe distance. Hawks. Yeah, you could see me? Me, of course. I can see you. I am not blind. My eyes are also sharp like eagle ones. Hawks. Who? Toshi. Why were you following us? Hawks. Because he needs to be with me all the time. Me. Jealous? Much. Hawks, no. Why would I be jealous? Me, calm down, Birdbrain. I was just returning a favor. Hawks, a favor? He was raising an eyebrow while looking at Toshi. Hawks, what favor? Toshi, I made him some pancakes. Hawks, did I say I will be bringing us food? Me. But they were pancakes. I didn't have them in ages. And you for sure brought some chicken with you back. Hawks, so I find I will let go of this just this time. Now let's go inside. It's already late and your day starts tomorrow too. Me? Do I really need to? Toshi, wait, are you attending UA as well? Me? Well, since they caught me, I need to. Toshi, which class? Hawks, Hero Class 1A. I also will be a new teacher for the class too. Toshi, that's great. Me? How is that great? I am Reaper, a villain in a hero class. I couldn't share or understand his sudden enthusiasm. It was a complete mystery to me. If anything, a villain in a hero class would only make more chaos, which I personally liked and would totally go for it. Toshi, I am part of Class 1A, so we will see each other again. Meow. After that, Toshi began telling me a little bit about everyone in his class before we went inside and called it a day. Naturally, me and Hawks went to our own floor and separate rooms. Thanks to Hitoshi, I was somewhat happy to be part of Class 1A. I wanted to see him again. His smile was so sweet that it was nearly addicting, and the way he hugged me. I will be able to see him again very soon. No. Bad chicken. The bed in the dorms felt so soft. I wasn't really used to sleeping a huge, fluffy, and soft bed. The LOV couldn't afford one since we were basically living in an abandonment building, but this felt so nice that I couldn't help but open my wings and enjoy it. What a good life this would be. I wonder what would have happened if my mother wouldn't have died because of me. What would have happened if I maybe became a hero instead? Dobby was right. I do hero work in my free time, but still a hero? Would I have been a good one? I doubt that. That sounds even stupid. A vigilante, maybe, but a true hero? No. The hero commission would be stuck in my neck, and they wouldn't let me do things my way. That chicken is just their puppet. He is loyal to them and caged in. I can see it in his eyes. All he wants to be is free. No, I couldn't live such a life. No way. Come to think of it, that boy. Toshi, I saved him once. Still, I wish I could remember the details about it. Damn, Izuku. This isn't like you. I normally know all their names and how I saved them, so why? Why can't I remember him? This is so stupid. Why do they even want me to be in here and not jail? What do they all see in me? I am no hero. Just as I was thinking that, laying in the too comfy bed, I could hear a knock on the door. I was still stuck in a plain white room. But at least I knew that thanks to Hawk's request, I would get some paint for my room and I could decorate it as much as I could. Like, I was even allowed to get a bucket of paint and throw it against the wall. I specifically asked Hawks after we got back to our floor if I was allowed to do that. And he said, what you want with the paint, but don't break anything and don't throw it at any person. As if I was really to do that. Like, really? Who does he think I was? However, it was not like I dismissed the thought completely. It sounded kind of nice. Like a bucket full of paint falling on Neese's head, or better, on Hawk's wings. This would be so good. It's so hard and a pain in the ass to get the paint out. Yep, it was decided I would do that later the day when I get the paint. Oh, this will be so much fun. Hawks. Reaper, you there? Me, go away. You know I love this bed, and nothing was going to separate me from it today. Hawks, come on, rise and shine. Me, no. I said go away. Hawks, don't be like that birdie. Me, are you deaf? I said go away, chicken. The moment I said chicken, he tried to open the door, but I locked it. Me, how nice try bird brain. Hawks, did you just call me bird brain? Me, yeah. Hawks, why? Me, because you are a chicken. Hawks, don't break down that door to get you out. Me, nope. I don't want to get up. Hawks, I swear, kid, I will break that door down if I need to. Me, your problem, not mine. Hawks, I kid. Open that goddamn door already. I could hear him banging, but did I care at all? Nope, not at all. Like I would rather stay here, laying on this comfy bed, than going out there meeting some god know-what class except Toshi. No thanks. I would rather stay here. Hawks, Reaper. At this point, I stopped answering him and just ignored everything. Well, this was until my door was literally thrown out of its place and Hawks busted in using his feathers to get me. I was just like, nope, I don't care at all, and didn't move at all. He was having all his feathers up in the air and around me. Hawks, what the hell, kid? You just laying there? Me, yep. Hawks, get out of the bed. The class already started. Me, nope. Hawks, what do you mean, nope? Me, just what I said, chicken. Hawks, stop calling me chicken. Me, but you are one. Hawks, enough. Now get out. Me, make me. Hawks, fine, but it was your choice. The moment I said that, he looked at me and had a smile on his face. Now I began having a bad feeling about this. However, before I could react, he already had me, or more like his feathers were already kind of holding my bed up into the air. Me. And now what? Since I was still laying in bed, I didn't care what he was about to do, but the moment I said that, he flipped it, making me fall to the ground. Me, what the hell? Hawks, you didn't give another choice. Me, you didn't have to do this. Hawks, you want me to grab a bucket full of ice water to wake you up instead? Me, don't you dare. The moment I said that, I already saw one of his feathers carrying a bucket towards me. Me, you know. Chicken, stop. Bad chicken. Hawks, I am not a chicken. Me, sure are. Red wings puffed up to intimidate me. That's a behavior of a roaster. So you are a chicken. Hawks, you asked for this. Me, oh, please. Just no. And this, ladies and gentlemen, was how Hawks threw the ice bucket on me. Me, the hell? I did try to avoid it, but his other feathers were holding me in place and only letting me go the moment he splashed the water on me. Somehow he managed to avoid getting his own feathers wet, but mine were drenched. I had enough. This was too much for me, and so I quickly stood up from the ground and began flapping my wings in order to get them a little bit dry again, and I also hoped to get Hawks wet as well, but I would get my payback. Just you wait, you damn chicken. Hawks, awake now? Me, yeah. Want to try it too? Hawks, nope. I am awake right now. You needed to be woken up? Me. OHH, come on, give me a hug. Hawks, nope. Me. Come here, you dumb chicken. I tried to give him a wet hug, but I failed miserable as the moment I tried to get to him, I slipped on the wet floor and fell to the ground. All Hawks did was look at me and laugh. Me, I will get you back. Just you wait. After that, he put the bed beside me down and got me the UA uniform and laid it on it. Hawks, get changed, kid. I will wait outside. Don't make me get you. Me, fine. After that, it didn't get me long to get changed, but my hair and my feathers were completely wet now. Once I changed, I got out of my room. It was out of the question that he would for sure get me out of my room if I wouldn't leave, and I didn't want to see what he was about to do. So once I standing in front of him, I crossed my arms and looked at him annoyed and angry. Me, let's go before I actually kill you. Hawks, you wouldn't do that. Me, let's find out. I looked at him and gave him the best smile I could muster while being angry and wet. Hawks, better not. Now let's go. After that, we began walking towards the school and the class. They were apparently in ground beta and waiting for us to arrive. As to why we were walking, well, with wet things, there was no way I would actually fly. It was hard with a broken wing, but not impossible. But with wet feathers, there was no chance of flying. Not my feathers, at least. So in the end, I was angry, annoyed, and wet. What a great start in the day. I may be a villain, but why do I have to play one? Me. You want me to do what? After the whole morning fiasco, Hawks lead me to ground beta, or that was how this huge training ground was called, and told me that I was to play villain. Me play villain? Buddy, did you look at me? Did you ever heard of Reaper? I am a freaking villain. Why do I need to play one? How the fuck did you even come up with that? I could literally kill them. Hawks, Play the villain for this exercise. Me. Chicken, did you just fry your brain? Hawks, don't get mean. Me. I am a freaking villain. What do you mean play the villain for this exercise? Hawks, kinda true. Me. Kinda. Hawks. Kid, you did more good than evil. Me. Keep going and my kill count will increase by 1. Hawks. Oh, come on, kid. Me. Didn't I say to stop calling me kid? You dumb rooster. Hawks. And I said you should stop calling me chicken. So we are even. Me. No, we are not since you threw a bucket of water on me. Hawks. You still angry at that? Me. Yep, and you will get it back. Hawks sigh. Me. Yeah, just be scared. My revenge will be sweet. Sweet. That's it. I will use honey on him. Yes. A chicken marinade in a honey sesame sauce. Sounds good. Hawks. Okay, I should have explained it more. Me, yep. Hawks. We are, as I said, in ground beta. Me. Yeah, huge fucking city. Hawks. Hey, don't judge. Me. You teaching world domination or how to overthrow a city here? What is this? A villain school? Hawks. Reaper. You're going overboard. Me where? Just fucking look around you. Hawks art. Reaper, stop being dramatic. This city was only building for heroes to train hostage situation and also how to capture villains without doing too much damage. Me. Someone should have sent in Deho back here. Hawks. I'm not going to comment on that one. Me. Okay, so this city is here for an exercise, but still, why do I need to be the villain? Hawks. You want to be the hero instead? Me, no. Hawks. As I already said, this is a hero versus villain exercise. The hero class 1A will be put in groups, and will try to apprehend the villain or find the bomb the villain placed in the building we are currently in. Me bomb? Hawks. A fake one. Me. Show it to me. Hawks. You will see it later. Me. Okay, I will find it on my own. With that, I went to the rooftop door and opened it. Hawks was following me close by. Hawks. We are supposed to go back to the class. I still need you to introduce yourself. Me. As if a villain would do that. If you want them to have experience 1, then they will need to be prepared to deal with 1 just by knowing they are against 1. Hawks. True, but the school year just started. Me. And people are losing their lives out there because of such a mistake. Hawks. It wasn't hard to find the bomb at all, and the moment I went into the room with the bomb, I couldn't help but gasp. Me. How realistic should this exercise be? Hawks. I don't know. Me. In no freaking way would a villain ever have such a huge bomb. In what freaking world are you guys living? Hawks. It's an exercise after all. Me, nope. I'm so not going to participate in an exercise that is as unrealistic as this one. I went towards the bomb and opened my wings and jumped into the air. Just a few seconds later, and I cut the huge outer metal into pieces and began throwing the pieces out of the window. All but one, and that one was in my hand. Me. This is the size of a normal bomb. Hawks. How? This was one of the strongest metal there is. Not even I can scratch that thing. How sharp are your feathers? Me, very. Hawks. But they are so cute and fluffy too. Me. Did you just call them cute? I get that they are soft and look fluffy, but how the hell did you come up with cute? They are black feathers and sharper than a razor blade. Not to mention that I could kill you with them. Hawks. AHM, change of topic. I don't think you were allowed to do that. Me. I just did anyways. Hawks. I can see that. Me. We're the support column of this building. Hawks. I don't know. Me. What do you know? Hawks. That you are taking this way to serious right now. Me. You wanted a villain. Why should I play one if I am one? With that, I went past him and began wandering around the whole floor until I was sure I found the wall that was important. And once this wall was destroyed, the whole building was given. After that, I used my wings and cut a part of the ceiling. It was just a small hole that I did and put the bomb in there. Me. So now that this is done, let's go outside and be ready to greet the heroes. Hawks. Reaper. You do realize that you are not allowed to kill them or harm them too much. Me, I do, and Hawks. Why are you smiling like that then? Me, like what? Hawks. I mean, you have a... How should I put this? I mean, you could describe it as an evil Cheshire smile. Me. Oh, because I am excited for one. Hawks. I'll be in the air and close by to stop you if you go too far. Me. Oh, so you are not on my team? Hawks, no. Me, good to know. You would have been a burden either way, chicken. Hawks. Did you just call me a burden? I will have you know that I am the fastest hero, and the number 3 too. Me. And I am the fastest villain. Besides, what will you do if I go too far? You can't even keep up with my speed. Hawks. I can't, but this room was upgraded. So, the moment you do go overboard, I'll just have to activate the defense system and a sleeping gas fill the room in matter of seconds. Me. And I could kill everyone in matter of seconds, so it's still too slow. Hawks. Kid, stop sounding like a villain. You are not one at heart. Me? Why can't you get this in your dumb, thick chicken brain? I am one. After I said that, I went past him and out of the building to the rooftop again. I wanted to greet the heroes on a special way after all. Meet a real villain. I was out and waiting for the students to come my way, and the first one I saw was a blonde boy with anger issues screaming at another kid with glasses. Fuck off. Mind your long, this is not very hero-like. I was just hovering in the air and decided to fly to them and tap one of them on the shoulder as I fly past them. Naturally, I was fast, and they didn't even see me do it. Don't fucking touch me, you extra. Calm down. I didn't touch you. Are you freaking kidding me? Listen, Bakugo. I never touched you. Now calm down so we can get this exercise over with. I want you liar. Me. PFFFAHAHA. I was still in the air, and the whole conversation was too funny for me, so I kind of just busted out laughing. The moment the blonde-haired boy began making some explosions in his hands, ready to strike at his own teammate. What's so freaking funny, you dumb shit? The moment I heard him call me like that, I stopped laughing and came flying towards him like a bird ready to pick up its victim. He had no other choice as to obey me as I flew very high up to the ceiling. Me. You know what is funnier? No answers. Me no? Then let me tell you. I began slightly to loosen my grip at him, and he immediately reached out and grabbed my hands. Don't you fucking dare drop me now. Me. But your face will be the best thing I will ever see. But we can do it like this too. Just like that, I closed my wings and began dropping down with an incredible speed. All the while I could hear him scream. After a couple of meters of me, showing no sign of actually pull up, I could hear Hawk scream my name while the boy in my hand began screaming, "You'll fucking kill me." Only 1 meter above the ground, I decided to pull up and throw him against the other one. They both went flying thanks to the speed and momentum I threw Blondie towards the glasses guy. Not only did they fly for a short amount, but they managed to crash too. It left a good cracking mark on the wall. I could see Hawks flying to them and checking on them while I returned back to the building's rooftop the bomb was hiding in. Never killed anyone on purpose, really, so there was no way I would kill them. But scaring them to death is okay. I mean, he was screaming die at first, and then "you'll kill me." It was way too funny for me. I had pretty sure I made my point as the villain here. Don't fuck with a real one, like ever. It looked like they were both okay after seeing them getting carried away by Hawk's feathers. He, however, was flying towards me and landed on the same roof as I was. Hawks, I told you no killing. Me. Oh, please, I just played with them. Hawks, that's playing for you? Me. Yes, and it was fun. Did you hear him scream? Hawks, that kid passed out because of how scared he was. Me. But he is fine. Hawks. Reaper, that is not the point here. Me. No? Hawks, come with me. You are meeting the class now. All Might just told me to bring you down, and you need to explain your quirk to them too. Me, why? Hawks, because he told me so. Me. But why? Hawks, just come with me. Me, no. Hawks, Reaper. Me, you deaf? I told you there is no need to meet the class. They will find out who I am, and besides, I am sure that they were watching this whole scenario. Hawks, they did, and this is why I was told to bring you to the observation room. Me. How about you make me? Hawks, you want to fight me? Me. No. Hawks, then what do you want? Me. Not being the only villain in this dumb exercise. This is so boring. Hawks, do you want a kid to team up with you? Me. In no way will I not yeet that kid out of the window the first chance I'll get. Hawks, how about Hitoshi? Me, out, poor thing. I don't want him to play the villain either. He tried to commit once, which means that it was because no one accepted him, probably. This is a great chance to find friends. Hawks, wanting to team up with you then? Me. You? Hawks, yeah, me. Sure, why not? We can both fly at least. Hawks. Okay, but first we have to go to the room and announce the changes. Me, okay. Race you. After that, we both got up into the air and flew to the room. Needless to say that I won the race. Once we were inside, I could tell that the people looked at me with either fear, disrespect, anger, amusement, or sheer confusion. All Might, here is our villain of the exercise. Me, hello. I am Reaper, and I'm not just a villain for this exercise. I'm a real one. AHM All Might Sensei? Is that true? Ribbit, me if I say so. All Might? It is. I advise being cautious around him. Me? AWWWW, I don't bite. Hawks, but bark a lot. Me? Says the chicken that can't literally shut up. Hawks, stop calling me a chicken. Me, never. We both puffed our wings up and had them threatening in the air to intimidate the other. but neither of us was to back down. All Might, HAM. As you can see, this will not be a simple exercise. UA is giving their best to train you in the best possible way there is. Me, by bringing in a villain. Great, Hawks. Now, questions will be asked tomorrow. For today, all you need to know is that Reaper and I will be the villains in this exercise. However, we will go easy on you. Me, not me, Hawks. Please, for the love of chicken, can you at least not be so hard to deal with for once? Me, I am still pissed at you for throwing a bucket full of cold water on me to wake me up. Hawks, I get it. I am sorry. I heard the class snicker about our little dispute, and I could see Hitoshi having some fun too. Me, finally you are all smiling again. The moment I said that, everyone looked at me very confused. Me, you all look like you just signed your death papers the moment you heard my name or that I was a real villain. Don't worry. I never killed anyone on purpose so far, and I don't plan on starting now. Besides, it's better not to be so worried about something for that long. It's not healthy at all. I left the room with that explanation in the air. Reaper, that was the name I hardly worked on establishing. A name that was feared by villains and heroes. Still, I never killed anyone before on purpose. Maybe on accident, but never did I want to kill anyone. This class, however, was way too tense the moment I entered, so I needed to find a way to make them laugh and smile at something ridiculous. What better way than using my and Hawk's quarreling for that? At the end, I was glad that they could all laugh again and were not so tense around me. This will ensure that the exercise will be a lot more interesting. Hawks, wait up! He ran after me as I was going back to the building the bomb was in. Yes, I was walking for once in a while. Hawks, you care for them. Me, maybe. Hawks, why do you insist on being a villain? Me, who knows? I sure wouldn't tell him why. This was not the time for it. Besides, I could have so much fun with the villain title in a rehab system. Hero versus villain exercise. Hawk's POV. I knew that the kid wasn't bad at all. What he just did only shows this even more. In a room filled with only 2 heroes and 20 students, there were enough opportunities for him to kill every single one of them. I doubt that me and All Might could have even done anything against it. However, I would have never thought that he would go inside and just tell them straight up that he was Reaper and a villain without even sugarcoating it. Not only that, but after that, the whole dynamic in the room changed, and I could tell that they were all afraid of him. Who would have thought that he would actually use me and our little jokes to get the other to laugh? He isn't a villain, and that was for sure. I still couldn't understand why he was so persistent to call himself a villain. Me, hey Birdie, why did you do that? Reaper, do what? Me, make them laugh? Reaper, you saw them. They were scared and they would have messed this exercise up if they knew that I was about to kill them, which I am not. Me, is that the only reason? Reaper, yep, live. I know it's not. This is for sure not the only reason. You care for others. That's why you were doing this. You always cared. That's why you save kids and give them hope by just looking at the night sky. You are no villain, you are a hero. Reaper, now get ready. Me, aye, Captain. Reaper, me. Say, what shall I do again? Reaper, grate them with me and get them into the air. All we need to do is apprehend them, right? Me, yep. Reaper, then we will let them experience how it is to fly. Me, sounds like a plan. We were both standing outside the building, and the moment he said that, he flapped his wings and began flying up and stop in midair. I soon followed by, and we both waited for each hero and did the same thing to every single one of them. At first, we would fly in a circle around the house like a vulture would. After that, we would fly quickly down and somehow always get them up in the sky. Once me and him had the heroes of this exercise in the air, All Might gave the signal that they lost this exercise. It was rather fun to see one of them, Ida, run with his quirk and couldn't escape Reaper. He just came from behind him and swooped him up into the air. I, on the other hand, had one with an electricity quirk. I think he was called Kaminari. Anyways, he tried to electrocute myself in midair, so I threw him into the air where he could discharge himself. They all tried using their quirk on me or him, but both of us could easily evade it. It wasn't hard enough for us to put much effort into it. Not a single person made it into the building thanks to this strategy. One after another failed the exam until the last pair of kids came to face us. It was this lilac-haired boy, Shinso Hitoshi. He was Aizawa's kid, and I knew that he had his eyes on Reaper. To be quite honest, he felt like family to me, and I wouldn't let him see another person that easy. I felt the need to protect him in a sibling kind of way, like a big brother. His wings were just so similar to mine that it felt only right to do something like this. Me, I'm saying dips on the sleepy head. Reaper. Okay, but don't go overboard with him. Me. I won't have fun with Waraka. Reaper. Oh, that's her name. Well, thanks, I will. We quickly split up, and I watched him coming down and touch the girl and pick her up, but all of a sudden, it looked like he somehow lost control in air and was floating around with the girl in his hands. It looked hilarious just by glancing at them. Me, haha, Reaper. I'ma drop you if you don't make this stop. I could hear him in a scream before I heard Reaper laugh again. Since I flew past them, all I saw was that he was floating for a bit, and I would have gone and helped him if not that I had my own target. Not soon after I passed Reaper, I managed to pick the boy up into the sky. Shinso. Aiza was right. You really are a huge rooster. Me, no, I'm not. Shinso dumb. Dumb as heck, bird brain. I felt losing control over my body, and not only that, but I could visible see us crash landing. We were still in the sky, but we wouldn't be in it for long if I couldn't get my body back under control. It was obviously my mistake of not knowing his quirk. My only role was to watch over Reaper, nothing more and nothing less. I was about to give him the chance he needed to be a hero and the support as well. Shinso, land on that roof. I did as he told me, and soon after that he also commanded me let him go, and I did that too. Too bad for him that I was not the only villain as I saw Reaper coming down and grabbing him. That was the moment I got the control over myself back again. Me, go teach him a lesson, feathers. I watched him fly extremely high and throwing him into the sky just to drop with him and only grab him and pull up a couple of meters above the ground. Reaper didn't let him go, but was more flying around with him until the time was up for them. For me, it looked like one roller coaster ride. It looked like fun, but at the same time it also didn't, but I heard his laughter, and so I knew that he actually enjoyed it like the other ones he took up and flew with them. There was Enji's kid too. Reaper was also flying with him in the air, as if he wanted to make it a fun ride, and for the first time since I knew his family, I heard the kid laugh. He managed to break the ice around him. He was also smiling at him too. This made me only think why he would go so hard on the first one, but I had my answer too. It was the dandelion's manners. The way he treated a companion. That was what triggered Reaper. I knew him well enough by now to know that he values friendship, family, and teammates extremely. Everything he did until now was not villainous at all. This whole villain rehab was a joke if you ask me, since he was never a real villain to begin with. After the exercise was done, I was sure to pick up the paint he wanted for his own room. If I knew that he would really avenge me for dumping a bucket with water on him, then I would have never done that. Guess I have a couple of lessons to learn too. Payback. I must say the hero versus villain exercise was really fun. All the students that I took up into the sky screamed yeah, and were enjoying the roller coaster ride with me. Hawks was the only one of us villains treating them as enemies in this exercise while I got my fun with them. Like I had Shoto, Dobby's brother, and did so many loops-to-loops with him, and he was laughing so much at the end that I would say it was a success. I also had Toshi after he used his quirk on Hawks. The moment I saw Hawks land, I knew what his quirk was. I remembered it. Flashback brought to you by Hitoshi being at the end of his wisdom and trying to end his life, but found love at first sight instead of death. I was flying through the night sky until I found this boy on a rooftop crying and standing at the edge of it. Just seeing him look so dead inside, I couldn't help but land right next to him. After that, I shrank my wings and hid them while I was standing beside him until he noticed me. I could see him glacé over to me, and that's when I decided to talk to him. He couldn't see my wings at all. Me done with life, huh? Yeah. Me want to talk about it? Why should I? You won't care either way. Me, oh really? Then why did I ask? Pity. Me. Then how about we jump together and you leave your past life behind you? You would do that? Me, sure. I grabbed his hand and smiled at him. Me, just promise me you will tell me what happened to you afterwards. Okay. Just like that, we jumped down the 13-story high building, and as we fell, I let my wings grow to their full size and coughed him, flying us together through the night sky. He had his eyes closed as we were falling, and I took that as my chance to save him. After a while, he opened his eyes, and I could hear him gasp. I was now extremely high in the sky and flying us around. Me, surprised what? He looked up at me as I was holding him around his waist. This is so beautiful. Me, yep, so calming and relaxing. Me, want me to fly us for a little bit more? Can we? Me, sure. It took me a while to get back to the rooftop. We both jumped, but it was worth it. He enjoyed it, and at the end of the day, he was smiling and stopped crying and worrying about anything. Thanks. Me, no problem. We both sat down, and I plucked a feather out of my wing and gave it to him. Me, just remember this day whenever you feel like dying again. Or just come to this rooftop. You wouldn't do that if you knew the truth. Me? Try me. I have a villainous quirk. Me too, so what? You? But your wings are beautiful. Me? And deadly. I could kill a person in a matter of seconds. So they are villainous too. My quirk is called brainwash. I can control people and command them to do things. Our quirks are different. Me true. I mean, I can fight with mine pretty well, but you can actually save people. Huh? Me? Never thought about that, huh? No. Me? Just imagine a hostage situation. You could use your quirk to get people out of the situation without any harm. It is the perfect quirk for that, or even an underground hero. No matter what you want to be, it's not villainous. I see a splendid and useful quirk like you see mine. It only depends on how you look at it. It is both villainous and heroic. It just depends on how you use it. After that, we spent a night talking together about his home life and other things. It was fun to speak to him, and I was sure I would meet him again after saying my goodbye and leaving him with my feather as a token. End of flashback brought to you by Hitoshi, holding the feather very dear and treasuring it like it was the most valued item in the world. After saving Hawks from Hitoshi's control, I picked him up and flew him around the room, having some fun with him. The whole exercise was just an amusement trip with your nice and villainous birdie of prey. Time went by, and after the exam, I was back in my room with some paint. I was sure to use the paint and make something on the wall. It took me a while to make some colorful splashes and then a feather symbol behind my bed. 99C61F976Act5306744.jpg. The symbol of freedom. Free like a bird. That was what I wanted to express with it, and I liked it. It was pretty. After finishing making the room as colorful as I can, I still had some paint, and I decided to put it all in a bucket and mix it, getting a nice black color. Next, I went out of the room and sneaked into the kitchen, stealing all the honey and sesame seeds I could get. After that, I went back to my room and used an empty bucket to pour all the honey I have into it. Now on to my plan. I first took the paint bucket and went to Hawk's room, knocking on the door. He opened up immediately, and I just throw the paint into his face. Hawks, really? Me told you. Payback for the cold water in the morning. Hawks, fine. At least this can be washed off. After that, he closed the door, and I immediately ran into my room, got the honey, and went to his room again. We both had showers, including in our room. I mean, it was just a doorstep away from our room to it. They were private and huge too. Once I heard the water going, I decided to stand behind the door and wait for Hawks to finish and get out. The moment he did, I poured the whole bucket of honey over his wings. Next, I just throw the sesame bucket at him, and voila, I got a nice chicken with sesame honey dressing. Hawks, Reaper. I was laughing so hard after everything is done, but I saw him turn around and trying to get me. Too bad that I just yeeted myself out of the window and fly up into the sky, laughing at him, screaming from the window at me. This much for payback. It was sweet, and it was delicious to say the least. That night, I was spending it out with Eraserhead. I asked Nizu if it would be okay to fly around town and do what I do every night. He told me I would need to have a tracker on me that could also put me down if needed, and I accepted the conditions. Eraserhead was hiving the trigger, and I was always careful to be around him and not to fly too fast so that he could see me. That night, I saved a quirkless kid, and we chatted on the roof together the whole night until 3 a.m. That was when the boy decided to go. I offered him to take him home, but he only said no, since it was already that late. Eraserhead asked me to go on a patrol with him, and I said I would only watch him do it, but wouldn't go against a villain that I knew. Fun fact, I knew the backstory of nearly every villain around this area, so I knew when to jump in and help the villain escape. I did that once and grabbed Eraserhead without any warnings and flew him to the rooftop, settling him down. After that, I told him why the man just robbed a bank. I knew it was not legal, but he needed the money for his sick daughter, and it was the only thing that could save her. Once I told him that he also let go of the villain, and we spent the whole night together before heading to a coffee shop. Eraserhead, you want something? Me, no thanks. Eraserhead, it's on me, kid. Don't be shy. Me, no. Really, I don't need anything. It was a cat coffee shop we were in, and I had my wings hidden under a hoodie, hugging myself with them so that I wouldn't freak out other people or the cats. However, as I was giving my reply to Eraserhead, 6 cats began gathering around me, and I just picked a completely black cat up. Me. Are we resting here for a bit? Eraserhead, yeah. Me. I'll be sitting there in the corner and wait for you to finish ordering. Though I really don't need anything. With that said, I went with the black cat in my hand to the table. I pointed and sat down. A white one was following me too and jumped into my lap, snuggling in between the black cat. I played and patted both of them. They were purring, and I was so focused on them that I haven't realized Eraserhead sitting opposite to me and the food on the table until he spoke up. Eraserhead, they really like you. Miha, oh yeah, they really are lovely. Eraserhead, here kid, I got you a hot coca and a croissant. Me, thanks, but you really didn't have to. Eraserhead, you haven't eaten anything since yesterday, have you? Me, no. Eraserhead, then this was necessary. Me, but it also isn't something I am not used to. I mean, villains are basically homeless people after all. Eraserhead, all the reason more for you to enjoy it. He didn't give me one chance to refuse it, and so I just accepted what he bought for me and enjoyed it. It was something different indeed. Me, thanks. After we both finished our breakfast and playing with the cat some more, we both headed back to UA. Once on the ground, he quickly took off the bracelet I had on. To be quite honest, I completely forgot I even had it on. Next thing we did was go into his class, since it was time to officially introduce myself to them. Eraserhead, it took you 3 seconds to realize we are in the classroom. It is a better than last time, but still not good enough. They all looked at me, and I could tell that they were not scared of me or judge me like they did yesterday. Eraserhead, introduce yourself. Hawks was not in the class since he had apparently some hero work to do, and so Eraserhead would look after me the whole day. Me, hello there. I'm Izuku Midoriya, otherwise known as the Reaper. Maybe some of you heard about Fallen Angel too. Well, that's me. With that, I waved to them, and they all looked at me with wide eyes the moment they heard I was Fallen Angel and V. A villain doing hero work? Not the most usual thing you come across these days. Eraserhead, now I want you all to treat him as if he was never a villain. If anyone treats him bad, be prepared for punishment. Now I'll be in my sleeping bag the whole class. Do not bother me. Just like that, I watched him go and get into his sleeping bag, but before that he gave me a warm smile that I didn't even thought was possible. After that, I went over to Hitoshi, since there was an empty seat, and began answering their questions. They also all introduced themselves to me with their quirk. I did tell them my quirk shortly after Eraserhead went to sleep, though I was sure that he wasn't sleeping, but observing and listening to the conversation. Shoto I. Thank you for saving me once. It was Dobby's brother that immediately came over to me. Save? That was such a widespread word. All I did was picking him up while he was practicing with his personal trash can and decided that enough was enough. Back then, he had a couple of burns on his skin, and I flew him to a rooftop before tending to his wounds with the small aid kit I usually carry with me. Bakugo. Izuku. Mihm? He looked at me as if he had known me, but I couldn't remember him. Bakugo. It's me, Kakin. I thought you were dead. Me? Kakin. Kakin. The moment I heard his name, I tackled him into a hug. I couldn't believe that I didn't recognize my best friend from childhood and also a brother-like person to me. It was so long that I have seen him, but he looked relieved to see me and know that I was alive. Suddenly, the hero versus villain exercise made sense. He never attacked me, even once while I had him in my hands and done all that shit to him. Me. Oh, my gosh. I am so sorry for the exercise. I went so rough on you. Kakin, it's okay. You clearly didn't recognize me. After that, we chatted for a little bit before I was bombarded with questions again. Sue, why are you a villain if you were the legendary Fallen Angel? Me, things happened and I lost hope in the current heroes. Sue, can you tell us what happened? Ribbit, Urarika. Sue, it might bring up bad memories. I'm sorry for her. Me, it's okay. Well, for starters, I save a lot of people and try to help them as much as I can. Every homeless person knows me, and so I began collecting street kids that couldn't survive on their own. To make the story short, they all died because of a hero that was not able to apprehend a villain properly. 42 kids died that day. They were like family to me. Momo, that's horrible. Me, it is, and that's why I thought that the society would be better without them since no one is lecturing them or punishing them. I took it upon myself, and that's how I became Reaper. Ida, that is indeed tragic. Though heroism is still commendable. After that, we just began talking about anything from their past lives. They all began sharing stories with me, and I could say that the class and I began bonding. It felt nice, and I never wanted to kill the future generation of heroes. They still didn't do anything bad, and their hero account was empty too. I could shape them into fine heroes since I was already here. My story is only for a true hero to know. After school, I went to the teacher's office with Eraserhead since he was watching over me that day. Once in the office, I decided to just sit in the couch and wait for him to be done with his work. There was not really anything I wanted to do, and this couch was so soft too that it felt like I could immediately fall asleep. Eraserhead, Izuku, why did you tell them your story? The moment he said that, all of the other heroes immediately looked at me. No one beside the class and the LOV knew a part of my story. Why did I just tell them that? To be honest, I wanted them to learn from what I have seen and experiences. If they wanted to be heroes and made the same mistakes, then I would go after them with no doubt. This was not story time, as more like a warning I wanted to give them. Me, a warning. Eraserhead, a warning? Me, yeah. If they decided to be as bad as the heroes I go after, I wouldn't, and I won't hesitate going after them too. Eraserhead, I see, but why did you tell them that while I was in there? Me, you were different. Eraserhead, kid, I'm a hero too. Me. And yet you never had any collateral damages, nor did you kill or harm anyone if not necessary. Mike, he's right, Show. You care for your opponents. Midnight. We all do at some point. Me. Would you let a bank robber go if you knew that he needed the money for his kid to survive? Midnight. I him. Well, he's a criminal after all. Snipe. He is a criminal, so we will need to get him arrested. It is not his money no matter what. Mike, there are different ways to save a life too. Money can't solve everything, but it can pay for a surgery, one that could save the kid's life. You all are calling yourself heroes? Why not donate some of the money if you think stealing is bad? Why not offer it to a robber? You think he will laugh at you, joke at you for it? No. They need it and they would accept it happily. If that man was offered money instead freely, he would never be a criminal. Me. I see. It was as I thought. Eraserhead did care and let some villain slip by the rules. He was an underground hero after all. No one was watching him, nor did someone inspect or judge his decisions. Power loader. So, what's your full name? Me. None of your business. Mike, Show, tell us. Eraserhead. If he doesn't want to share it, then I won't. It is not my place to tell his story after all. Midnight. Oh, I know we could ask the show's class and Toshi. Eraserhead. I highly doubt that they will say a thing. Me, Hound Dog. Why is that? Eraserhead. You will find it out on your own eventually. Snipe. What's that supposed to mean? After that, they tried getting information out of me, but I wouldn't tell them a thing, and Eraserhead just began ignoring them and do his work for once. It didn't take long that Nizu would come into the teacher's room and call for me. I knew that he was for sure listening into it and watching the footage, but he was also a person that loves a good show. So, I knew that he wouldn't tell the others what I said. Once I was in his office, he immediately offered me some cookies and some tea. I took both of them and enjoyed it too. I love sweet things so much. Nizu. So Izuku, I will jump right into the topic if you don't mind. Me? No, of course not. Nizu. I want to know why you were so willing and tell the students of class 1A a little bit of your backstory. Me? I want them to be better heroes than the current ones. If that means for me to share my story and be the villain for them, then I'll do it. Nizu. I can assure you that they will be all fine heroes someday. Me, you sure about that? What about that pervert? If he touches just one of the female students in front of me, he will be done for. Nizu, I understand, and I will send a warning to him. Me, that's not everything you wanted to talk to me, is it? Nizu, no. You told him the reason for being Reaper, but I would like to know the reason for being Fallen Angel. Me, say everything I say stays in this room, or I'll for sure go after every hero knowing this without me telling it to them. Nizu, of course. Me, my mother loved my quirk, but I killed her with it. It was an accident. I couldn't control the deadly part of it. After that, I was sent to live with my grandparents, and they hated my wings and chopped them up a couple of times. I faced so many bullying, abusing, and torturing from them without any hero to come and save me. It did take me very long to break and just run away. After that, I found out that there are so many kids out there on the streets that endured something similar, if not even worse, and no hero was helping them. I took it upon me to do it since I couldn't stand the thought of someone going through all the pain. Nizu, I'm sorry. Me, Nizu, no one should go through something like that. I'll see to it that your parents and all the other people abusing and discriminating their child will be punished by law severely. Me, thanks. This is all I need to know, but there is no need for that, not in my case anyways. I resent them, but I don't wish to harm them. Nizu, how come? Me, I believe they will get what they deserve. Karma is always on the lookout for such people after all. After that, I began sharing some more information with him, and he, on the other hand, also revealed secrets about his past. I knew that he was a test subject, but hearing his story was so sad. In the end, Nizu told Aizawa that he will be watching over me for the rest of the day. That, however, didn't stop Aizawa from denying it and getting me of the school ground in his car and right into his home. Once we were there, he let me in and showed me to the couch and left me with just one word: sit. Am I some kind of freaking dog? Who do you even think you were telling me to just sit? You are so lucky that this is so comfy. It didn't take long for him to come back with 2 mugs in his hands. Aizawa, here. He offered me one, and just by the smell of it, I knew that this was hot chocolate milk. Me thanks. After that, he kind of just sat beside me without telling me why I was there. I waited until we both finished our drinks, but he still didn't talk to me. So why am I here? Aizawa, I thought a change of environment would do you good, Izuku. Me call me Aizu. Aizawa, alright. Me, getting away from that chicken sure is nice. Aizawa, Hawks only wants the best for you. He cares for you as if you were his brother. Me, I know. It's obvious. But I don't know if I can trust him. Aizawa, I can't tell you that. Me, you care too. Aizawa, Ido. I know from the stories of Fallen Angel that you are a good kid. I can understand why you do this, and I won't stop you. Just know that if you need help, you can come to me. Me, thanks. Aizawa, Toshi cares for you too. Me, Aizawa, by the looks of it, you do too. Me, Aizawa, I am not here to talk about it, just wanted to say it. Anyways, want to watch a movie and just relax? Me, no. I can't. There are kids out there that need help. Aizawa, and you need rest. Me, they take priority. The moment I said that, he activated his quick and picked me up. Aizawa, you can't help them without being rested. You didn't sleep at all in the last 24 hours. I'm calling it a day for your sake. Just like that, he went into his room, or a guest room, put me into a sleeping bag, and that bag into the bed, where he soon laid close to on the floor. There was no escaping it this time. My wings were in their small form, hugging myself. On top of that, I really was tired, and this warmth felt so nice that I soon fell asleep. Whatcha doing, birdie? I woke up in the middle of the night and felt well rested. Just listening to the sounds around me, I could hear that Aizawa was asleep. Since it was still dark out, I had a couple of hours to use and fly around if I managed to get out of here, that was. At first, I was only awake and listening to Aizawa's breathing in order to be sure that the man was really asleep. After that, I slowly opened the sleeping bag and got out of it. I hated to see the man sleeping on the floor against the wall, just like that, so I took a blanket of the bed and went over to him to cover him. I was careful to not wake him up. After that, I went to the window, opened it, and climbed out just to open my wings and fly. Naturally, I closed the window again. I didn't want the man to catch a cold after all. He was deeply sleeping, which told me that he was exhausted and actually hasn't slept for a while. I knew that he didn't sleep the entire day either, so he needed the rest. Once I was out, I immediately started flying around, greeting the kids and being on the lookout for kids that were about to throw their lives away. Luckily, no one was doing it this night. After I did a quick round, I could tell that this was of the rare nights where I could just enjoy the night, and so I flew to the highest building and just stood there watching the city. The night sky was so beautiful, and it was also calming. It was only a couple of minutes later that I could hear some gunshots. Looking at the direction, I could see 2 kids, not even 14 years old, running out of the alley. This didn't sit well with me, and so I decided to fly down to them. Just a couple of seconds later, I was hovering before them. Me, wow. Don't be scared. I'm Fallen Angel. Once close look, and I could tell that both of them were homeless. This was why I used my other name instead of Reaper. Save him, please save Hawks. He saved us. The moment I heard his name, I couldn't help but immediately fly up into the sky and dash towards the alley just a couple of meters above their heads. It was not hard to find him. There were 5 people against him, and he looked badly injured. The moment I saw one of them go at him, I immediately flew down and used my wing to slice through his neck, serving his head from the rest of his body. He was one of the men that killed his own family and went missing. Not only that, but the man loved to murder people. The police were on a lookout for him. Guess not anymore. Me, you look beaten up, chicken nugget. My eyes were fixated at the other man. Every single one of them was also a gang member of the same group that tricked the LOV and the reason our mission failed. The criminals all looked at me. Number 1, so it is true. Reaper is now siding with the heroes. Me, oh my, where are my manners? I should have killed you first. Number 2, ha, as if that was possible. Number 5, yeah, what he says. Me, MHM. Just like that, I flew past them and served all 3 heads. It took a moment for the body to fall down and their heads to roll of. Number 3, I give up. Me, TSK. As if I would believe that. All the criminals stopped in track. They looked at me frightened. I was angry, and anyone could tell that. They were now paralyzed out of fear. Not a second later, 3 and 4 charged at me. They were scared and shaking, but they took their guns out. That was the moment I went in front of them and just cut the gun in 2 pieces with my wing and looked at them cold. The gun exploded, and I quickly slashed the man in front of me. His whole chest part was now open, and he fell to the ground. The only one left was one guy, and he was backing away from me. I had no intention of leaving him to live, and so I went over to him and stabbed him with my wing. After that, I quickly went to Hawks and looked at him. Hawks was looking at me the whole time. However, he was barely conscious, and I could tell that he was trying so hard to preserve energy. Now I had a better view of all his injuries, and that he wasn't nearly in a good condition. There was a blood pool forming at his side. Better fix his injuries quick. I could see that he wouldn't have made it if I don't heal him immediately. I closed my eyes and concentrated on my quirk while wishing nothing more as to heal him. My wings changed to white the moment I opened my eyes, and I felt the energy flow around me. It was completely different than what I was used to. Looking at my wings, I saw that they were all white, and so I stepped towards him and touched his chest. Please make it heal him, please. I focused on the energy around me and let it flow towards him and speeding up his natural recovery process while boosting his life force dramatically up. After I could hear him with breath somewhat normal again, I went to his side and picked him up before I began flying in a really fast pace. I felt the warm coming of my wings, and as I was holding him, I was giving him more energy. There was only one place that could heal him. Hawks, what? Cha. Doing? Birdie, me? Don't talk. Please. Just stay awake. I'll get you to recovery, girl. Thanks to activating my whole quirk, I was fast and landed on UA's ground. I knew that the healer was living on UA's ground because of the students, and so I went to her room from the outside and knocked at the window. I was holding Hawks. There was no way I would break in since I didn't have the permission for this part of UA. Me. Recovery girl. She immediately went to the window and saw me with him in my hand. Me, please. I knew by now that I was a crying mess. Until now, I didn't realize that he has somewhat grown on to me. Once she saw me, she immediately opened her windows and I helped her get Hawks in through it. The healer immediately went to work after letting me in too. All the while, I had one of his precious feathers in my hand and was squeezing it. You can't die. It was one and the same thought circling my mind. He just couldn't. He was now allowed to do that. After 1 hour, she came over to me and had a look at me too. Recovery girl. Dearie, did you heal him? Me, I tried to. He was dying there. Recovery girl. He is all right now thanks to your quick actions. Say, dearie, why don't you get the blood of you first? Me, I would rather stay with him. Recovery girl. He won't run away, and I will stay here until you return. Thinking about it, I was completely covered in blood, and my feathers were too, so a bath was not a bad idea. Me K. After that, I quickly showered, got the blood from myself off, and was allowed to stay in the same room as him. I was so worried about him that I was sitting on the ground with my white wings open and laying my head on the bed. I still had a feather in my hand as I fell asleep. Please be okay. Family. Hawks POV. Am I dead? Was this it? Now this feels different. Is someone holding a feather of mine? Wait, I can feel my feathers, so I am not dead yet. The little angel must have saved me. I woke up in a room I didn't recognize and slowly sat up in the bed. Just one quick glance over the room, and I saw Izuku laying there on the ground. He had a red feather in his hand. Recovery girl. You know he was up nearly the whole night watching over you and using his quirk on you. I think he still is. Besides that, he was the one healing you the most. Me, he did? Recovery girl. Yes. It was also him that brought you back. He could have escaped since he didn't have any restriction on him, but he decided to save you. Me, recovery girl. What happened? Me. I was on my way back and I saw 2 kids getting attacked by 5 people. I went in to help, but they managed to wound me very badly and immobilize me. Recovery girl. You would have died if it was not for him. Me, I know. I looked at him and he looked just so tired. He also had tear stains in his face. His wings were spread wide open and I could see how white they really were. They had also a golden shimmer too. If I was to describe them, then I would say heavenly. Recovery girl, you should rest a little bit longer. Not many people escape death just like you did, me. I will, but would it be okay for me to get him back to his room? Recovery girl? Sure, dearie. Just be careful not to wake him up. He used up enough energy to get you here as it is. Me? Don't worry, I will. Though I was sure that he would have woken up by now if he wasn't so exhausted. So, I went to him and touched his wings in order to fold them and pick him up. After that, I began walking towards the dorms. I would have flied us there, but he would for sure wake up because of the winds. As I walked out of building, I was met with Aizawa, who was running towards me once he saw me having him in the hand. Aizawa, what happened? Me? Nothing. Aizawa, why is he with you? Me. He saved me. Without him, I would have been dead. Aizawa. So, he managed to sneak out. Me, wait, you were with him? Aizawa, yes. It's nice to see that he is finally sleeping. He hasn't slept that much in the last 48 hours. Me. I'll be with him. Aizawa, I understand. Please inform him that we are going to the USJ building in a week's time. He is excused from today's lesson. Take care of our small angel. With that, he moved one of his hair strands away from his face before walking past us. After that, I continued walking towards the dorms, only to be met with Class 1A. They all looked worried about him, even though they just recently met. Shinso. Is he okay? Me, yes. Only exhausted. Shinso. I would love to take care of him, but please take good care of him. Ida. I am sure Hawks will take care of Midoriya very well. He is a hero after all. The moment I heard that name, I froze and looked at him. Me. How do you know that name? Todoroki. He told us his name himself. Me what? Bakugo. Don't fucking tell me you didn't know his name, bird brain. Me. Of course I knew his name. I just didn't know that he told it to you guys. After that, I turned around and began walking away from them towards the building. Needless to say that I was shocked. His name is Izuka Midoriya. My mother's name was Midoriya. She only changed to my father's after they married, which meant that we were related in some kind of way. He is a Midoriya. A Midoriya? He is my little cousin, and I didn't know it. How? How didn't I know about this? Why has no one informed me about having a cousin? All I know is that they were dead. If I knew that, I would have taken him in. He didn't need to be all alone. I wonder if he knows. Why didn't the Hero Commission tell me anything about it? I have a cousin now. A cousin. He will be like my brother. I'll take good care of you, little brother. I am so sorry I was never there for you. Nothing can make it right that I wasn't with you. That I didn't see you grow. It didn't take long for me to get to his room and put him in bed. He immediately used his wing to cover himself and began sleeping in a fetal position. Just by seeing that, I knew that he wasn't feeling safe here, and I was about to do anything to make him feel safe. Izuku, please. Don't, Miha. I looked at him while I was covering him with a blanket, and I could see all the color drain of his face. He looked scared, and not only that, he began pleading, and it sounded as if he was pleading for his life. Me, Izuku. He didn't respond, and I could only see how he began shivering. That's when I decided to get into the bed and take him in my hands and cover him with my wing. Me, it's okay, Aizu. I will never leave you again. I am so sorry I am late, cousin. I swear I will treat you like a brother from now on. I was there for him now no matter what. If he ever wanted to be a villain, then I would make sure that no one would capture him and hurt him too. He was family after all. I wonder what happened to you? Why were you with the LOV? What did you do all these years on your own? Oh, Aizu, I want to know how you ended up this way. It was not long after that I also fell asleep on the blanket too. I was only relieved that he was a lot better and stopped shivering. It looked like my presence managed to get him out of the nightmare. A nightmare that I was sure was part of his memory. Fly high. I woke up to some chicken smell, and I couldn't help but feel hungry. Me. Chicken. Hawks, morning feathers. Me. H-U-H? His voice was coming way too close to me, and so my eyes flew open and I saw his reed feathers around me. Not only that, I could see the pane ceiling and knew I was in my room. He quickly retrieved his wing and got it away from me. I also retrieved my wings and sat up. The moment I saw him, I couldn't help but feel so relieved. He was okay and alive too. Not any sooner I tacked him into a hug. Me, you're okay. Hawks. Yep, thanks to you. More importantly, how are you, Feathers? Me, HM? Hawks. I heard from Aizawa that you haven't slept a lot recently. That reminds me. Let's get some food. You must be hungry. Me. That's true, but it is nothing new to me. I normally only sleep 1 day out of 3 and I take a couple of naps in between. Hawks, that's crazy. I won't let you overwork yourself. Me. But what about the kids? Hawks. I'll go with Aizawa and tell them that you are okay. Me. Hawks. Now what do you want to eat? I'll order us something. Me. Can we have pizza? Hawks, sure. Me. It's already evening. Hawks, yep. I am happy to see that you are good and managed to catch up some sleep. Me. Can I go out and fly before it arrives? Hawks. Sure, but stay on UA ground. Me, I know it's not like I could get out anyways. Hawks. Well, the security dome is currently down. Meow. Hawks. I'll trust you to return. With that, he let me leave the room. As I walked down the hallway to get out, I was met with Shinso. He was in the living room, right next to the door that was leading me outside. Me, Toshi. He immediately turned around from watching a movie and jumped out of the couch. He was so quickly on his feet that his walking didn't quite match well. He was walking casually and slow to me, but I could tell that he was holding himself back to not overwhelm me. Toshi, Aizu, how are you feeling? Me, better. Just needed some rest. Toshi. That's good to know. I saw Toshi standing there and open his arms to offer me a hug, and I went to him to accept it. There was not a single second questioning. I would for sure take any chances I get to hug this man. I embraced him full-heartedly. Me. Toshi, I want to show you something. I knew that he was worried for me, and so I wanted to fly him around and show him the sunset since it was already so late. It was also obvious that he was waiting here for me or Hawks to tell him how I was. He might not want to let me know that, but it was pointless since you could basically guess what he did down here when he was never down here. This was what the class told me about him anyways. I took him by his hand, and we both went outside. Hitoshi, you sure about this? Are you not tired? Me. I just woke up. Toshi. I need some exercise. Anyways, hi. Hitoshi, fine. I flew up and above the ground, twirling and dancing in the sky while holding him in my hands bridal style, since it was easier carrying him that way. For the first time in a while, I felt free. I flew with him to the sea, close to the water. I dipped the end of my feather into the water while circling and then quickly began to rise in a twirling motion. Thanks to that motion, I was covering us with a light shower, and the light was reflecting though every single drop I created. Toshi, so beautiful. He was looking at me while I did that, and it only came to me when he began to talk. Before that, I was only focusing on the sunset and our surroundings. Now that I knew that he was watching me, I felt embarrassed. Once I was up, I looked at his smiling face. The moment our eyes meet, gave me a quick kiss, and I was left in a blushing mess. Me, cheater. Toshi, no. I only took the opportunity, angel. He looked at me the whole time, and I knew that I was red. However, he didn't let me have with just a kiss, and so he went for another one. This time, a more passionate one that left me breathless and wanting for more. However, I knew that I wouldn't be able to take another one unless he wanted us to drop into the ocean. It was already hard to think straight anyways. Me. Do you trust me? A nod. I didn't even tell him what I was about to do. All I knew was that he would for sure enjoy it. I'm sure you will like this. I want to show you how free I feel right now. I flew up and threw him in the sky above me. The moment he began to fall, I began letting myself drop closely and parallel to him. Our faces were close to each other, and I would have loved nothing more as to kiss him this time. However, I also didn't want to interrupt him. He was smiling so much. I loved his everything. For me, he was perfect. The moment we were close on hitting the water surface, I twirled around him and began holding him around his chest again. I pulled up, and we were flying parallel to the water surface. I could feel the happiness radiating from him, and I saw how he slowly touched the surface. I was also splitting the water in two at the end of my wings. We were flying fast. With a quick flap of my wings, we rose again, and I once again began carrying back to UA. I knew that it was late by now, and we both needed to return. But before we went back to the dorm, I flew to the highest point above the city and showed him the sunset. This time, I threw him up in the sky for a short moment in order to be able to catch him and have him in my hands bridal style. It makes things so much easier while one was flying. It was getting cold, and only now could I feel him shivering. Me, you cold? Toshi. You know what could help me? Me, HM? The moment I began questioning him, it was already too late, and he gave me another of his passionate kisses that were like a drug, and I was sure that I was addicted just by getting 3 of them in one day. The moment I arrived at home, we both parted, and I went back to my own floor. Hawks immediately came to me, and I was so embarrassed just thinking what happened. Hawks, Feather? Are you okay? Me, yeah. Hawks, you sure you were red in the face? Me? Oh, that was just the cold evening wind. Hawks, oh. Please don't catch a cold, Feathers. Anyways, pizza is here. I was thankful that he didn't pick it up nor ask me where I was. The best part was that he wasn't following me for once too. This was how my day ended, and I was sure that I would remember it for ages. Surprise! I still have family. Today was the day that we would all go to the USJ building. Though I didn't know why, but I had a bad feeling about this all. It was the same feeling I had before I sent Shiggy and the others on the mission. That day I nearly lost them all. The last week passed pretty fast, and I somehow bonded with the class even more. They all had their hearts at the right spot, and I knew that they would not be the same as the current heroes. One day the society will be a lot better than now. I knew it. They would make it better, and I was sure of that. I was currently on the roof of the dorm with Hawks since he was with me, and we would go there together. With go there, I meant flying there. Hawks, you ready, Feathers? I didn't know why he started to call me Feathers. It was really weird. Not only that, but he also were a lot more understanding and was letting me do what I wanted, even covering for me. At first I thought it was because I saved him, but then again I killed a couple of people in front of a hero and was sure that I would face the consequences. But I didn't. Hawks never told anyone about me killing them. Instead, he said that there was another villain there. As if that wasn't enough, he told them that the 6-1 had a quirk that could let his hands transform into knives. Naturally, the people believed him because he had no reason to lie. This was how the heroes were on the search for a person that never existed in the first place. Me, Hawks? Hawks. Yes, Feathers? Me. You still haven't told me why you were treating me this way. Hawks, what way? Me. You called me Birdie before, and now I am stuck with Feathers. You also covered for me. Hawks, I don't know what you mean. Me look chicken. I know when you are lying. Besides, in the past week, no matter how many times I called you chicken, you never told me to stop calling you. That even once in the last week. Hawks. Feather, would you let me know your real name? Me. Izuka, but you know that already. Hawks. I mean your full name. Me. Why do you want to know it? Hawks. Just asking, Feathers. Me. How about you tell me yours? Hawks. It's Kigo. Me. Whispering Kigo fried chicken? Now it makes sense why you like to eat chicken from KFC. Hawks, HM. What was that? Me, nothing. Hawks, I never had the opportunity to be with my family even once. My parents sold me to the hero commissions, and I have been training with them since I was 4. Their training is brutal, and there was never a day I could rest. I had no one to trust, nor anyone that loved me. Me. Why are you telling me your past? Aren't you like forbidden to tell me that? Hawks. I am so sorry, Feathers. Me, huh? Hawks. If I knew that you were all by yourself, then I would have saved you a lot sooner. Me. What are you talking about? I try to laugh it away. Something didn't felt right about this discussion. Why? Why is he telling me this? He has nothing to apologize for. Hawks, Feather, the reason why I am telling you this is, it's because my full name is Kigo Takami. Me. And Hawks. My mother had a sister, and her name was Midoriya. She only changed it to my father's name after they got married. Feather, you don't know how angry I am at myself for not knowing about you. I am so sorry for not being there for you. The moment he said that, I looked at him with my eyes wide open. Me. Midoriya. Hawks. I am sorry. I am so sorry, Feathers. He came to me, but I was too shocked at what he just told me and began backing away from him. He is my cousin? He, chicken? What? He, no way. This can't be true. No, but that makes sense. Everything makes sense now. How long did he know that I was? Is this why he wanted me to quit being a villain? Me. Haha, I turned away from him and went to the edge of the building. Me. I can't believe it. Hawks. I am so sorry, Feathers. Me. How long? Hawks, HM. Me. How long do you know that I am your cousin? Hawks. I only found out last week after I carried you back to your room. Ida told me I should take care of you, and he used your family name. Listen, Feathers, I don't care if you are my cousin or whatever. You will be my brother from now on. I'll keep you safe no matter what. Me. So this is the reason why you have been treating me so different. Hawks, Izu. Me don't. I don't need your pity. Hawks, Feathers. I am here for you now. I know I can't turn back time, but let me at least be here for you now. Me. Do you even know what I've been through? I turn around, tears running down my cheek. If this is a bad joke, please stop. If this is a dream, then please someone wake me up. This can't be true. Hawks, I don't. Me. My grandparents hated my quirk for killing my own mother. They chopped them off multiple times only because they thought they are the reason for my mom's death. An angel of death. I felt my quirk activate. I felt the energy coming towards me, which was a bad thing. This meant that I was so close on killing someone I cared again without my conscience again. Hawks. Feathers. Me. I need some space before I slash out on you. After I said that, I immediately took off. He soon followed me, but he gave me some space. I just couldn't believe that he was my brother. That he was family. I thought that I didn't have anyone besides the LOV. We both flew to the USJ building without sharing a word. I knew that he felt bad for what happened to me. I could hear it by his tone of voice. He was regretting it. However, no matter how sad it was my past, and no one could change that. The moment we were close to the USJ building, we saw Ida running out. I knew that we were late, but this was something different. They should all be in the building, and he was running with his full speed towards UA. Me, K. Look, I flew closer to Kigo and pointed at Ida. Hawks, what is he doing out there? Me. Let's find out. Hawks, good thinking. We both quickly flew down and right next to him. Me. Tinya. The moment he heard my call, he looked to my side and saw me. However, he didn't stop running at all. Ida. The USJ is currently under attack. I need to get the teachers. Hawks, got it? Feathers. Me, let's go. We both let him run and quickly began speeding towards the building. If it was under attack, there is only one guy I knew would do something like this. Me, K. Hawks, yes? Me. Please don't hurt them. They're like family to me. Hawks, who? Me. You'll see. We were still in the air and flying towards the building, but deep down I knew who was attacking it. It was the LOV. There was no other answer. They told me they would get me, and they didn't do anything up until now. Please don't do anything stupid, Shiggy. USJ. The moment he arrived at the USJ, I immediately broke through the glass dome and came flying down. What I saw was a pure mess. The kids from Class 1A were all over the place, and Aizawa was fighting a Nomu and visibly losing. Then there was Shiggy screaming my name and Dobby going after his brother. I also saw Toga going after Bakugo. Oh, Shiggy, this is your glorious plan? What were you even thinking? You are all putting yourself in danger. Hawks, is that the LOV? I could hear saying that from right next to me, and he also sounded surprised. Me, K, go and have a look around if any of the students need help facing a villain. Don't approach the LOV. I'll handle them. Hawks, as you wish, Feathers. Just like that, he dropped down and flying somewhere else. My first priority was Aizawa. He looked like if the Nomu would continue beating him up, he would totally be mush. So I went down and quickly flew towards him, picking the man up and getting him to a safe spot. After that, I flew to Shiggy. The guy immediately tackled me into a hug. Shiggy, Titan, you finally are here. Me, what's going on? Shiggy, this is my great plan on getting you out of their hands. Me, great plan? Shiggy, yes. Me, have you had a look around? Shiggy, Aizu? Me, Dobby is facing his brother, and you know he doesn't want to kill him or harm him in any ways. Then there is Mamajiri, who is facing 13 and looks like he would lose any moment. Not to mention Toga that is going crazy over there. Shiggy, okay, it is not the best game plan. Me, no, it's not, and you guys need to get the hell out of here. Shiggy, we are not leaving without you, Titan. Me, Shiggy, listen. They coughed me, but not you. I don't know what I would do if they caught you. Who knows, Nizu might be going as far as to out you into the same rehab system, but more importantly, I don't want to see you in jail. Shiggy, you've changed. Me, the better or the worst. Shiggy, Kirajari, get us out of here. I saw him tap on his headpiece before calling out for him. However, at that moment, reinforcement came in, and a lot of pro heroes began storming into the building. Me, Dobby. I saw Dobby from my side, being meat with pure ice. I knew that he could meld it, but he also looked tired, and I couldn't stop but worry. The moment I called out his name, he immediately made a wall of his blue flame surrounding us and cutting us from the others. Me, Shiggy, Dobby, and Toga were in the circle of flames. Dobby, they won't hold on for long. Me, it's okay. Dobby, you've grown to be a great angel Titan. Me, huh? Toga, your wings. If she hadn't told me that, I wouldn't have even thrown a glance at them. But since she pointed it out, there was no way I wouldn't do it. They were completely white. Me, Shiggy, this is where you belong. Titan, me, what do you mean? Dobby, you are destined to be a great hero. Toga, a hero who saved us. Me, but Dobby, you feel it, don't you? Shiggy, Reaper, you are happier being fallen angel than being a villain. Toga, Aizu, your wings are evidence enough. They never are white when we go on a mission, but from time to time, when you were out saving kids, they would turn white. Me, you guys knew about it? Dobby, you once came back with white wings, but them immediately turned black again the moment you landed. Me, Shiggy, our goal has changed. We're no longer doing the side quests. Let's tackle the main one. Dobby, don't worry about us. Toga, we can take care of us. Shiggy, we will be your shadow from now on. No one is going to dare and lay a finger on a Titan this great. Me, guys, I don't know what to say. Toga, We are family Zuzu. We stick together no matter what. Dobby. Naturally, we also will support you even if you are a hero. Me. But why are you changing the LOV's plan? Toga. Isn't it obvious? Shiggy. We don't need to take care of a hero if we can help you rise to one of the greatest angels. Dobby. You are our hope and light. I knew that they were great, but never in my wildest dream would I imagine them giving up their goal to kill All Might so easy to support me. They were everything I got, and they were willing to give up the mission for me. This only showed how much we cared for each other as a family. The moment he said that I could see the flames around us getting weaker, and this was also the moment I heard 6 gunshots from behind me. Looking behind me, I saw Hawks crash landing on the ground. He shielded us from them. Hawks. Get out, Feathers. Me, Hawks. I was close to running towards him, but my consciousness stopped me from doing it, and I looked around. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. Go to him and be there for him, or escape with the LOV. Dobby. You care for him? Me, he's my cousin Dabs. Toga. No way. Me, yes way. Shiggy, you. Chicken. Take care of our angel. Dobby. Izugo. This is where you belong after all. Just like that we hugged each other one last time, before I saw Kirojiri teleporting them out. It was my choice to stay. They told me to stay and be a hero, but I was unsure. My quirk was telling me to be one. It also felt right, but at the same this was something I never wanted to be. However, now was not time to think about it. And so I ran to my brother's side and rolled him on his back slowly. Me, Kigo. Hawks, Aizu. Me. It's okay, Kay. I am here for you. Hawks, why? Me. We are family. You know better than anyone else that I stick with my family. Like it or not, but you can't get rid of me, chicken. Hawks, Izu. I saw him getting sleepier and sleepier. I hoped it was only a bullet with some tranquilizer, but judging from the wounds, it didn't look like it. Me. Help's on the way, Hawks. Stay with me. I looked around, and I saw a recovery girl coming towards us as fast as she could. However, it was not only her. Aizawa was running towards me, as was Shinso. After that, everything went very quickly. I watched them transport Hawks to a hospital, and Aizawa and Shinso stayed with me the whole time. They told me I could go with him, but that I also needed to rest and that he would be there tomorrow too. Seeing as there was nothing wrong with what they said, I needed to give in and go home with them. It was not like I had any other choice. Aizawa was not letting me get my way. Shinso was also by my side and trying to calm me down. In the end, it was Shinso who was leading me towards his room, and we both spent the night together sharing a bed. Distraction. I woke up, and the first thing I realized was that someone was hugging me from behind. Turning around, I saw Shinso looking at me and having one arm around me. Shinso, morning love. Me, morning. He then went ahead and kissed me. It was so nice receiving a good morning kiss from him. However, I was still absent-minded because I was so sleepy that I haven't even realized the situation we were in. All I managed to do was blink at him and enjoy the kiss. At some point, I must have retrieved my wings because he was able to hug me. I was still sleepy, and Haven realized the whole situation until I realized what he said to me. Morning love. He called me love. He definitely did. Love. Wait, did he just kiss me? Is it wrong to want more? Should I ask? No, it's so embarrassing. The moment I realized what the word he said meant, I began blushing. Needless to say that I was blushing hard since we were sharing a bed and were close to each other. Shinso. Hi, it's so cute when you were blushing that hard. Me. It's not. Shinso. Cute. I took the blanket and tried to hide myself with it so that I could see him, but he wouldn't see me blush. Once he realized what I was doing, he started laughing a lot more and also pulled me into a hug. Shinso. I'll leave the room and let you change. Dad brought you a spare gym uniform. Also, he came in earlier and said that breakfast is ready and waiting for us. Me, thanks. Just like that, he gave me one quick kiss before going out of the room. I quickly changed into the spare uniform and went to where the sweet smell of pancakes came from. Me, this smells so good. Mike, morning Aizu. Come and get some of Sho's pancakes. They are to die for. Me, Sho? Shinso, my dad. He then pointed at Eraserhead, and all he did was just covering me some coffee and a place to sit. Aizawa, coffee? Me, no thanks. Thanks to the smell, I was able to find the kitchen, and now I knew why Shinso's specialty were pancakes. Who knew that Eraserhead could also make them? I saw Eraserhead with present Mike sitting around the kitchen table. Shinso was there too. I went to the table and enjoyed a nice meal with them, and it was fun to see how Shinso was putting the pancakes on my plate while I got him more coffee. Mike needed to comment this, so all he said was, I ship it. Whatever that meant. Aizawa. Niza decided to let everyone rest for today. Aizu. do you want to visit Hawks? Me, yes. Shinso, can't we do something else together? Me, I am worried for him. He is my brother. Mike, wow. Talking about unexpected things. Aizawa, he is your brother? Me, yes. Only found out yesterday. Shinso, then how about we get him some chicken? Me, I think he would love that. Shinso, Dad, Pops, it is okay if I go with him, isn't it? Aizawa, I'll drive you there. Mike, no, you don't. We still have a meeting with Nizu. Only because the students are off doesn't mean we are too. Aizawa, I don't care. They are my kittens. Mike, show. They're old enough, you know. Aizawa, still I'm going to drive them there. Mike, Sai, fine. Aizawa, Sai, why did I even need to explain that to you? Mike, because. Aizawa, Sai. Me, one more coffee? Aizawa, yes. Just like that, I took his cup and went to the kitchen to get him some more coffee. It didn't take me long to return and give him his mug. He immediately gulped everything down. Aizawa Tanksizu. Now everyone get prepared. Be in 10 in front of the house. Shinso, yes. Mike, this was how I got to hospital. After me and Shinso got out, we began walking around the area until we found a KFC and got a huge bucket full of chicken. We both knew that it was forbidden to get food into the hospital, and so we both split up. While Shinso went into the hospital to find a room, I went to an alley and opened my wings in order to fly up the moment he told me in which floor they were in. After that, I went into the room through the window. Hawks, sniff sniff, is that? Me, yep. A bucket full of your favorite stuff. Hawks, feathers. You are the best little brother one can wish for. Me, how are you? Hawks, pretty good thanks to all the healers that the Hero Commission sent. I went over and hugged my brother. He didn't look hurt at all anymore. Shinso, I think I'll let you guys be on your own. Aizu, I'll be waiting for you in the park we saw earlier. Me, okay, and thank you. After he said that, he went ahead and left me with Hawks alone. Me, they're caring for their pawns after all. Hawks, it's not that bad, you know, feathers. Me, what is not bad about being restricted? Hawks, feathers, you don't understand. Me, you never been free into your entire life. Hawks, I am with you. Mike, Hawks, look, feathers, I might like it every time, but they pay really well and they help me when I get injured. Thanks to them, I will also be able to take care of you. They don't know about you, and I plan on not telling them about you. Me, you can't keep this a secret. They surely know about Reaper. Hawks, they do. Me, then there is nothing you can do besides I don't need protection. I have you, Shinso, Aizawa, and the LOV covering my back. Hawks, you like that guy? Me, yes. Hawks, I don't get what you see in him, but if you are happy with him, then I won't say anything against it. Just know if he ever makes you cry, I'll go after his head. Me, got it. Hawks, so what do you want to do now? Me, what do you mean? Hawks, I mean your wings are still white. You can start a new life as a hero or go back to the LOV. I will respect your choice, feathers. Me, I don't know. Hawks, it's okay, you don't need to know the answer yet. Just know that I'll have your back no matter what. Me, thanks. After that, I gave him a hug and went to meet up with Shinso. We spent the rest of the day together going to some arcades and playing the whole day until Aizawa called us and told us he would pick us up. That night, I went on my patrol alone. I needed some time to think about it. Both Hawks and the LOV told me they would have my back no matter what. I was sure the same would go for Aizawa and Shinso too. A hero? Me? That night, I was out patrolling, and every single kid that saw me immediately stood up from laying on the ground and shouted, "The angel is back." It was weird how all the kids I saved began screaming and shouting one and the same phrase all over the city. They all looked at me very happy and waved at me too. It was as if they wanted to gel and let everyone know that Angel was back. I was out a couple of hours and nothing happened at all. After I made sure and fly twice over the city that no one needed me, I went back to the old building. I met Dobby. The first time it was the place I used to go when I needed to clear my head, and at this time I needed it. I didn't know if I was Reaper anymore. The name felt right, but deep down, I knew I wasn't a bringer of death anymore. Never did I ever wanted to be a true villain. The reason I made a name for myself was to get all these false heroes away and open new positions so that the next generation can fill in the empty spots. I never actually went on a killing spree myself to hurt innocent people. So technically speaking, I was never a true villain. Then there was Fallen Angel. I love the name the people gave me because of my wings, but now, they were not black anymore. I was no longer a fallen angel. The name alone belonged to a vigilante, or so they dubbed me at the police station. Though I never saved anyone besides suicidal kids or homeless kids without any hope left. I was never a vigilante too. Me, what am I? Dobby, a light in the dark for everyone who needs it. To put it simple, Aizu, you are a hero. I put the question into the room, never thinking I would get an answer, but the moment I heard Dobby, I turned around and looked at him. Dobby simply walked over to me and sat on the same edge I was standing on. Me, how did you know I was here? Dobby, you looked conflicted before we left. I figured you needed some space, and this is the only place you go when you need some. I then sat down beside him and let my wings rest on the rooftop's floor. Dobby, they are beautiful. I loved your black feathers, but these are truly something else. Me, no matter what color they have, I still will be me. Dobby, but this means you finally have found your place. Me, I guess, but am I really a hero? Dobby, why are you questioning that? Me, I mean I am Reaper too. Dobby, and yet you never went on killing sprees with Toga or rob a bank with me. Not to mention that you were known to only go after heroes. Me, true. Dobby, even Fallen Angel is known to save people. You even are a legend around here. Do you know how quickly the words went around that the angel is back? Aizu, everyone is rooting for you. What is holding you back? Me, I'm not sure if I want to be a hero. Dobby, that rooster's fault? Me, chicken had nothing to do with it. Dobby, who then? Me, the hero commission. Once I am a hero, I will need to abide by their rules. Dabs, I don't want to be caged and hold back like hawks. Dobby, don't worry about them. Let them be our problem. Me, Dobby. Dobby, what? Me, you can't just go against the hero commission. They will have your head on a silver plate. Dobby, Aizu, we trust you. We would do anything to help you. Shiggy told Sensei about our decision. He also gave us the go to be your shadow and only act in your benefit. He wants to see you on the top as the number one. Me, AFO wants that? Dobby, yes. He always thought of us as his kids. He cares for you as a son, and we all know that he liked you the most. Me, no, Shiggy is the one he cares most. Dobby, only on the outside, but the truth is you are his fave. Me, no way. Dobby, it is. You can deny it as much as you want. Me, I guess I will try my best to be a hero. Dobby, don't try. Be it. Me, fine, Dabs. I promise. I will be the best. I know I can't save everyone, but I will try and do that anyways. Dobby, that's the spirit, Aizu. Me, thank you. Dobby, for what? Me, for always being there for me. Dobby, I always be. The LOV will always be there too for you. Me, I know. Just like that, we spend the whole night talking about our memories together, and at the end of the night, we also talked about the Hero Commission and how wrong they were. The next day, I found out that Dobby was really having my back. I never expected them to do it in real life, but they wanted only what's best for me, and it was definitely one of the best things they could have done. Game over. Third POV. It was only after Dobby came back to the LOV base and told the rest of the family about the Hero Commission that would hold their light back that the LOV decided to go after them and get rid of it. No one was to ever lay a finger on their angel after all. Shiggy quickly informed his sensei, and AFO made all the necessary preparations to get into the Hero Commission headquarters. His plan was easy. He developed 13 Nomus, and Shigaraki was about to go with them into the Hero Commission's headquarters and get out one by one. Simple as this sound, it was actually not a bad idea considering that there was no real number one that was a threat to them. Every Nomus was designed to get rid of their Reaper after all, and not the fake number one All Might. They knew that their Titan's feathers were sharper than anything, and the speed was more than one could handle, even faster than the fastest hero after all. He was sure that a Nomu that was made in order to destroy Reaper was no match against All Might or any other hero. With that in mind, AFO set up 13 of his most dangerous and vicious creatures that were no longer completely mindless. They were in a sense still loyal puppies as they wait for any command to be given. However, one of these beasts, when set free, will no longer be mindless, but driven by his own instincts to kill. On the day of the attack, Shigaraki and Kirojiri were watching the people the first thing in the morning enter the building. Needless to say that Shigaraki and Kirojiri were staying in the darkness of an alley. Once they made sure that everything was okay and their targets have entered the building, it was time to set the monsters loose. Shigaraki, get them down to play. Kirojiri, yes. It was such a simple command. Just with a couple of words, Kirojiri opened up a portal and let 13 Nomus walk through his portal. However, that was not all. These were only the main attack force. AFO had only planned the attack of the Hero Commission, not the distraction for them. This was a task given to Shigaraki. The guy made sure to get every single low-level criminal and attack every single bank, shop, mall, and even post office at the same time. This was all to make sure that the heroes would be occupied while he would be destroying the hero commission. For the first time in his life, he was so happy and eager to end a level and get to the next one. Once he heard what Izuku was planning, he couldn't help but be happy to have meet the little green bean. Shigaraki wanted nothing more than a world where everyone gets what they deserve and not be judged by their quirk. This was what he wanted. This was what his mother ever wanted. This was also the reason why he was so happy about the attack. Shigaraki, let's go. The villain went into the Hero Commission headquarters as if he owned the whole building. Shigaraki, game over for you bitches. Ha 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 ha. He walked in until he was in the middle of the building. However, since he entered the building on his own with Kirojiri by his side, the Nomus were all waiting outside for their command. This was the reason why the security personnel immediately grabbed their guns and pointed them at Shigaraki and Kirojiri. Shigaraki attack. Just like that, the 13 monsters dashed through the bulletproof glass, breaking it in the process. Kirojiri then opened another portal and let Dobby and Toga in as well. While Dobby began putting everything into flames, Toga used her knives to stabby everyone getting close to her. Inomi roar! They were hunters, and the 13 of them were on pack. The way the Nomus hunt were similar to velociraptors. They were all deadly on their own, but in a pack they were invincible. The monsters smashed and broke the glass down that was between them and their victims. Once it was down, they began to run at each and every person and began killing one after another. It was a massacre on its own, one of a whole other caliber than any villain would be capable of doing. While Shigaraki's pets were busy eliminated every living being they came across, he went on to meet the Hero Commission's leader together with Dobby and Toga. He wanted to make sure they knew why they were eliminated before they die. Shigaraki, to the weak leaders, Dobby, let's burn them for trying to capture and encage our angel. Toga, I'll rip their organs out. Korjiri knew what he had to do and opened a portal to them. Thanks to Toga sneaking into the building as one of the hired staff the other day, they knew the whole blueprint of the building. It was because of this that Kirojiri knew where to make a portal to lead to. Once they went through, they were immediately met with 4 rather old people and 4 younger ones. Shigaraki, you all have failed to win this game. It's game over for you lot. What do you want? We can give you money if that is what you are after. Leave now, and we guarantee your safety. How about 1 million? Make it 10 million. No, 100 million. Dobby, you think money can help you? It was not hard to guess that Shigaraki got angry once he heard their responses. Needless to say that Dobby and Toga liked it too. They even went on as to tell them sums and sums of money. However, all Shigaraki did was went to the guy, use his quirk and pulverize them. Dobby went to the other guy and used his flames to burn the person alive. Toga also went to the third person suggesting money and cut his chest open, letting every organ fall to the ground. Toga, anyone else want to offer us some money? None of the people fought them. They instead just began backing away, but there was no running away from the LOV. One by one, they all vanished into thin air. Shigaraki, ha ha ha, they really thought they could buy me. How pathetic. Kirojiri, it's time. Indeed, it was time for them to go. Dobby, did you get them? Kirojiri, already placed them all in position while you guys handled them. Toga, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Korjiri quickly opened a portal for them to go through, and they were teleported to a safe distance. Shigaraki, get the Nomus back. We do not want to lose any one of them. Kirojiri, I understand. It took only a couple of seconds for Kirojiri to go and teleport every Noma back to the lab before returning back to Shigaraki's side. Kirojiri, everything is done. The Mist-like guy then handed over a remote to Handyman. Shigaraki, let's show them one firework they won't forget. Dobby, this will be Aizu's freedom. Toga, Zuzu would have loved to see this. Shigaraki, I'm sure of that. The remote had only one big red button, and the moment Shigaraki pressed it, the whole Hero Commission's building exploded. No one could have survived that fire. The building even went down too. It was a 9-story building, and it went down in seconds, only leaving pieces of the once beautiful design building. Shigaraki, game over for them. We win. This was how they came out victorious, and how no one knew about the Nomus. They were only creatures that the dead has ever seen. Only their allies knew about them, and that was the whole plan of AFO. Since they were now an organization serving Izuku, They were also operating in the shadows, leaving no evidence of their beings. An angel sent from heaven. It was 2 days after I meet Dobby. Everything went pretty well. Hawks was getting better and being discharged today. This was also the reason why I was at the hospital. However, there were so many people here from the news that I was wondering who just died. I knew that it couldn't have been Hawks, my dear big brother, since he was completely healed, and I was talking to him yesterday too. This time Aizawa was with me, since Toshi at school, and I was the only one excused by Nizu himself. He told me he understood my position and that I should visit my brother. I still haven't told Nizu about my decision to be a hero. Me? Aizawa? Why are there so many people? Aizawa. Probably because of yesterday's event. Me? Event? Aizawa. The Hero Commission was completely whipped out. Their building was bombed, and people also reported blue flames covering some floors. Me? H. Don't tell me. Dobby, you really did mint it when you said I shouldn't worry about them, and you guys would take care of it. Thank you. He is finally free, and I don't need to fear anything anymore. I can be as free as a bird too. Aizawa. Kitten? Me? Oh, nothing. Aizawa. You know something, don't you? Me, yes. But they deserve it. Aizawa. Couldn't agree more? Me. So you are not mad or questioning me more about it? Aizawa, no. Kid, you are Yamada Aizawa now. Me, huh? Aizawa. It might not be official yet, but you are family. I will make Shinso marry you and have you as my in-law in a couple of years. Me? Aizawa. I will have you as my kitten. Me, okay. Better not question that man. He looks serious too. It also might not be bad. I love Shinso anyways. Oh wait, how will Hawks react to this? We needed to use the back door to the hospital to get into it without the hyenas to go after us. I didn't need to hide my wings anymore. They were completely white, and they were my symbol and announcement to the world that I have changed. The message I wanted to tell other was that I will be the future #1. It didn't take long for us to get to my big brother's room. Once I opened it, I was immediately met with a hug. Hawks, feathers, Mike, Hawks. This hospital can do shit about me. I am finally discharged. Aizawa. Niza told me you asked him to move into the dorms. Me, you did? Hawks, yes. I also offered him some money too, since I will live on the school ground with you from now on. Me, you will? Aizawa. It's not official, but yes, he will. Me. That's great. Hawks. I won't leave you alone. Any more feathers. You suffered all these years. Now that I know we are family, I will protect you from everything, even the Hero Commission. Me? Speaking of which, they are gone. Hawks. What do you mean go? Aizawa. Due to some villain attack, the whole building was bombed. No survivors. Hawks, when? Aizawa. Yesterday. Hawks. Does that mean? Me, yes. You are a fee-bird chicken. He jumped into the air and picked me up from the ground, twirling around and then hugging me. Hawks. Thanks you feathers. Me, what for? I was so perplexed, but I could understand that he was very happy. Hawks. I know that this is your doing probably. Me. Not mine, but the LOVs. Hawks, they love you too. They have such a good luck that they were able to meet you and have you as one of their small family members. You are the best. Aizawa. Agree. It took us a while to get out of the hospital, but in the end we managed to do so, and the only thing left was go and have a talk with Nizu. If I wanted to be a hero, then I wanted to be enrolled properly and not in the villain rehab system. I didn't care if people knew about Reaper past, or even if I was Reaper. I stand for my past, and I don't regret a thing. Time skip brought to you by Reaper walking up to Nizu's office on his own and being nervous. I was standing in front of Nizu's office, and to be quite honest, I was never so nervous before in my entire life than right now. It took me a while to calm down and gather up all the courage I needed to knock. The Chimera quickly let me in and offered me a cup of tea as well as some biscuits. Nizu. To what do I owe this favor? Me. You know what I am about to say. You are Nizu, the most intelligent being on Earth. I'm sure you know it. Nizu. I have an assumption. Me. I heard Hawks is officially moving on UA's ground. Nizu. Yes, and he will also be one of the teachers here. Me. That damn rooster hasn't told me anything about it. Nizu. My guess, it should be a surprise for you. Me. Nizu. Now then, Reaper, what is it that I can do for you? Me. As you can tell by my wings, I am no longer Reaper. To be more precise, Reaper is a part of my past, and I am now no longer the same bringer of death. I simply gave up on being a villain. This is the reason why I am here. Nizu. You want me to officially enroll you as a student of Class 1A. Am I right? Me, yes. I don't care if people find out about my past. It is something that helped made me be who I am now. Nizu. What shall I call you now, Izuku? Me. I believe you already heard the rumors. Nizu. I did. The angel was sent from heaven, they say. Me. Yes. And I want you to call me Angel from now on. Nizu. I understand. It is a pleasure to have you here, a heavenly angel. Me. Does that mean? Nizu, yes. I already intended to enroll Fallen Angel into this school once I heard about the person. However, with you being Fallen Angel and Reaper made only things a little bit complicated. Though I am happy to have you here in the villain rehab system that I only established to show you what a great hero you really are. Me. You knew that I would change my mind form being a villain to a hero, didn't you? Nizu. I had a feeling you would considering how many people you already saved. Me. You never stopped to amaze me, Chimera. Nizu. And you never stopped being intriguing to me. Me. Where do I live now? Nizu. The whole floor in the dorms will still be yours and Hawk's. I already made arrangements to make it so that both of you can come in and fly out of the new balcony I let Cementos install. Me? Thank you. With that, I stood up and was about to leave if not for the Chimera to call out to me. Nizu. Oh, and Izuku? Me, yes? Nizu. I am rooting for you to be the #1 hero. Please don't worry about the hero commission at all. It will be in my hands. Me. I understand, and I will give my best. Nizu, I know. With that, I left the room. After that day, I officially joined Class 1A and became Angel. My story was one that not many people knew thanks to Nizu. I also had the opportunity to announce my hero name and my time in the sport festival where I managed to get first place without even needing to fight anyone. They all gave up and told me I deserved the first place. Hawks and I were sharing a whole floor, and we became very close to each other. By now I know exactly what my brother liked, and living with him made the family bond we have a lot stronger. Then there was Aizawa, who for some reason was calling me kitten and told everyone that I was his future to-be-in-law. He started treating me like his own child and had me in his eyes, always making sure I was well rested and had everything I needed. The LOV and Sensei had my back too. They were watching over me from the shadows, and from time to time, I would go and meet them like every second day. When I was meeting them, I would spend the whole night with them, and Aizawa would let me sleep through every class afterwards. We were a family after all. As for me and Shinso, we have grown so attached to each other that we usually spend the whole day together. At some point, he got the permission to stay with us on our bird floor, as they dubbed it. We were truly a good match, and I knew that he was understanding me and loving me. Needless to say that I loved him too. It didn't even seem so far-fetched to be married with him as Aizawa wanted us to be anymore. He was also super supportive and always there for me. He was the first person I would go crying to, and the first one I would go and celebrate some good news. He was my perfect soulmate. It didn't take long until we both graduated from UA, and Angel really did get the #1 hero. I also had my quirk completely in control thanks to the help of Nizu and Aizawa. People all over the place were rooting for me, and Hawks was so nice as to let me be part of his agency. Normally we would go on missions together. I would team up in the night with Shinso and Aizawa. Both of them were underground heroes after all. Word spread everywhere in Japan about a legendary fallen angel has risen once again and went back to be a heavenly beautiful angel. One that has descended from heaven in order to protect the people from any harm. The time that people were scared or lost hope was over. A new era had begun, and I was the one bringing the changes to the hero society. Thanks for watching, everyone. See you in the next video.